But to me, a matter of fact, that you invite people in, political leaders, to give lakeside talks means that there are weaving spiders which are going on. And it is a perfect private venue to vet people for political life.
I mean, yeah, where else are you going to do it? If you're interested in vetting, if you're interested in causing people selecting.
Well, see, here's the question. Are these guys actually picking who's going to be president? Is that the decision which is being made? Or are they just deciding what horses they're going to back? I think the latter is the simpler version of it, but it doesn't mean it's the other way around. But these are the kinds of, Nixon was the 1960 thing. So he's the new Nixon. This is where the new Nixon apparently made a good impression on the right people. Because he didn't get to rubble in the nomination. And he didn't become president.
But there could also be a much more innocent explanation of really it's powerful people getting together and having conversations, and through that conversation influencing each other's view of the world. And just having a legitimate discussion of policies,
foreign policy. Why would you do something people are not going to do?
It's the owl with robes. Like what?
Why the owl and why the robes?
Which is why it becomes really compelling when guys like Alex Jones, forgive me, but I have not watched his documentary, I probably should support, about Virginia Grove, where he claims that there's Satanist human sacrifice of, I think, children. And I think that's quite a popular, where it has lost popularity, but it kind of like transformed itself into the QAnon instead of conspiracy theories. But I mean, can you speak to that conspiracy?
Let's put it this way: the general public, rich people are inherently suspicious. Let's put it that way. First of all, they've got all that money, and exactly how do one obtain it? And I do not, of necessity, adhere to the view that behind every great fortune there is a great crime, but there often are. Which is great. But I think it's one of the things I think that can happen is particularly when people acquire a huge amount of money. And I won't name any names, but let's say there are people who perhaps in the tech sphere who, coming from no particular background of wealth, suddenly find themselves with $600 billion. Well, what? This is the question you have to ask yourself. Why me? Because you're one of the rare, tiny group of human beings who will ever. ever had that kind of wealth in their hands. Even if you are a convinced atheist, I think at some point you have to begin to suspect that the cosmic muffin, providence, whatever it is, put this money in your hands to do what? Achieve great things. So you can start a foundation. You can start backing all the things that you like. This is, yeah, I think there's an element of ego that comes with it as well. And again, it may not be so much what's the rich person with a huge amount of money at their disposal and a lot of fuzzy ideas about what to do with it. Be influenced by others. It's always that question as to who's actually manipulating these events. What's going on in that regard? In some way, they can be a very useful sucker. Find somebody with a lot of money, get them to finance the things that you want them to do. The Bohemian Club is, I don't think, in and of itself inherently evil or sinister, but it means that there are lots of different people in it who have different agendas. It goes back to what I said about how somebody feels about the cremation of care ritual. This is either just a waste of time, it's just some sort of silly thing that we're doing, or it is something of great importance, perhaps even mystical or religious importance, because that's ostensibly what it's pretending to be. There's always this question: to what degree you begin to play, and the play becomes serious? That tends to happen a lot.
You've studied a lot of occultism. What do you use the power of that mystical experience?
Well, what is broadly referred to, well, into what's occultism? What's the occult? The occult is the hidden. So it means specifically hidden from sight. And the basis of it is the idea that what is hidden, what is hidden from us is most of the world, most of reality. It's the basic concept within occultism. The basic concept in most religions, which are approved forms of occultism, is that the world, the physical world that we are aware of, is only a very small part of a much larger reality. And that what the methods and practices of occultism arguably do is to allow someone to either enter into this larger reality or to access that larger reality for purposes to be exploited here. The most interesting statement about, and the key element of this is something called magic. Now, magic, it's a guy standing performing a trick. But the interesting thing about a stage magician is that a stage magician is, we know when we're watching this that it's a trick. Yet we can't really figure out, if he does it well, how that trick is being accomplished because it seems to defy physical laws. And that's what's fascinating about it. So even though you know it's a trick, if you can't figure it out, it has this kind of power of fascination. But it's mimicking something. Stage magic is mimicking real magic. So it's real magic. Well, let's go back to Aleister Crowley because he always, earlier, because he always got all roads lead to Aleister. All roads lead to Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley, and I said this enough, so I should be able to get it right, but I'm paraphrasing here because magic, which of course is spelled with K to O-C-K, is the art and science of causing change to occur in conformity with will. So in a way that's sort of mind over matter, but it's the idea that one can, through will, through intention, bend reality to make something happen. Somebody once put it this way: it's tipping the luck plane. Okay, so, yeah, you got some kind of a level plane that we're trying to just tip a little bit. So the marble rolls over one side or another. Now that presupposes a lot of things. That is there a luck plane? I don't know, but And here again, don't become overly bothered trying to figure out whether you actually can bend reality. Become bothered by the fact that there are people who believe that they can and will go to great efforts to do so, and will often believe they have succeeded. So it's this effort to make things occur in a particular way that you just sort of nudge reality in one little way or another. And that's where things like rituals come in. Rituals are a way of focusing really. We're all there, we're all thinking about the same thing. And you have to imagine just how, the pervasiveness of what could be called that kind of magical thinking that it happens everywhere. So, let me give you another example. You ever attended a high school football deck rally? Think of what's going on there. Okay, if your team is going to battle the other team, you've now assembled everyone in the gymnasium. You've got people who are dancing around in animal totem costumes. And what are you chanting? Everyone is supposed to chant that if the other team dies, it would be horribly defeated, then our team will be victorious. That is a magic ritual. The idea is it becomes into this idea, it's very popular about visualizing things, visualizing manifesting things. You need to manifest your success. Well, that's just magic. That is trying to cause change in conformity with will. So these things can happen without you being even consciously aware of what's going on. And you don't need to be. Because if you're all part of the mob, which is there in the gymnasium, and you get into this and you get worked up. People are doing this and putting joint energy. All these people are putting energy into something, and that energy goes somewhere. And maybe you can. Maybe, just maybe, you actually can slightly increase the chances of your team victory. Of course, your opponents are having their own ritual at the same time, so whoever has a bigger mojo would apparently win the deal.
So that's I would say, trivial example of that, but a clear one. I do believe that there's incredible power in groups of humans getting together and morphing reality. I think that's probably one of the things that made human civilization what it is. Groups of people being able to believe a thing and bring that belief into reality.
That's you're exactly right. Bring to conceive of something, and then through intention, will manifest that into this realm.
And of course, that power of the collective mind can be leveraged by charismatic leaders to do all kinds of stuff, where you get cults that do horrible things, or anything.
It might be a cult that does good things. I don't know. Depends. We don't
call
know those cults.
exactly.
Without endorsing this entirely, and interesting to me, one of the questions: what's the difference between a cult and a religion? And it has been said that in the case of a cult, there's always someone at the top who knows what's going on, generally, who knows it's a scam. In a religion, that person is dead. So, say, I just managed to consult every single thing. But it's an interesting way of thinking about it, because I think there is some degree of accuracy in this statement.
I think actually the interesting psychological question is, with cults, do you think the person at the top always knows this is scam? Do you think there's something about the human mind where you gradually
Begin to believe your own bullshit?
Yeah.
Yes,
that seems to be
that again is part of magic. I think it's believing your own bullshit. It doesn't necessarily mean that the head of the cult, there's someone, maybe the second, I was sort of looking at the lieutenant, someone probably has an idea about what's going on. The other thing that seems to be a kind of predictive way for what we would call a cult is what's called excessive reverence. People just believe everything these people say. And to give you an example, the first time I ever encountered anything like that was in Santa Barbara, California in the 1970s. I was going to grad school, and there was a particular cult locally, which I think was Brotherhood of the Sun. And it was the same, there was some kind of, among the other things, followers were convinced to hand over all their money and personal belongings to him. I believe he used part of that money to buy a yacht with. Anyway, a lot of it went to him. And then, of course, working for free on different cult-owned business enterprises, of which there were several. And there was a person I knew who became a devoted follower of this, and it was all I could think of at one point was ask them, "What the hell is the matter with you? I mean, have you lost your mind? Why would you? What is it that this person could possibly be providing that you essentially are going to be a slave to them?" Which is what they were doing. And I actually give that credit away, sort of sparking my whole interest in things like secret societies. And here again, as a disclaimer, I am not now nor ever been a member of any fraternal organization, secret society, or cult that I know of. And that's what interests me about them. Because I'm just always trying to figure out why people do these things. Like I said, why the robes and the owl? Why? Yeah. Why do you do that? And it's trying to figure it out. I mean, I couldn't even hack the Boy Scouts. Okay, that was too much. Okay? Because to me, you join an organization, and the first thing that comes along is there's somebody, there are rules, and someone is telling you what to do. Okay, I don't like people telling me what to do. So much of my life trying to avoid that as much as possible. And join a cult, there's going to be someone telling you what to do. Join the Bohemian Club, there's going to be someone telling you what to do. Now, obviously, a lot of people really get something out of that. It becomes, in some ways, it's sort of necessary for them to function. But I do not understand it, and my study of it is a personal error to try to understand it.
And there's so many reasons. Primary of which I would say is the desire in the human heart to belong.
Yes.
And the dark forms that it takes throughout human history, recent human history, is something I'd love to talk to you a bit about. If we can go back to the beginning of the 20th century, the German side, you described how secret societies like the Thule Society laid the foundation for Nazi ideology. Can you, that lens, from that perspective, describe the rise of the Nazi?
Well, I guess we could start with, there is the Thule Society. The Thule Society was a small German occult society that they studied metaphysics. That appeared in Munich around 1917 and 1918. The key figure behind it was a German esotericist by the name of Rudolf von Zebotendorf. Okay, not his real name. His real name was Adam Rudolf Glauer. He was adopted by a German nobleman and got the name von Zebotendorf. And I like to say that name. So I have this real thing about vague, mysterious characters who show up and do things. And trying to figure out who these people are. So we're working for years sort of prior to the First World War, so the decade or so prior to World War I. Spends a lot of time in the Ottoman Empire. Turkey, there's the Ottoman Empire, which was a fairly tumultuous place. Because in 1908, 1909, there was the Young Turk Revolution. And they had a military coup which effectively overthrew the Ottoman Sultan and installed a military junta, which would go on during the First World War to make its greatest achievement, the Armenian genocide. essentially create a genocidal military regime, which would lead the country into disastrous First World War, which destroyed the Ottoman Empire, out of which modern Turkey emerges. Yada yada yada.
And by the way, we should take a tiny tangent here, which is that you refer to the intelligence agencies as being exceptionally successful. And here, in the case of the Young Turks, being also very successful for doing the genocide, meaning they've achieved the greatest impact, even more than impact, on the scale of good to evil, times towards evil.
It's one of those things that often comes out of revolutionary situations. Revolutions always seem to make things better. I think we're going to take a bad old regime. The Sultan is, the Sultan was bad. I think it's fair to say Abdul Hamid II was not wasn't called the Red Sultan because of his favorite color. And the idea is that they were going to improve, they were now going to Ottoman national empire, trying to equalize and bringing in the different groups, and none of that happened. It became worse. In the same way that you could argue that the goal of Russian revolutionaries was to get rid of the bad, old, incompetent medieval czarist regime and bring in a new, great, shining future. It became even more authoritarian. And the crimes of the imperial Russian regime paled significantly in the same way the crimes of Abdul Hamid paled. But that wasn't missing in their kitchen. But Oswald was a German businessman who's working in this period. And the cool point here is that the Ottoman Empire in this period is a hotbed of political intrigue. And all kinds of interesting things about it. The Young Turk Revolution is essentially a military coup, but it is plotted in Masonic lodges. I know the Masonic lodges are never supposed to be involved in politics, but they are, launch meeting breaks up, and then you plot the revolution. So, same group of people, but it's not technical. But yes, and there's the Macedonia Resorta Lodge in Thessaloniki was ground zero for plotting this military coup that was supposed to improve the empire. Sabotendorf is in one way or another mixed up in all of this, or at least he's an observer. Plus, he's initiated into the Masonic lodges. And interestingly enough, the fellow who initiates him into one of these Eastern lodges is a Jewish merchant by the name of Terhudi. And he's also a Kabbalist. And also, Sabotendorf is very, very interested in the occult. He's initiated into Eastern Masonic lodges in a period when those same lodges are being used as a center for political intrigue. He also apparently is involved in gun running, which in revolutionary periods there's a lot of money to be made off of that. So he's connected to various dark businesses in a tumultuous time, with connections to politicized Freemasonry and the occult. Now, in the course of the First World War, he returns to Germany. He just shows up. And it would be my operative suspicion or theory that Sabotendorf was working somewhere. Not that he just pops up in Munich on his own accord. Why does he leave the Ottoman Empire and return to the West? Who's behind him? Well, maybe no one, but maybe someone, because he doesn't have money in his disposal. And he comes into Munich and he basically takes over this small sort of occult study group. Now, the interesting thing is that the Thule Society is really just a branch of another existing, what's called an Ariosophist order, a thing called the German Order or the Germanic Order, which is centered in Berlin. But for some reason, he doesn't want his group to be connected by name with the Germanen order. So Tulu society, Tulu in this case is a reference to supposedly a mythical Arctic homeland of the Aryan race. They're all snow people who wander out of the snow at some point. It's kind of like a frozen Atlantis. So I mentioned these people, the Ariosophist, which is practicing that. So what are they? Well, they're a kind of racist Germanic offshoot of Theosophy. And I know I'm explaining one thing to explain something else, but there's no other way to do this. So Theosophy was 19th century, very popular and widely modeled occult belief. It was founded by a Russian woman with the name of Helena Blavatsky. She was a medium, psychic, who supposedly had channels, the ascended masters. The basic story there, they're all of the ascended masters, which are mystical beings that may or may not have once been human. They live inside the Himalayas, and they float among them on a cloud, and they guide the spiritual evolution of humanity. What Blavatsky did was to take Western esotericism and blend it with Hindu and Buddhist esotericism, which became very, very sexy in the West. It still is. Buddhism attracts a lot of people because, well, it's Buddhism. It's different, see? So, the Mahatmas, the ascended masters, were sending their messages. Despite the fact that she was later proven pretty much to be fraud and writing the letters herself, nevertheless, people still went along with this doctrine, and it's been widely modified in common sense. So, an idea in Theosophy was that human spiritual evolution was tied to physical evolution. So, in the case of Blavatsky never said that Aryans, white people, or anything else were superior. She talked about the different root races, but it's just her version of it is just total gobbledygook. It seems to include everyone and defy you to make much sense out of it. But in the early 20th century, there were different sort of, one of the things that became fashionable, not terribly popular. These are small groups. The idea that, well, Germany is a new upcoming country. And part of this, I think, was really trying to define who the Germans were. Because, remember, the German Empire, Germany, as a political state, isn't going to exist until 1871. Prior to that, Germany was a geographic expression, a vague one, which described a large area in Central Europe where a lot of people, wore leather shorts and or something like that, and spoke similar German dialects, were nominally Germans, but they might be Prussians or Bavarians or they came in all sorts of varieties of English. There was no German identity. So pretty simply happened in the same period. There weren't Italians. There were Sardinians, there were Romans, Sicilians, Umbrians, spoke in dialects of a similar language, but it never lived, not since the Roman Empire under a single state, and really didn't think of themselves as the same. So you have to create this artificial thing. You have to create Germans. There's now a Germany with an emperor, and so we're all going to be Germans. Exactly what is that? Much of it is an artificial creation. You have to decide upon some sort of standard dialect. We'll decide what that is. Often dialect that only a few people actually speak, and then it will be drilled into children's heads through state schooling programs. So I think this is the kind of milieu that it comes out of. People are trying to figure out what on earth Germans actually were, and the need for some sort of common identity. And, that means everything like Wagnerian opera. Richard Wagner wanted to create a German mythical music. So he went back and stripped mined the old German myths and cobbled them together into a lot of people standing on stage singing. And that was his purpose. He was a nationalist. He was a kind of racialist nationalist. And this was his idea, trying to create, out of bits and pieces of the past, a newfangled form of German identity. So, on the more mystical end of this, you had the ideas that, well, Germany must have been created for some special purpose because Germans must be very special people. And we must have some particular destiny. And then out of this, the direction this is heading, well, we're all part of some sort of master race with some sort of ties to some sort of great civilization in the past. Call it who we don't, call it whatever you want to be. They basically just invent things and try to attach those to the past. And so Ariosophy was the Aryanized version of theosophy. And what this did was to take the idea that spiritual and physical evolution had led to the most advanced form of humans, which were the Aryans, and the most advanced group of them were, of course, the Germans. And this attracted, keep in mind, again, this was not a mass movement. It was very much a fringe movement. Most people weren't aware of it, they weren't particularly interested in it. But it had an appeal for those who already had a kind of esoteric bent in some form or another. And this is where things like the Germanic or the German order and their other groups, he was only one of many, sort of grew out of it. And what it was that the Thule Society, as a branch, the Thule Gesellschaft, was supposed to do was to study this. It was an esoteric study group. Because people would get together and they'd talk about things, probably make more stuff up, and all sort of work around this idea of German Aryans as the most advanced kind of human beings and all wonderful things that German people. And the fact that this was the midst of war, which Germany was again fighting based on or its existence, heightened those kinds of tensions as well. So my suspicion, again, is that Ludendorff, in terms of who was behind him, that he was essentially called back to Germany to work either for the Prussian political police or for some aspect of German intelligence and security to try to mobilize occultism or esotericism for the war. Because again, this is 1918. The war is gone on way too long. Within a few months, Germany will collapse. It will collapse simply from the psychological exhaustion of the population.
So this is almost like to help the war effort with kind of propaganda, a narrative that can strengthen the will of the German people.
Strengthen the will of some people. You have to try to appeal to different aspects of this. But the mystical aspect is one of those things that can have a very powerful influence. The idea is that we can come up with some kind of mystical nationalism. Maybe that's one way to put it. Mystical nationalism that can be exploited for the because at this point you're kind of grasping at straws. And this is a whole period when the Germans are marshaling the last of their forces to launch a series of offensives on the Western Front. The peace offensive, which will initially be successful, but will ultimately fail and lead to a collapse in morale. But among the leadership of Germany, it was a recognition that national morale was lacking. And one of the other things that was kind of raising his head was what had happened nearby a Russian Revolution, which had now brought the idea, which brought another solution to all of this, the idea of revolutionary Marxism. Here we need to remind ourselves where Marxism comes from. Not Russia, Germany. Where was the largest Marxist party? In Germany.
Marx probably expected the revolution to begin in Germany.
Where else?
Because the Soviet Union is not very industrialized. Germany is. And so that's where we probably.
Russia, 5% of the population is industrial workers. In Germany, 40% of the population. So if any place was like made for Marxism, it was Germany. I think that's why I caught on and used Germany so well, because it kind of come on. And it was a local belief. It wasn't something regarded by the Russians. It was was a German invention. So the Thule Society, one of the things you can see is the Thule Society was particularly involved in sort of anti-Marxist or anti-Bolshevik agitation. They saw themselves, both of them saw them as this whole movement. It was a counter to this. It was a kind of counter Marxist.
Can we sort of try to break that apart in a nuanced way? So there was a nationalist movement. The occult was part of the picture, occult racial theory. So there was a racial component, like the Aryan race. So it's not just the nation of Germany. And you take that and contrast it with Marxism, they also formulate that in racial terms. They formulate that in national versus global terms. Like how they see this.
Marxism formalizes it by class. You're either categorized by class. You're either part of the proletariat, or part of the bourgeoisie, or you're either part of the proletariat or some sort of scum. Really, needs to be swept into the dust bin history. Only workers count. And that was what would take someone who was a nationalist would sort of drive them crazy, because their ideas we're trying to create a German people. Now we're trying to create a common German identity. But what the Marxists are doing is they're dividing Germans against each other by class. German workers hate the German bourgeoisie. German proletariat as opposed to German capitalists. We're all trying to fight this war together. So that was why Marxism, in the form, particularly in the form of Bolshevism, was seen as unpatriotic. And of course, it was opposed to the war as a whole. The idea that parroting Lenin was that the war was an imperialist war. And the only thing that was good that was going to come out of it is that the imperialist war, through all the crises it was creating, would eventually lead to a class war. And that would be good because that there's two very different versions of this. The Bolshevist version of this is called the Marxist version of Germany is going to be a class society in which we're going to have some kind of civil upheaval, which will have Germans fighting Germans. Whereas the kind of mystical nationalism, the almost kind of religious nationalism, is the Bodendorf and the Thule Society hitched its wagon to, held that Germans are all part of a single racial family, and that's what must be the most important thing. And that these can be different ways of trying to influence people. It comes down to a matter of political influence. So in a sense, I think that what the Bodendorf and the Thule Society was trying to do, at least within reading, was to use this idea of mystical nationalism as a rallying point for some part of the population to oppose these other forces to keep people fighting. The war is lost, though, right? In November, the Kaiser abdicates, and essentially, the socialists do take over Germany. Things are very, very close to following the Russian model. And you even get the Russian version of taking the Bolsheviks, which are the Spartacists, who try and fail to seize power early on. But you do essentially end up with a socialist Germany. And that then leaves, in the aftermath of the war, the Thule Society is sort of the odd man out, although they're still very closely connected to the army. And here's one of the things that I find interesting. When you get into 1919, who is it that's paying some overdose bills? It's the army. The one thing the German army is absolutely determined to do is to preserve its social position and power. And they're perfectly willing to dump the Kaiser to do that. That's sort of this deal which is made. In November of 1918, Kaiser's abdication and proclamation of a German republic, which, you know, you just had this guy declare it. It was really planned. There's the Ebert-Groener Pact. Groener is the chief of staff, general staff at this point. Ebert is the socialist politician, basically they make an agreement. The agreement basically is that the army will support Aberd's government if Aberd supports the army. And particularly that means the continuation of the officer corps and the general staff in one form or another. So a deal is made. And that, of course, is what will eventually help defeat the Spartacist uprising.
Now, was the army doing similar kinds of things that we talked about with intelligence agencies? This kind of same kind of trying to control the direction of power?
The German intelligence landscape in the First World War is obscure in many ways. There are lots of things that are going on. You've got Germany has a military intelligence service called Abteilung or Section 3B. That's just plain military intelligence. They're constantly trying to collect military information. Before the war about the weaponry and plans of the enemies, and then about what the operational plans were during the war. It doesn't really go much beyond that, though. The German Foreign Office runs a kind of political intelligence service. And that's the one which is much more involved in things like subsidizing subversion in Russia, which is one of the things that the Germans sign on to fairly early. Little diversion here in 1915, there's a Russian revolutionary who's lived much of his life in Germany. He goes by the code name of Parvis, and he essentially comes to the Germans in Constantinople, in Turkey. He's hanging around there at the same time as both of them, which I find curious. So Parvis, or Alexander Helpand, comes in and he goes, look, there's a lot of revolutionaries in Russia, and there's a lot of mistrust with the regime, and we think that the war will increase the contradictions in Russian society. And if you give me a lot of marks, I can finance this revolutionary activity, and through subversion, I can take Russia out of the war. The Germans are facing a two-front war. That sounds great. We'll use money in order to... But notice what they're doing. The German General Staff, a very conservative organization, not a bunch of revolutionaries, are going to finance revolution in an opposing country. They're going to finance revolutionary subversion to take Russia out of the war, which basically works. So that gives you another idea as to what the German military is willing to do. They're not revolutionaries, but they'll pay revolutionaries to subvert another regime. Now you've got the revolutionary regime that your money helped bring to power is now threatening to extend into your country. So the whole question for the army and for others in Germany in 1919 is how to keep Germany from going Bolshevik, from in a sense being hoisted by your own petard. So the Thule Society, I don't think is a huge part of this program, but it is a part of it. And it's all an effort to try to keep control, and that's why the army is financed. That's even why the army at some point then supplies them with its own propagandists. So the Thule Society begins to create, under Subotico's leadership, what he called the Rings of Thule. And these are satellite organizations that aren't the society itself, but they're kind of controlled and inspired by it. And one of those is called the German Workers' Party. The German Workers' Party, again, is local, it's not large, it's not terribly influential, but what does it aspire to be? It aspires to be a party that will bring German workers away from the seductive influence of the Bolsheviks and into a more patriotic, a patriot. And the way that I describe this is that it's not an anti-communist organization, it's a counter-communist organization. So you don't create something which completely opposes it, you create something which mimics it. which is ultimately what the German Workers' Party will become, is the National Socialist German Workers' Party. Notice that term, socialist. And that is, in my view, what Nazism is from the beginning. It is a counter-communist movement.
And by the way, for people who don't know, the National Socialist German Workers' Party is also known as the Nazi Party. So how did this evolution happen from those that the complicated little interplay? We should also say that a guy named Adolf Hitler is in the army at this time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to come into this because remember that the army was going to supply its own propagandists to help the German Workers' Party and the Communist Society do their work. And the propagandists they supply them with is a man who the army trains, sends to classes to learn the art of public speaking and propaganda. And that fellow is Corporal Adolf Hitler.
So how does Adolf Hitler German Workers?
Well, been in the army during the war, only regular job that he never had. Kind of liked it. So you often get the views that, well, at the end of the war, he joined meetings of other German soldiers who didn't have jobs. No, he stays in the army. He stays in the army until 1921. He's on the army payroll at the very time in which he is set this up. What appears to have happened is this. Stolendorf had organized the Fluid Society. That didn't have, that had tried to oppose. There's actually a brief period of time in which the communists actually take over Munich, the Bavarian Soviet Republic, which doesn't last very long. Eventually, the army volunteers put this down. While that's going on, by the way, Hitler's actually sitting in the barracks in Munich wearing a red armband because he is technically part of the soldiers who have got over to the Bavarian Soviet Republic. He seems to have had flexible interests in this case. So once order is restored, so to speak, the army comes in and decide that, well, one of the things we need to have people who can lecture soldiers on patriotic topics. And so there is a particular captain by the name of Karl Meyer who sort of spots Hitler. He later describes him as like a stray dog looking for a master. Hitler has a knack for public speaking. Other soldiers will listen to him. Now, some people can do that. Some people can't. Meyer decides that he's a good candidate for further training. So yes, they bring him in, they turn him into what's called the Daimon, the liaison man. He's an army propagandist. And then you've got this little outfit called the German Workers' Party. And essentially what happens is that Hitler is sent in to take over leadership of that. Which is what happens. He shows up, he attends a meeting, there are like 50 people there. By the way, the topic of the first meeting he's at is how and why capitalism should be abolished, which is not what you might well expect. And because remember, the German Workers' Party is trying to cast itself as a counter Bolshevism. So it's not saying that capitalism is great or should support. Now, capitalism is evil. We agree on that. We just agree it's nationalist point of view, as opposed to some sort of strange internationalist point of view. So Hitler is essentially, as I see it, sent in by the army as their trained man to assume leadership within this small party and to use it for the army's patriotic propaganda campaign. And he succeeds in doing so, even to the name change to the National Socialist or German Workers' Party. I mean, really, what sounds more red than that?
So the interesting thing here is, from where did anti-Semitism seep into this whole thing? It seems like the way they try to formulate counter Marxism is by saying the problem with capitalism and the problem with Marxism is that it's really Judeo-capitalism and quote Judeo-Bolshevism. Well, where did that ideology seep in?
Well, it's confusing. Where does anti-Semitism Let's start with that term itself. A term which I really, really increasingly dislike because it doesn't actually say what it means. Anti-Semitism is anti-Jewism. That's all it is. I'm not sure whether there has ever existed a person who hated Jews, Arabs, and Maltese before. Yeah, it's kind of hard to imagine. I don't know. But that's technically what that would be, because let's face it, most Semites are Arabs. So if you're an anti-Semite, then you don't simply distinguish Jews from Arabs. Makes no sense. The origin of the term is invented by, guess what? An anti-Semite. A guy in the 1870s, a German Wilhelm R., who is, wouldn't you know it, part Jewish himself, and who decides that we really need a better term than Judenhass, Jew hate, which was the term that, because that just sounds inelegant, doesn't it? What do you want to call yourself? A Jew hater or an anti-Semite? The anti-Semitism has got that ism part of the end of it, which means it's a system of belief. Anything that has ism must somehow be scientifically important. It's all part of the 19th century obsession with bringing science into something like that. So we're going to get rid of Jew hate and we're going to turn it into anti-Semitism. And we're only going to be talking about Jews, but we'll never actually say that. And somehow, the invention of a Jew hater to disguise the fact that he's a Jew hater, even though he's partly Jewish, by inventing the term anti-Semitism worked because everybody has bought it. So, I don't know. Maybe just because anti-Judaism just be, but is it too direct in some way? Does we have difficulty confronting actually what it is we're talking about?
I do wish terms were a little bit more direct and self-explanatory. Yeah, Jew hate is a
well, the question becomes, what exactly do you hate about Jews? And a lot of this has to do with, if you go back part of the 19th century, if Jews were hated, they were hated for religious reasons. The Christian America were hated because they are Christians. And they existed as the only kind of significant religious minority. But other than that, they tended to live separately. They had little economic influence. Jews tended to live in shtetls in the east, ghettos elsewhere. They were involved in banking and business, but they sort of remained segregated in society. That changes when you get to the 19th century and with what's called Jewish emancipation. And that means 1800s and 1850s, most European countries dropped various legal social restrictions against Jews. They are assimilated into the general society. So ideally, you stop being a German Jew and you become a Jewish German. These are two very different important concepts. And what that does, of course, is that it opens up the professions, business world elsewhere. So Jews move, who had been largely within those realms to begin with, and how they had a good experience in business. And they move into those areas of professions and become quite visible. And that's what then creates anti-Semitism. Because in some way that is seen as part of the changes that have taken place. And there are a lot of things going on here. Part of it has to do with the kind of wrenching social and economic changes that took place with industrialization. So one of the things to keep in mind is that in the process of industrialization, just like today, whole classes of people were made extinct economically, craftsmen, for instance. So when factories came along and began to produce things with machines, all the craftspeople who had made those things previously are now unemployed or go to work as wage labor in factories. So there are winners and losers in industrialization. And what people saw in Germany and elsewhere is that among this new sort of rising capitalistic some way, the rise of Jews in the minds of many people were connected to all of the other bad things that were going on. The world was changing in a way we don't like. And seemingly, the Jews are prospering while I am not. And ever since Germany, that's where Jews became highly visible in the professions. They became very visible in banking, they became visible in the legal profession, they became visible in the medical profession. And those are people that a lot of people would come in contact with. Bankers, lawyers, and doctors. They were not the majority there, but vastly overrepresented in terms of the general population. And especially within cities. So, in that sense, the roots of anti-Semitism is that Jews in Germany and elsewhere, and not just in Germany, but I had France and Britain, became identified with the bad changes that were taking place. And you also found that Jews were not only prominent among capitalists, they were also prominent among in the socialists as well. So one of the things you can look around, if you return to Germany in 1919 in the aftermath of World War I, and you look around in Bavaria or elsewhere, you tend to find that there are a lot of Jews in visible positions on the German left. Both Luxembourg is but one example of that. Eugen Levine, some of them in Russia. I mean, the Soviets sent a representative to Germany in this period. It's Karl Radek, a Jew. So it wasn't difficult to exploit that, to argue that just as the ranks of capitalism is full of Jews, the ranks of Bolshevism or of the revolutionary left were full of Jews, because you could easily go around and distinguish a great many of them. And they don't have to be the majority, they just have to be numerous, prominent, and visible, which they were. So this provided you in the case of the propaganda of the German army, the type of stuff that Hitler spewed out, they could put all the anti-capitalist rhetoric if they wanted to. They were never going to overthrow capitalism, and the capitalists knew they weren't going to do it. So go ahead, talk shit about us. We don't really care. That's not going to, because we knew that the army would prevent that from happening. The way to then undermine the real enemy, which is the revolutionary left, was to point out the Jewish influence there. I mean, look at Russia. Oh, what is that? Trotsky, there he is. Look, there's a Jew. There's one. Radek is a Jew. It wasn't hard to find them.
You gave a lecture on the protocols from the elders of Zion. It's widely considered to be the most influential work of anti-Semitism ever, perhaps. Can you describe this text?
Well, the Protocols of the Converted Elders of Zion is probably one of the most troublesome and destructive works of literature that has ever emerged. And yet, its origins remain obscure. So you get a whole variety of stories about where it came from. So the one story that is often is that it was the work of the Okhrana, Russian secret police, and in particular, it was all crafted in 1904 and 1905. In Paris, there's a whole description of Pyotr Rothschild, who was supposedly the chief of the Okhrana at the time, was the man behind it. Another fellow by the name of Matvey Golovinsky was the drafter of it, and that they had this document written by a French political writer from some decades back called Dialogue in Hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu, which they were then adapting. Usually it's argued that they plagiarized it in the protocols, and none of that is really true. I mean, the first part about it is that at the time this supposedly took place, Rothschild wasn't working for the Okhrana. He'd been fired, and he wasn't in Paris. And the whole situation of which is described couldn't have taken place because the people who did it weren't there. It's a story, but it provides a kind of explanation for it. So the protocols emerge. So you always have to go back. This is one of the things that I have found always useful in research. Go back to the beginning. Find the first place this is mentioned, or the first version, or the first iteration. Where does it start? So you go back to St. Petersburg, Russia, around 1903. There is a small right-wing anti-Semitic newspaper published there called Banner. And it publishes in a kind of serial form a work it doesn't credit with the original author. And this is the first version of the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. What it's actually describing is a Judeo-Masonic plot to rule the world. Those two terms are always combined together. In fact, in the earlier version, there's far more mentions of Freemasons than there are Jews. And it's the publisher of Znamya is closely connected to a thing called the Union of Russian Peoples and the Russian Men, which was ostensibly existed to defend the empire against subversion, particularly against what they thought was Jewish subversion, when they also argued that the prominence of Jews in revolutionary movements somehow proved that this was in some way a Jewish revolution. But again, this is not a mainstream newspaper. It's not appealing to a mainstream population. Very few people saw it. But this is where it appears. Now keep in mind, that's 2 or 3 years before it's usually said to have been written. Or the other version is that there's this crazy priest by the name of Sergei Nilis, and he wrote it, or he had actually appended it as an appendix to his work in 1905. Now, it was around before that. So Nilis didn't create it, wasn't drafted in Paris in 1904 and 1905. It was serialized in an obscure right-wing Russian newspaper in 1903.
And by the way, we should say that these are 24 protocols.
Well, it varies.
It varies. That are, I guess, supposed to be like meeting notes about the supposed cabal where the Jews and Freemasons are planning together a world domination. But it's like meeting notes, right?
Protocol, which are basically the notes of a meeting.
Yeah.
Well, it's notes of meetings and these things are insane. Because what you've got here, it's not no one takes notes from the meeting that way. What you've got is like the exposition of a Bond film, right? It's all of this, wow, then we're going to do this. And then I think the last thing you want to do is lay out there, we're going to plan for world domination. My suggestion would be, don't write it down. So it's not notes of a meeting. It's another sort of narrative or story that's being told. It bears no resemblance to the dialogue in hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu. But what it is, the best thing, it's not particularly readable in some things. There was an Italian writer by the name of Cesare de Calis, who wrote a book translated in English called The Non-Existent Manuscript. And what it is that he takes the different versions, starting with the 1902 and 1903 versions and looks to the other ones, and he tries to, in the process, to reconstruct what he thinks the original might have been. But the other thing he does, which was fascinating to me, is that he takes this whole sort of initial text and in bold type he indicates the paragraphs, but more often sentences or phrases that appear to be identical from the Joe work. And they're just scattered throughout. There's no particular rhyme or reason. You don't plagiarize that way. I mean, who does that? It's here, it's there. Which has led to a peculiar theory of mine, which of course I will have to expound upon, which is that I think that the original author of the protocols was the same Maurice Joly. I think what someone stumbled across was a work which he wrote and never published, and which he just drew is exactly what someone would do working from your own kind of material. Because I've written things and then taken what I've written and then sort of repackaged that into something else.
So here, so
Yeah, the same sort of thing comes out, only sort of bits and pieces of it remain. So why would Julie have done that? Julie was, we're talking about a man whose career basically spanned the 1850s to 1870s. He's an obscure figure. I'm not even totally sure he existed. I mean, it's one of those things you go looking for him.
I love that you're a scholar of people that just kind of emerge out of the darkness.
They just put them from nowhere.
I think that's the common. We should also say this was, I guess, the original. What's the language of the original? Russian?
Russian. But my hunch is that that's adopted from French. First of all, they're constantly harping on Freemasons, which wasn't nearly as big idea there. You go back to France in the 1890s. There's some big, well, there's the Dreyfus scandal. Well, we got that, all right. We got a Jew officer at trial for being betrayed, all right. So that was part of bringing the whole Jewish element, Jews is disloyal, Dreyfus case, 1894. Earlier, you had the Panama scandal, which was a huge investment scandal with the Panama Canal Company in Paris collapse, and again, many of the major players in that were Jewish financiers. And then you got the Taxel hoax. So the Taxel hoax was the work of this guy. His real name was, I think, Johan Paget. He was kind of a French journalist. He started out writing porn. So when he wrote things like Lives of the Popes and the erotic Bible and various things like that, he was a Catholic, wrote with the Catholic Church, wrote bad stuff about the popes, and apparently became a Freemason for a while, and then supposedly recanted his evil ways, went back to the church, and then under the name Leo Taxel began writing these whole series of articles, basically arguing that there was a Masonic satanic conspiracy, run, by the way, by an American, Albert Piper. And this also included child sacrifice. It's got Pizzagate in it as well, by a high priestess, Diana Vaughn. And so there's like child sacrifice, weird rodent bohemian grove stuff, and the Freemasons are devil worshippers going back to the Knights Templars. And so there's a thing called the devil in the 19th century, the secrets of Freemasonry. And this became a bestseller in France. So France is just obsessed with all these Nazi conspiracies, with evil satanic Freemasons, evil Jewish financiers, Dreyfus. This is the room where all of this comes. So I want to figure out how Freemasons and Jews get connected together. France is the place where this happens. Now, Taxel, or Johan Paget, eventually pulls another interesting thing in this. Around 1897, critics argue that he's making this stuff up. Diana Vaughn, supposed satanic high priestess, toddler killer. And he says, oh, we're going to have a press conference. She'll appear. And they say all of this stuff. As she returns to the church, possibly becomes a nun. And so people show up, how many figures in the church shows up? He does no Diana Vaughn. And Johan Paget goes, it's all a hoax. I made it up. They're all a bunch of idiots. What believe in it. You members of the church especially, what gullible morons you are. And that's it. He confesses. To this day, however, you find people who insist that it's actually true because they desperately want it to be true. But this is, I think, the milieu that this comes out of. This is this whole kind of unhealthy mix. So France, to me, is the only place that in the decade preceding it that something like this would be concocted. So it was integrated by some sort of unknown person there. But I still think that even though he dies in like 1879, that in Maurice Joly's troubled career, he went from being an opponent of French Emperor Napoleon III, which is what the whole dialogue was written against. And then he was, for a time, a close political ally of a French politician by the name of Adolphe Cremy. So Adolphe Cremy, what's he got going for him? Well, he was kind of a radical politician. He was calling Napoleon III. They said, oh, and he was Jewish. In fact, at one point, I think he was actually the head both of the Scottish Rite in France and the court figure in the Alliance Israeli, in the Jewish organization in France. So he's very competent Jewish. So someone else would win. Joey, as he did with basically everyone, this is a guy whose life largely consisted of dual threats and fistfights. So he gets angry at Cremieux, and it's exactly the type of thing that he might write to vent his spleen about it. But he died, probably a suicide, it's going to tell, in obscurity. His son seems to have inherited most of his literary works. And his son then worked for became a journalist, worked for newspapers in France in the 1890s, but was also associated with some people in the fringes of the Okana or the Russian press in France. So one of the little things that had happened by this time is that France and Russia became allies, even though their political systems are completely incompatible. And so the Russians were using money to subsidize French newspapers that were championing the alliance between the two, Russia and Italy. They're just paying to have the right kind of newspapers come out. So there's this whole connection between the kind of Russian journalistic world, the French journalistic world, all of these scandals which are going on, Jody's son, and then, 10 years down the road, this thing pops up in the newspapers. That's where I think the origins lay.
Why do you think it took off? Why do you think it grabbed a large number of people's imaginations? And even after it was shown to be not actually what it's supposed to be, people still believe it's real.
Well, it doesn't take off immediately. Okay, it never receives any kind of wide. Nobody much reads the first edition of it. When it's read, and it keeps getting, there's something like 18 or 19 different versions. People leave this protocol out or leave another one. As time goes on, there's more and more emphasis on Jews and less on Freemasons. So it's sort of, and the whole thing could have begun as an anti-Masonic plot. You can leave Jews out of it entirely and just turn it into a Masonic plot. Well, let's just throw them at it as well, since the two things are already being combined elsewhere. It doesn't become a big deal until really after the First World War, because the initial versions of it are all in Russian. And let's face it, though that's widely read in Russia, it's not much read anywhere else. It's a different alphabet. Nobody can even see what it means. So it has no particular influence outside of Russia. But then you get to 1919, and you get all these different versions of it. So suddenly you get two English versions in the US, another English version in Britain, a German edition, a French edition, a Dutch edition. Everybody was coming up with these things. So it's not until the immediate aftermath of the First World War that this metastasizes. And it begins to show up in all of these different foreign editions. And I think that just has to do with the changes that have taken place during the war. One of the things that people began looking for was that, why was there a war? We just had this whole disastrous war, and the world has been turned upside down. So there has to be some kind of explanation for that. I don't know. And then one of the things they saw is there's this evil plan. There's this evil plan that's been put into motion. And this could possibly explain what's taking place. The reason with the protocols were, I think, widely thought then, and why they still are in many ways, is the same reason that the taxable hoax I was talking about was, because it told a story that people wanted to believe. So in France in the 1890s, there was widespread suspicion of Freemasons, who was seen as a somewhat sinister, secretive organization, certainly secretive. And there was also, the same sort of generalized prejudices about Jews. Clannish, distinct, too much influence, all of the things that went on. So it was sort of easy to combine those two things together. And even though Taxel admits it was a hoax, there were those who argued that this is just it's too accurate. It describes things too completely to be a hoax. And then you get the same arguments. In fact, I've heard the same arguments with the protocol. I don't even buy this as an example of plagiarism, because you can't actually prove what's being plagiarized in a sense. To me, the protocols are a prime example of what I call a turd on a plate. These things crop up. Now, I have to explain that. Now, do that. What is a turd on a plate? Well, a turd on a plate is a turd on a plate. Suppose you come in and there's a plate sitting on the table and there's a turd on it. Yeah. Now, the first thing you're going to look is that a turd? Is it a human turd? Where did it come from? Why would someone poop on a plate? There are all these questions that come about. It makes no sense. But that's what you come with. It's just there. Right? I don't know where it came from. I don't know why. But there's a turd on a plate. And that's what the protocols are. They're just there.
But the reality is, just like when you turn on a plate, take a picture of that in modern day, and it becomes a meme, becomes viral, it becomes a joke on all social media, and also viewed by tens of millions of people or whatever. It becomes popular. So wherever the turd came from, it did captivate the imagination.
Yeah.
It did speak to something.
Does it seem to provide an explanation?
Can you just speak to Jew hatred? Is it just an accident of history? Why was it the Jews versus the Freemasons? Is it the collective mind searching for a small group to blame for the pains of civilization? And then Jews just happened to be the thing that was selected at that moment in history?
It goes all the way back to the Greeks. Let's blame them. So one of the first occasions you find the idea that Jews are a distinct, mean-spirited, nasty people goes back to a Greco-Egyptian historian named Manetho. This is around, I think, 300 BC. Early. Can't even revoke the Romans for this. So Manetho is trying to write a history of the dynasties of Egypt. I think his history of the dynasties of Egypt still is one of the basic works in this, but he tells this whole story, which essentially describes the kind of first bloodlines that the Jews to celebrate their various religious holidays would capture Greeks and fatten them up in the basement and slaughter them, people or drink their blood or do something. Yeah, it's sort of earlier version of that kind. Also, I think it repeats the sort of Egyptian version of the Exodus out of Egypt, which is quite different than the biblical version. In this case, the Egyptian, they worked these, they stole all the stuff out of the Egyptians' houses and ran off into the desert.
The Jews stole all the stuff and ran off.
Yeah, Hebrews robbed the Egyptians. They were taken in, we took them in and sheltered them, gave them jobs, and then they stole all the jewelry and ran away. We didn't even chase them. We were glad to see them gone. So it's a different It's a different narrative on that story. But it essentially portrays the Jews as hostile. They don't like other people. Uh, they're contemptuous of other people's religions, the rest of it. And see, the Greeks tend to think of themselves as being extremely cosmopolitan. Now, the Greeks run across people worshiping other gods. They go, oh, those are just our gods under different names. Everything is sort of adjusted to their landscape. So you end up with that kind of hostility, which was there at the time. And that was probably influenced also by some of these earlier rebellions that had taken place in Egypt. Yeah, I think during the Roman period, you not only have the Judean rebellion in 70 AD, you have a couple of other uprisings in North Africa, and there were very bloody affairs. And in some cases, Jews began massacring other people around them. Start killing Greeks, start killing them. So there was a fair amount of, from that period on, a certain amount of bad blood that mutual contempt between the Greeks and the Hellenes, between the people who became Hellenized, as the Romans and the Jews. And the Romans also seem to develop this is Judea as being a horrible place to govern, inhabited by a stubborn, obnoxious people. Not well liked. So that's really where you see the earliest versions of that. And the reasons for it would be conflict. I need to say that going back to the ego, Roman period, Jews, Judeans frequently experience difficulties, conflicts with other people living around them. And part of that probably had to do with the diaspora, which was the movement of the world. Get the idea the Romans came and kicked everybody out, which they didn't do to Judea. Since it was a poor, limited area, moving into areas like North Africa, Egypt, they go all over France. They moved widely around the Roman Empire. So that sense of both distinctness and hostility existed since ancient times. So it wasn't just the attitude of the church towards Jews was mixed by. Well, one of the ideas, of course, is that at the end of time, just before the second coming, one of the signs, how will you know that Jesus is going to return and what's going to be? Both Jews will all convert. There will be a mass conversion because we see the light. Now, so there have to be Jews around to do that, or we won't. It's like a canary in a coal mine. You have to have them to take it off. So that was one of the arguments as to why within the church is why Jews would not be forcibly converted. Beyond the fact that it's just kind of bad policy to forcibly convert people because you don't know whether it's sincere. But they need to be preserved as a kind of an artifact, which will then redeem itself at the end of time. It's not something which is encouraged, it predates Christianity. And then Christianity, of course, in its own way, just sort of plagiarizes the whole Jewish thing. I hesitate to use that term, but that's what we do. It's just like, well, we're the Jews now, okay? You used to have a unique relationship with God, but now it's been passed over to us. And so, thanks for the Bible. I can remember that. On my mom's side, I was periodically exposed to Sunday school. And it's pretty much the Old Testament was always presented as if somehow it was the history of, like, for lack of a better term, Europeans in some way. It was sort of a Christian history. It was all the prequel to that. And there'd be some sort of Christmas for Hebrews always seems Christian. So, the ancient Hebrews, and somehow the Hebrews just sort of became the Christians, and I don't know, the Jews just got, but they didn't get a memo or something. So it's basically like Christianity, the prequel. It's the Old Testament. But Now, thank you very much. You're an artifact.
So it's interesting. So this whole narrative that I would say is the viral meme started, as you described, in 300 BC. It just carried on in various forms and morphed itself and arrived after the Industrial Revolution in a new form to the 19th and 20th century, and then somehow captivated everybody's imagination.
I think that modern anti-Semitism is very much a creation of the modern world of the Industrial Revolution. It's largely a creation of Jewish emancipation. It's the nasty flip side of that. All of the restrictions are thrown off, but now also the system much more attention than what we had before. Prior to that, you had the ghettoization, which worked both ways. There were rabbis who praised the ghetto as a protection of Jews against the outside world, because inside we can live our life as we wish and we're unmolested. Whereas if we were great fears that if we were sort of absorbed into this larger world, we'll lose our identity. That sort of question comes up in the 18th century in the Haskalah in Germany. Because the German Jews were always a big sort of cutting edge of assimilation. Moses and Mendelssohn, as an example. They argued that, we just need to become Germans. So, as much as possible, synagogue should look like Lutheran churches. Everything that should be given in German, and that's the way we need to become Jewish Germans. We don't become people who are apart in that way, and that has created great tensions ever since. One of the essential points in anti-Semitism, anti-Judaism, is that all the Jews are in this together. They're always talking about is that they're collective. Jews this, Jews that, as if it's a single, undifferentiated mass of people who all move and speak the same way. From my personal experience, not to be Jewish, I've been incredibly diverse in many ways. Really. One of the things that anti-Semitism proposes is a continuity or singularity of Jewish identity that never existed.
Just like you said, on one hand, it's a good story, on the other hand, it's the truth, and oftentimes the good story wins out, and there's something about the idea that there's a cabal of people, whatever they are, in this case our discussion is Jews, seeking world domination, controlling everybody, is somehow a compelling story. It gives us a direction of a people to fight or peoples to hate, on which we project our pain. Because life is difficult. Life, for most, is still suffering. And so we channel that suffering into hatred towards the other. Maybe we can just zoom out. What do you, from this particular discussion, learn about human nature that we pick the other in this kind of way? And we divide each other up in groups and construct stories. And like constructing those stories, and they become really viral and sexy to us. And then we channel the hatred. We use those stories to channel hatred towards the other.
Well, Jews aren't the only recipient of that. Anytime you hear people talking about Jews this or that, white people this or that, black people this or that, Asians this or that, where they're an undifferentiated mass who apparently all share something in common. Well, nobody's really thinking. The other thing you'll find is that people who express those views in the press will argue that, this is not, if they actually know anybody, which those are okay. Just like Nazis, they go, this isn't okay too, they're all right. They will always be constantly making exceptions. And what they actually meant in actual human being, and they seem to be fairly normal, well, they were okay. So what it was that they hated weren't actual people for the most it was just this kind of gollywog creature that they had there. You're not even talking about real people. I don't know. What does it tell you about human nature? Well, okay, in 70 odd years, one, I don't actually understand them any better than I ever did. In fact, less so. I would say that when I was 17, I thought that I had the world much more figured out than I do now. But, it seemed to make much more sense than I could categorize it. Basic take upon human beings, most people, most of the time, are polite, cooperative, and kind until they're not. And the exact tipping point and moment in which they go from one to the other is unpredictable.
God, it's brilliant. Speaking of the tipping point, you gave a series of lectures on murderers, crimes in the 20th century. One of the crimes you described is the Manson family murders. And that combines a lot of the elements that we've been talking about and a lot of the elements of the human nature you just described. So can you just tell this story at a high level as you understand it?
Manson. Well, you begin with Charles Manson. So Charles Manson, for most of his life, up until the time that he's around 33, is an unexceptional petty criminal. In and out of prison, reform school from an early age, not wanting associated with violent crimes. He did stuff like steal cars, write bad checks, became an unsuccessful pimp and drug dealer. So in 1967, he gets out of his latest stint in federal lockup in Terminal Island in Los Angeles, California. By that time, he's learned how to play the guitar, has ambitions to become a musician, and also has proclaimed himself a Scientologist. Not that he ever seems to have cracked, but that's what he would claim that he was. And self-educated himself in prison to a certain degree. And so when he gets out of prison in 67, he was a model prisoner. He behaved himself, and see, you can sort of imagine his life is going in a completely different direction. And here again, I'm going to say something kind of good about Charles Manson, which is that he actually was a decent singer. If you really sort of listen to some of the stuff that he's not a great singer, but he could have, other people got recording contracts with less talent than he had, and he could play guitar. The Beach Boys actually do record one of his songs.
How would you evaluate him with Manson compared to Charles Manson?
Well, you're supposed to say it's terrible. Okay. It looks average to me. I mean, if you didn't know it was Hitler, would you? I don't know what the people say about it.
Sorry for the distraction.
It's just, it's an average major. That's what it was. Something like crazy genocidal maniac. So Manson could have done that. He probably could have, he made certain inroads into the music industry, and if he hadn't been such a weirdo, he went back further with it. But his life could have taken a different turn. So this is one of the questions I have. Where did a guy who's an unexceptional career petty criminal, suddenly emerge as some sort of criminal master, a Stengano, who can bend all of these people to his will and get them to go out and commit murder? That's a real shift. So the first thing that kind of could tell you that something odd is going on is he gets out of prison in LA County, and he's on parole. Parolees are supposed to have a job, not supposed to leave the jurisdiction of their parole. He gets straight to the Bay Area, violates parole right off the bat. 2 weeks later, he drifts into the parole office in the Bay Area, whereupon he should have been arrested and sent back to Terminal Island. But instead, they just assign him a parole. I don't know, maybe things were easier than this. He gets assigned a parole officer, Michael Smith. Michael Smith is initially handling a number of parolees, But after a while, once he takes on Manson, he only has one parolee supervisor, Charlie Manson, which is odd. And you also find out that Michael Smith, in addition to being a parole officer, is a graduate student at the University of California studying group dynamics, especially the influence of drugs on gangs and groups. He's also connected to the Ashbury Free Clinic, which is a place where the influence of, because Ashbury had lots of drugs, lots of groups. So, Charlie Manson never gets a regular job, hangs around with young girls, ex-cons, engages in criminal activity, is repeatedly arrested, but nothing ever sticks for the next couple of years. So who gets that time? Who gets a get out of jail free card? Informants. So here is what, again, this is speculation, but Manson at some point after he got out of prison is getting stupid because he was recruiting his confidential informant. That's the interesting question. So, probably not from the local police departments. My best suspicion is from the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, precursor to the DEA. Yeah. Federal parolee, federal parole officer, graduate student of drugs and group dynamics, and eventually, with permission, he goes back down to LA. And what is he part of? Well, he's on the fringes of the music industry. That's a mechanic. Wilson Wilson's elsewhere, which also brings him to the fringes of the film industry. So one of the things if you're sort of looking in terms of Hollywood music industry, the leads and the flow of, he's also dealing in drugs and girls. So the early version of Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. Manson attracted lots of underage runaways and trained them, used them also associated with biker gangs who produced drugs, etc. So that's part of it. He's an informant in the movement of drugs, basically within the film industries. And he's given pretty much a free rein. What then happens in August of 1969 is that there are these murders. First Sharon Tate and her friends, Cielo Drive. I think everybody's probably pretty much heard that story before. And of course, the question is, why Cielo Drive? Why Sharon Tate? The rest of it. Manson was familiar with the place. He had been there before. Members of the family had been there before. So he knew where it was. It wasn't an easy place to find. I mean, the way that the original house is no longer there, but the same sort of property in the house is built there. And if you didn't know where it was, it's not someplace, let's just go for a drive in the Hollywood Hills and murder people in a house. Well, that isn't one that you can come across. There are lots of connections there. Wojciech Kowalski, who was one of the people killed at the Cielo Drive house, was involved in drug dealing. That's a possible connection between the two. Probably very likely one. Probably not unfortunate Sharon Tate at all. She was probably in the wrong place at the wrong time. Her husband might have been. You never know. And then the next night, after he slaughtered there, which by the way, Manson is not Nazi. This is one of the interesting things about it. Charles Manson doesn't have to kill any of these people. His crime is supposedly order. He supposedly thought that the killings at the Tate House were sloppy, and he was going to give everybody a crash course in how you apparently commit some really random murders. So the next night, he takes a group of people to the Bianca's house in a different section of LA. And you've got Rosemary Bianca, who's a grocer. His wife runs a dress shop, upper middle class. And, they're behind gagged and hacked to death. And as the Tate residence, various things like piggy or written, various messages in blood, things that are supposed to look like cat's paws because the Northerners trying to be So the general story that comes out of the subsequent trial is that this was all a part of something called Helter Skelter, which Manson supposedly was an idea that sounds like a Beatles song. That's where he got it from. He thought the Beatles were talking to him through their music, and that there was going to be an apocalyptic race war. And this was all part of a plan to set this off. So this is why the Black Panthers were trying to be implicated in this. Although how it was supposed to do that was never really explained. Here is what things really happened. What really happened and how I think it was together. Before Sharon Tate and her friends and the Harvey were killed, there was a murder by members of the family of some of the same people involved in the later killing of a musician, drug manufacturer, and with Barry King. So Manson again was involved in the drug trade. And he made them. He was a cook, basically. And he buried them up in his basement, sold the drugs to Manson, who sold them to biker gangs like the Straight Satans, which was one of the groups that he used. They distributed them elsewhere. Well, one day, Straight Satans show up and complain that the last batch of meth, or whatever it was that they got from Manson, had made some of their brothers very, very ill. They were quite unhappy about that. And they wanted their $2,000 back. Manson had gotten those drugs from Barry Hinman. So he isn't happy. He sends Bobby Postle, a couple of the girls, over to Hinman's place to get the money from him. As the story is a little related to him because he was at Atkins. Hinman denied that there was anything wrong with his drugs and refused to pay up, which led to a interrogation torture session in which he was killed. And the idea was, here's what are we going to do with that? Well, one of the other groups that Hinman had sold drugs to were, guess what? People associated with the Black Panthers. So we'll leave these things up and we'll make them like they were doing. So it's Bobby Beausoleil who then takes Hinman's car and decides to drive it up the coast. By the way, with a bloody knife with Hinman's blood and hair on it, and blood on the seats of the car, and then he pulls it off the road and he decides to sleep it off and he gets busted. So, find Hinman's body, find Beausoleil, the bloody knife, arrested. So, Beausoleil was very popular with some of the girls. There's consternation in the family. Bobby has been arrested. So how can we possibly get Bobby out of jail? Copycat killings. So if we go kill more people and we make it look the same, we see Bobby couldn't possibly have done it. No, see, he just borrowed the car. Yeah, okay, he stole the car, but the knife was already. He didn't have to. So that, to me, makes the most sense out of what followed.
How often do people talk about that theory? That's an interesting theory.
Well, it's there. It's just not the one that somebody else they wanted to go with Helter Skelter because it was, again, it was a story that people could understand. Yeah. And it was sensational and it would catch on. Also, another probable issue in that was that his star witness was Linda Kasabian. She was present at both the Tate and the Harvey murders. She didn't participate in the killings, according to her. She sort of drives the car, but everybody else talked about what had happened. Well, okay, she turns state's evidence and gets total immunity. And it's largely in her testimony that all the rest of the case is based. Now, if you start throwing into the equation that she proclaimed her love for Bobby Beausoleil, and that she, according to others, was the chief proponent of the copycat killings, well, then that would get messy. Now, there's one guy that's in this. It's Charles Manson. He ordered all of this done to ignite a race war, even though how would any of that do it?
Okay, so that doesn't make sense. But he is nevertheless at the center of this because he's the glue of the family. Right?
He exerts a tremendous amount of psychological control.
How is he able to do
is he started getting the free clinic in San Francisco. So lots and lots of it floating around. Some descriptions of the family's farm ranches that people were basically taking acid on a daily basis, which, by the way, was also a potential problem with Linda DeSabian's testimony, since she also admitted being high most of the time and also thinking she was a witch. All right, so you want to put her? Okay. Where do you want to go with that? See, if Manson wasn't Manson, if he hadn't acted like such a, he hadn't actually acted like this crazed hippie psycho goofball that Publius painted him to be, then Kasabian's testimonies wouldn't have been as strong, because you could, I mean, the first thing you guys is you've got immunity for telling the story the prosecution wants. That's a little iffy. And we won't even bring in the witch, the drugs, being in love with Bobby Boston. So if Manson had, been dressed like you, sitting there in a suit and tie, and behaved himself spoken normally, things might have, this isn't to say that he wasn't guilty as hell. So what he supposedly did was to inspire all of his killings. And I think that probably, sort of beginning with the Inman killing. He told them to go over there and get the money, one way or the other. I don't know what this quick really told them to get the money, kill him, but Inman's dead. And then you might also have seen the value of having copycat killings as a way of throwing off any other kinds of play. The other story you get is that one of the people who had lived at the Cielo house where Sharon Tate was before was a record producer with the name of Terry Melcher. Melcher supposedly, as the demo story goes, had welched a deal with Manson in terms of a record contract. I think he screwed with Manson on some sort of a record deal, and Manson wanted to get revenge. And something to kill everybody in the house. Which again doesn't make it much sense. One, Manson didn't know Melcher was living there anymore. He probably knew where Melcher was living. If he wouldn't get Melcher, he could have found him. It wasn't that difficult to do. And so it's not revenge on Terry Melcher. He was familiar with the house, so the idea was to simply commit random killings that would throw with muddy the whole water to the Inman killing. We might pick some place you knew of, and you the place before it out to be someone there who really didn't care. In the same way the Bianca seemed to have been. Manson was familiar with that because it supposedly been the scene of creepy crawling. This is the interesting thing that can't really talk to a creepy crawler is when you sneak into somebody's house at night. While they're there asleep, but when they're not there, they move things around. So when they get into the room and they come home, well, suddenly notice someone has been in their house, which will freak them out, which is the whole point of that.
It doesn't seem like the murder of the creepy calling is the creepy calling. It doesn't seem like the murder of some of the other people, probably like the Zodiac Killer. The murder is the goal. Maybe there's some psychopathic kind of artistry to the murder that the Zodiac Killer had and messaging behind them. It seems like with at least what you're describing with Charles Manson's family, the murder was just they just had a basic disregard for human life, and the murder was as a consequence of operating in the drug underworld.
The Manson set up the clinic base in a Spawn Movie Ranch, which was an old movie ranch in West Edge, LA. And they just kind of camped out there. He used the girls to go squeaky chrome to get the owner operator, George Spahn, to let them hang out there. And basically, she slept with everyone. He was perfectly happy to let them hang out. They all got a place out of the desert that they had. They dealt in credit card fraud, stolen cars. It was kind of a chop shop that they ran out of this. So did a fairly good little criminal bit going, which with the protection they had probably would. One thing they couldn't cover up.
Do you think there was, if he was an informant, you think there was still a connection between DEA, FBI, CIA, whatever, with him throughout this?
Yeah.
So from the
The
head?
real question is there's a book written on this by Tom O'Neill, Chaos. And that sort of seems the easiest thing to get through. There's a lot of material there. No, O'Neill just certainly knows what to make it some of the stuff he can't hide with. But he did a very good job of sort of polishing the whole scenario. And one of the people he mentions is a name that I have run into elsewhere. So I really paid attention to it myself again. And the name is Reeve Whitson. Reeve Whitson shows up on the fringes, even though he has no sort of hands around who he'll see other than the prosecution. He's some sort of advice. It's just he's there. In the same way that he was one of these guys, his hair kind of long, the work out the bottom, hung around in the music community and elsewhere. I can tell you exactly what he did. I know what he did later, but a decade later, it shows up as a CIA officer in Central America. So, Reeve Whitson, later in his career, is CIA. What was he in 1969? What is he doing in this? The other thing about it is he appears to be a person because, no question, from the body, so the general story is that Sharon Tate's housekeeper shows up around 8:30 in the morning. Finds police in the street. But there was another fellow who knew over the house, not the girl, call early in the morning. I don't know what she is. But it's really kind of situated. And Manson and a lot of it. So, you know what it's the behavior of the dog, he said he threw up out on the street, the Texas military, knives. One of the attorneys, initially his attorney, Ron Hughes, becomes Ben Houghton's attorney. He figures out that the three girls supposedly on Charlie's system are going to confess. And this is what they call the Rocky Mountain. He was like this because his defense to her is that he was coming to his and is therefore not responsible for the actions of psychic control. So he refuses to go along with it. There's a break in the trial. He goes camping up in the mountains with some friends, disappears during a rainstorm, and then some months later is decomposed remains. Rumors, always the rumors. What would history be without rumors? That see, members of the family they were pissed off at Ron Hughes because he messed up Charlie's idea to get him office and it killed him. Maybe he did the heat drown. That's absolutely impossible to say. You got that kind of story. There's a guy named Juan Flynn. He was an employee at the Spawn Ranch. He didn't like Manson. Held Manson responsible for the murder of his boss. He would testify that Manson told him that he had ordered all the killings, and that Manson also admitted that he had killed 35 people. Maybe he did. On the other hand, Juan Flynn didn't like it. He had no, other than his word, had no real proof of what he was saying. So please understand me in this case is that unlike some people who argue that Charles Manson got a raw deal, I don't think that's the case. I think there was tremendous influence from people there through drugs through sex with another frequently. I don't know when it was his minds. I'm not sure how. That's still kind of puzzles me. He was a scrawny guy, and he wasn't physically intimidating. He even thought it wouldn't be. But he never had this real psychological power or he wouldn't write in the male followers he had wasn't really big knowledge. So he could get people to do what he wanted. And to me, the simplest explanation for this is that it began with the Hinman killing and probably on Ransom's instigation, the others were copycat killings to throw off what was going on. That was, if I was a cop, that's what I would focus on. Get people to make the most sense.
It's clear as I can use the head of having a clear ideology.
The great focus on the accepting
but there's not like there's no ideology behind it. It's more psychology. It's like, I don't know, utopian ideology, nothing like this.
the Manson again was essentially a sociopathic mindset, and he hit upon a pretty good deal.
Yeah, but like, how do people convince anything? Either an ideology, or you have maybe personal religion, like you said, sex and drugs. But underneath that, really people who do sex and drugs, you have to kind of convince them to do something. Like there's a community, like a commune of love.
And you have a lot of people there that go, they have some sort of what they call dysfunctional families.
Yeah.
A lot of the females in particular seem to have come from more or less middle class families, but those are full of dysfunction. Their parents didn't love them. They're second runaways, and now they have this whole family. A lot of the young women had children. Some of them by the Mansons, some of them by the others. They sort of bonded together.
And again, we return to that pull towards promoting. I guess this can look at the trope. So it does seem that there was a few crimes around this time. So the Zodiac Killer.
Well, California, I'm from. So I remember this period vividly. So, by the way, the Kate LaBianca killings occurred on my birthday, the year I graduated from high school. So, I remember this.
Happy birthday.
That term which has been used for that, the writer of Todd Wood, whose point, I wish I'd come up with this, Killer Fortnite. And just a sort of a chronicle of these serial killers and disappearances in the late 60s and 70s. You've got the Zodiac, you've got other ones. I mean, I hate to say it, I'm not trying to be flippant about it, but I mean, young female hitchhikers were disappearing at an alarming rate in Northern California. Their bodies that have never been attributed. Some the Zodiac's victims, but it was a dangerous time. Edmund Kemper, co-ed killer, another one. They were all psychopaths. I don't know if it was simply water or what was going on, but it was a menacing in some cases. Hitchhiking, especially if you were alone, if you something you wanted to do in much of the Golden State, certainly not around the Bay Area. So with all these strange sort of killings that were going on, the Zodiac is one of those things where you have people have theories about it, and if you don't share their theory, then you're part of the problem. So I'm not sure, for instance, the Zodiac killings were all committed by the same person. I think there might have been multiple people involved, and the first killings are all of couples, very sort of queer. I remember in my examination, one of the things I was looking at specifically, what else is there to say about the Zodiac killer? So what I was going to look at is that there are all of these accusations that there's an occult aspect to it, some sort of ritualistic aspects. So I looked at different things, locations, victims, phases of the moon. That's always worth looking at. And I didn't find much correspondence with those. In one of the killings, I think the one in Lake Berryessa, he does appear in this kind of weird hooded costume. He's got this symbol, sort of compass or aiming rectangle, circle with a cross through it with a variety of things. He used guns and he used knives, but he certainly can good for couples. Except in the last of the killings, which is a cab driver in downtown San Francisco, who he shoots in full view of witnesses, which is completely atypical.
And also, when he was stabbing the victim, it doesn't seem like he was very good at it. Or if the goal was to kill them, he wasn't very good at it because someone would survive.
Yeah, he's not particularly thorough about it. It seems to have much more of the violence seems to be directed at females and males.
So there's a couple of questions to ask here. First of all, do people see his face?
There's a composite drawing of his face, which I think is based on the Stein killing where there were people who saw him, or who claimed that they saw him. The other one's revolver was fairly dark. I'm not sure that anyone else had a look at his face. The one that occurred at the daylight at various facts. So there's something in common initially with targeting the victims, which doesn't in the last case. Then after that, there's a pretty good case to be made of a woman who claims she and her small child were picked up. Her car broke down. She got a flat tire. She was picked up by this guy. She had her ride from. Eventually, just let her go. Well, it might have been a Zodiac, but it might not have been.
You did a rigorous look saying what is the actual facts that we know, but reduce it to things that we know for sure. And in speaking about his motivation, he said that he was collecting souls
For the afterlife.
for the afterlife.
That's kind of a culty.
Yeah, I mean that's what I believe is the Vikings and the Romans. They believed this. In battle,
You're essentially making sacrificial victims, and they will be your ghostly servants and after that.
you think he actually believed that?
Who knows? I mean, here's the question: was he making that up just to be scared, or is that his actual? That's what he's saying. His motivation is. Let's take him to think of, rather than trying to wish that into the cornfield as to get rid of it. Let's just take it. So he's claiming that he's killing these people in order to acquire slave servants in the afterlife. He will subsequently go on to claim many more victims. I'm not sure 44. Eventually, he would have 4. Just kind of vanishes. One of the really interesting clues to me when I was looking at that case, which I didn't find anybody else who didn't make much of that, is that it all has to do with this kind of Halloween card that he sends to the press in San Francisco. And it's talking about sort of rope by gun, by fire, and there's this whole sort of wheel. But what was this drawn from? Where he got this from? It's from a Tim Holt Western comic book published in 1951. And you see the same thing with the other. It's Wheel of Fortune, but with different forms of prison and death on it. And all of the things that he mentioned are shown on the cover of this. So whoever put together that card saw that comic book. That's kind of an interesting clue. So does that mean he's a comic book collector? When would he have studied that? And also before he got the idea from it, he's incorporated this activity. Then there are, of course, these codes which people have, which aren't all that difficult to decipher because they're meant to be. The other thing you find often with psychopathic killers is they're toying with the press. This goes all the way back to Jack the Ripper. They get attention. And then he just disappears.
Why do you think he was caught?
I think they knew what to look for. So they were still on. And there was a guy who was long a suspect, and then eventually they tested his DNA and found it didn't match any of the things that they found. Again, it goes back to I'm not even sure that it's one person responsible for it.
But so one of the interesting cases I want to bring up in our discussion with Matson, there does seem to be a connection, a shared inspiration between several killers here. Zodiac, the Son of Sam, later, and the Monster of the Forest. So is it possible there's some kind of like an underworld that is connecting these people?
Well, take the Zodiac, and you understand these collecting souls of the afterlife. There are other things that are occultish connected to that. He may have picked some of the killing sites through their physical location, the position place. If you look at the Son of Sam case, which David Berkowitz will on and off claim that he was part of a satanic cult that was carrying out, again, these killings, mostly of couples and young women similar to the Zodiac. And that he had only committed some of them as witnesses at others. And that was really created the whole idea that yes, there is this some kind of satanic cult which engages in ritual murders. Then if you go all the way to Florence, you've got murders that go on and on for a long period of time, again focusing on couples in isolated areas, which Italian prosecutors ultimately tried to connect to some kind of satanic cult, although I'm not sure they ever made a particularly strong case for that. But that element comes up in all three of them. So you can, with a little imagination, argue that those similarities, that those things should come up in each of those cases in different places, either suggest that, oddly enough, psychopathic criminals are all sort of thinking the same way, or that there is some sort of higher element involved in this, that there's some kind of common inspiration. And here again, you come back to something similar we were talking before about do pedophiles exist, do pedophiles not say so, do satanic cults exist? Well, they do. It's one of my hometown. They're only quite harmless, as far as I know. There are people, robes, here we come again, robes, cut the head off a chicken, naked women and all their, you can get off on that, I suppose, if that's your thing. So, professed Satanists exist, satanic cults exist, serial killers exist, ritual murders exist. Are those things necessarily connected? No. Could they be connected? Yes. There's nothing. Don't ever tell me that something is just too crazy for people to do, because that's crazy.
He studied secret societies. He gave a lot of amazing lectures on secret societies. It's fascinating to look at human history through the lens of secret societies, because they permeated all of human history. You've talked about from everything from the Knights Templar to the Illuminati to the Masons that you brought up. The Masons lasted a long time. Illuminati, as you talked about, in its sort of main form lasted a short time, but its legend never got away. Maybe like Illuminati is a really interesting one. Cool. What was that?
Well, the Illuminati that we know started in 1776. In fact, you put it down to a date, the 1st of May Day, 1776, in Ingolstadt, Germany, founded by a Professor Adam Weishaupt. It wasn't initially called the Illuminati, because that's not really the name of the organization. It was the Order of Perfectibilists. Apparently that changed. Weishaupt would say things like, never let our organization be known under its real name anywhere, which leaves wondering what's its real name. So, Illuminati is simply the plural of Illuminatus, which means one who is illuminated, one who has seen the light. So, in Roman times, Christian converts were Illuminati because they had seen people these things. And there have been organizations called, the term is not trademarked, not copyrighted. Anybody who thinks they've seen the light about anything is Illuminati. So it defines nothing. The symbol that people heard was an owl, which interestingly enough is almost identical to the owl, which is the emblem of the Bohemian Club. Oh boy, make it that what you will. I don't make that much out of it because one owl looks pretty much like another owl. But compare them. You know, you gotta kind of wonder about this. Just a little, maybe there's some kind of connection there. So, but that's supposed to have to do with the connection to the goddess Minerva, owls, Minerball.
If you somebody that that how much for this?
A number of levels changed over time. There's higher levels in the order that people below that didn't know about. Pretty typical for this. But the thing about Weishaupt is that he was a luminous correspondent with members of his Illuminati, both during the time that he deeply existed in Bavaria and later on. So Weishaupt himself lives, I think, until 1830. Dies in Gotha, which was ruled by an Illuminati prince, so that nothing ever happens. No Illuminati's ever put to death or arrested in prison for any period of time. What happens is that their plan, what was his plan? His plan was to essentially replace all existing religions and governments in the world with one world order governed by the Illuminati. So to do this, you had to subvert and destroy all the existing order. And he argued the purpose of this is to we wish to make men happy and free, but first we must make them good. All right. So that's what the order is all about. Of course, he also said things like, "Oh man, there's nothing." Also, but women should be proud. And really interesting view about that is that we should deal with women. In part because women have a chip on their shoulder, because they're left out of things. So we should appeal to their vanity on that point and offer that in the future, all things will be open and they will be emancipated. So we should hold up the prospect of female emancipation to attract men. Because he argued in the short term, there's no better way to influence men than through women. Get women on our side by promising them emancipation, but he made sure we'll never actually deliver it to them. Because the future will be a worse. So he talks about these things fairly openly. This is where we get this idea of some sort of a new world order, which is to be based upon the destruction of the existing order. So there are those who argue that there is a trail of descent that leads from Weishaupt's Illuminati to the Communist Manifesto, and in fact, communism itself was simply a further restatement of this idea. And you can draw some sort of, the idea never entirely goes away. The Bavarian government gets a hold of the older texts. And the story is there. I think that Weishaupt gave I think he engineered the exposure of his work because it gave him publicity. By being exposed in Bavaria, you gain great renown, and they continue to recruit after this. And the Bavarian government actually bans the Illuminati 4 different times. Why? Because apparently the first 3 times it didn't work. So you can notice that it's like Apple bans on Freemasonry. They just go on and on and on. It's just totally working.
And you actually highlight the difference between, speaking of publicity, that there's a difference between visibility and transparency. That a secret society can be visible, can be known about, it can be quite popular, but you can still have a secret within it.
You have no idea. It's like a black box. If I said a black box on this table, we can see that there's a black box. What's in the black box? A cat. Who knows?
In fact, the secrecy makes it more popular.
I advise not to get into this little more. See that conceal the mystery. Give people conceal the mystery of the puzzle. We need to make the order mysterious for that exact reason. Always hold out the possibility that knowledge, special knowledge that people want to have other than you.
The first junior black
Some
man
senses of that. The use of vanity, to recruit people to influence both men and women. It's quite sophisticated.
oh, this is the best.
And as you might expect from a professor of Panama trained by Jesuits,
Oh, this is the best. Mallory, you're amazing. What up?
I assume the
Living the dream, dog. How are you? Every day's a holiday for most days. Where are things going in your neck of the woods? Hit me with it. I don't know. I think you're being obscure. I don't know. I get to it. You up with him? No, so good. Girl, I don't know. Girl, I'm screaming. It's so fucking out there. Oh, for sure, Mallory. Yeah. Whoever beats the higher is the Love it, bro. Oh, They didn't even get it. I'm not sure. On the street, Christian on Friday, on channel. Welcome, Pimp. What up, dog? Oh, love them. They're the best. Oh, dude. Perhaps lost my virginity in a one. Oh, I lose track of 42. Correct. More than 42. Perhaps I was married to all of them. Oh, actually, believe it or not, it used to be, and the Sephardim have that belief. Ashkenazim do not. And Israel, when it was founded in 1948, you kind of grandfathered into whatever your custom is. Oh, fuck no, I don't want dudes. I'm a dick myself. Oh, I don't have any fucking kids, but I'm a dude that chicks like the fuck. Peace, baby. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hello? How's your day going? Yo, pimp. Uh-huh. You should do what? No, dude, it's not good to shit where you eat. What about what's up? About Howard, what's up? This? I don't know what you do. What superstition is that? Who's even talking? Okay. Look at the Wikipedia pages. Make your own decision. I'm not going to make any decisions. Welcome. How are you? What? You got to be ET to be in here.
When it was banned in Bavaria, then everybody just scatters and goes this way, like Paris. And then you have the French Revolution.
So the idea of the Illuminati, to put it crudely, the branding is a really powerful one. And so it makes sense that there's a thread connecting it to this day. That a lot of organizations, a lot of secret societies can sort of adopt the brand.
Anybody can call it. You can go out and find a club.
And if you're effective at it, I think it does attract, as the chicken or egg. But powerful people tend to have gigantic egos, and people with gigantic egos tend to like the exclusivity of secret societies. And so, like, there's a gravitational force that pulls powerful people to these societies.
You have to notice something with that. Remember Mike's ego. He's a super people in control. Let's say great Achilles heel in human beings. The exploitation of ego.
And of course, if we go back to the conversation of intelligence agency, it would be very efficient and beneficial for intelligence agencies to infiltrate secret societies, right? Because that's what powerful people are.
Those are secret societies to infiltrate the intelligence agencies.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, and essentially, in all the lectures, I kind of have a sense that intelligence agencies themselves are kind of secret societies, right?
Well, it comes down to give you my definition of secret societies. One is that generally their existence is a secret. It's what they do. It's what's in the box. It's what keeps the existence in the box. So one of the most important criteria is that they are self-selecting. It is not job. They pick you. They decide whether or not they admit you. Sometimes they will sort of recruit you. Once you include it, you have to pass tests and initiations. And you also have to swear oaths of loyalty. Those are always very, very critical. So, broadly speaking, what entrance into an intelligence organization does, they decide what you get at. You don't automatically, you have to pass tests, the lie detector test, for instance. You have training tests, a whole variety of tests. And then you're sworn to secrecy. You never talk about those people. Ever. There will be dire consequences. So the method is very much the same. This idea of creating is
I have
an organization is us, and everyone else is outside of that. We are guardians of special knowledge. See, this is the type of thing that would generally happen if you question whatever any kind of intelligence agency did. Well, we know things that you don't. Why? Because we're the organization that knows things. We collect information. We know the secrets. We guard the secrets. Therefore, if we tell you, you must believe us.
I have this sense that there are very powerful secret societies operating today that we don't really know or understand them, but the conspiracy theories in spirit might have something to them, but are actually factually incorrect. Like, an effective, often secret society or intelligence agency is not going to let you know anything it doesn't want you to know.
They'll probably just be. So I think the big question is, what's the most powerful or important secret society? Probably you don't know about it. One that doesn't advertise its existence. The one which is never known anywhere under its real name. You've got things like the Bolivia. You've got the Bilderbergers, which was another sort of one in the 1950s. Largely the creation of a guy by the name of Joseph Rettenberg. Polish, mysterious, appears out of nowhere, a schemer for years. A man expelled from Britain, France, and the United States at one point or another. Long active in the Mexican labor movement. Rettenberg is a mysterious figure. In fact, I think there was a book about him called Imminent. Great Imminent. The front man was Baron of the Netherlands. He was at one point a Nazi, and then a Dutch freedom fighter. But Rettinger is the moving hand behind the whole thing, and I'll be damned trying to figure out who Rettinger is. So the idea is that, well, you think like influential people in the media, business, politics, and you bring them together just to talk.
Usually I wear
Try to find common answers or common questions. It's all very much sort of what's your behavior. It is all very closely sort of connected to people. The whole concept of the kind of Atlanticist order, which is essentially the Anglo-American combined
if I had to choose them, probably LSD.
and a bunch of these things. I mean, the Council of Foreign Relations is very similar to that. The Bilderbergers thing. There's an overlap with the Bohemian Club. Then you've got the Pinay Circle, or Les Servants, or military. It also links to the so-called secret Gladion, the idea of the Soviets over around Western Europe to stay behind an organization called Gladion. So the question I have about that is that how many secret organizations do you need? With why all these separate groups which all represent the same?
Yeah, there's a. The closer I look, the more I learn the same question we asked about the Russian intelligence agencies: where's the center of power? It seems to be very hard to figure out. Does the secrecy scare you?
Well, I guess on one level, I'm comforted that somebody has to make a decision. As opposed to them. I mean, what do you want? Do you want chaos, or do you want everything to be controlled? And
Well, many of us do.
I don't
Not all that
put
well known,
much stock in the idea that there actually is some small group of people running everything, because if they were, he would operate more efficiently. I do think that there are various disparate groups of people
big enough.
who think that they're running things, or try to. And that's what concerns me more than anything else. Well, I hate to go back to it again because we have to bring it up. You go back to the Nazis, they had the real idea of the world order, and they only had 12 groups to do it. Look what a mess they made. I mean, look at the damage, the physical damage that can be done by an idea inspiring a relatively small group of people controlling a nation based upon some sort of racial or ideological fantasy that has no real basis in reality and yet guides their actions. It's this differentiation that I always make when I'm trying to get across these things between always be clear about what you know and what you believe. You don't know many things.
Enough. Enough for now.
You know when you were born. You probably know who your father is, but that's not absolute like you got a DNA test. I only should trust DNA tests. So you know who your mother is. You believe is
A thousand figures, like exactly more money than
you believe things generally because someone has told you this is true, but you don't really know for sure. Well, because we know so little,
yeah,
we tend to go by beliefs. So we believe this, we believe that, but we believe that your cult leader is the answer to everything. And it seems to be very, very easy to get people to believe things. And then what happens is that whether or not those beliefs have any real basis in reality, they begin to influence your actions. So here again, regrettably in some ways to bring it back to the Nazis, what were the Nazis convinced of? They were convinced that Jews were basically evil aliens. What it comes down to, they weren't really humans. There's some sort of evil contamination, which we must eradicate. And they set out to do that.
And they were sure that there's just a few problems that can be solved. Once you solve them, that you have this beautiful utopia where everything will be just perfect. It'd be great. It will just get there. And I think it's really strong belief that a global utopia, it just never goes right.
Well,
It seems like impossible.
for some reason, not long ago, I was listening on YouTube to old wobbly songs on the internet. The Wonders of the World. I don't know why. I didn't know there was a whole album of wobbly songs. But, and there was one of them called Commonwealth of Toil. And it's like most of them are sort of taken from gospel songs. And it's talking about in the future, you know, how wonderful everything will be in the Commonwealth of Toil.
Have I had fans come and visit?
And these are like
Eight
revolutionary leftists in this case, wobbles, but nonetheless, it's like a prayer for communists. In the future, everything will be good because the earth will be shared by the toilers, and you know, from each abilities, each according to his, and it's this kind of sweet little song. It's like, but I just sort of imagined this. You know, if I was going to stage that, I'd have like this choir of children singing it with a huge sickle behind them. Because that's what it's combining. And you can think that the sentiments that are expressed in that song, which, you know, are legitimate in some way, of all the horrors that thing leads to.
It is fascinating about humans. A beautiful idea on paper, an innocent little idea about the utopian future can lead to so much suffering, and so much destruction. Totally unintended consequences.
All unintended consequences.
And we learn from it. I mean, that's why history is important. We learn from it. Hopefully. Slowly. Slow learn.
I'm unconvinced of that, but perhaps.
speaking of unfitness, what gives you hope? If human beings are still here, maybe expanding out into the cosmos 1,000, 5,000, 1,000 years from now, what gives you hope about that future? About even being a possible future about that?
Most people are cooperative
That's a good
and
question.
kind most of the time.
Probably
And
if you can't just sleep for 2 hours at a time and go
that's
to
one of those things that can usually be and usually you get back what you put into it.
safe.
Another thing that I have like a weird fascination of watching are people who have meltdowns on airplanes. Because it's just bizarre.
It's fascinating to watch. Yeah.
The people who have some sort of psychotic break that occurs, and it's always going to be the same way. The cops are going to come out and drag you off the plane. Now, true, and you're going to inconvenience everybody there, and usually sometimes they don't care about that. That's the one little sense of power that they have. So they have some sort of sense of powerlessness. And if their only way of power is to piss off everybody else on that plane, they're going to go ahead and do it. Even though it's really
No, it's red, black, or
And
green.
then similar to sometimes psychological behavior in traffic, the road rage.
Yeah.
It's fascinating.
And I think mostly there again, these are all good at some point, or cooperative, kind, and polite. And then they snap. So those are all part of the human makeup as well.
But also part of the human makeup, difference between humans and chimps is the ability to get together, cooperate on that over an idea, create things like the Roman Empire did, laws that protect us from crazy behavior, manifestations,
The human makeup is just weird. It's just completely peculiar. I'm not sure that we're altogether natural.
but I think we are all together beautiful. There is something magical about humans that allows humans to stay here, even as we get advanced robots walking around everywhere, more and more intelligent robots that claim to have consciousness, that claim they love you, that increasingly take over our world. I hope this magical things that makes us human still persist. Or let us hope so. Great. You're an incredible person. It's so much fascinating work, and it's really that
I've never had anybody ask me as many things.
Thanks so
Or as many questions.
This is so fun. Thank you so much for Thanks for listening to this conversation with Quick Specs. Sports podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, we leave you some words from John F. Kennedy. The very word, secrecy, is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, the people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Ideas that I'm talking about are ideas that are widely supported. Everything that I talk about, raising them healthcare for all, the tax system which demands billionaires pay their fair share, those are all popular ideas, but people do know. You got to run for president and have 20,000 people come out to your rallies, and in 23 states, well, maybe those ideas are not so crazy after all, and we got to entertain them. The establishment doesn't have that. They want to tell you this is their main, this is how they succeed. But they say, Lexus, the world is the way it is, it always will be this way. We got the wealth, we got the power, and don't think of anything else. This is the way it is. You have no power. Give up. But they don't say it like that, but that's really what it is. And what we showed is just one. running an outside campaign. We took on the Democratic establishment, came close to winning it, and we did win 23 states. And the ideas that we talked about, the ideas of working class people, young people.
Following this conversation with Bernie Sanders, Senator from Vermont and two-time presidential candidate, both times as the underdog who against the long odds captivated the support and excitement of millions of people, both on the left and the right. This is the Let's Stream It podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Bernie Sanders. Growing up, did you ever think you'd be a politician? No. Yeah, I know that you hate talking about yourself, which is rare for a politician, I would say. What's your philosophy behind that? You like talking about the issues?
Yeah, I mean, everybody talks about themselves. It's not about me. None of my stuff. What's the what? Politics should be about is the issues facing the people of our country, the people who don't exist. That's what
That said, there's interesting aspects to your life story. For example, in 1963, you were very active in the civil rights movement. You got arrested even for protesting segregation in Chicago. And you attended the famous March on Washington, where MLK gave his Aperture speech. What was that like?
it's extraordinary. Took a bus ride down to fellow students to the University of Chicago. And it's a zillion people there. I'm not sure if it's the first time I've ever been in Washington in my life, but it was a very impressive moment. And what he was talking about, what people very often forget about that, it was not only racial justice, it was jobs. Jobs and justice, that was the name of the project. And something like that.
What did you learn about the way he enacted change in the world?
Tim was a very impressive guy. More impressive, I think, than people think that he was. And what he did is he created his movement from the bottom up, from which he developed real organization, grassroots organization, put pressure on communities and officials that use segregation, open and voting rights. And I think what has to also be remembered about him, which is really quite extraordinary, is he won the Nobel Peace Prize and there was all the great But then at the end of his life he took on the Johnson Award. And as soon as he did that, suddenly the editorial pages throughout America, establishment papers, no longer thought he was so great. In fact, the message sent out, "You're black, deal with civil rights. Don't worry about foreign policy, we'll take it on that." But he said, if I talk about peace, not violence, I can't sit back and about what's going on in Vietnam without speaking up. Incredible coach. And, by the way, when he was assassinated, they fighting for the rights of absentee workers, garbage guys who were the garbage, who were treated terribly, low wages, bad working conditions, and now this is what they right to form. That's when it goes.
So on the war front, one of the things that people don't often talk about your work in politics, you gave what I think is a truly brave speech on the Iraq War in 2002, I believe. You voted no on the Iraq Resolution, you voted no on the Patriot Act, and you basically predicted very accurately what would happen if we go into Iraq. What was your thinking at the time behind those speeches, behind voting no on the Patriot Act and the Iraq Resolution?
And maybe Iraq came out of maybe the war that we used supplies that people wanted to we lost close to 60,000 Americans, millions of people in every month. Cambodia died as a result of it. So you think twice about it. The war in Iraq, you had people like the Cheney and others telling us all that stuff. It's not the way we can resolve the issue. I didn't believe it. I didn't agree with it. And it turns out historically, I was wrong.
What's the way to fight this thing that Martin Luther King tried to fight, which is the military-industrial complex.
It's huge. I mean, it gets to the border issue where we are as a nation. You know, when I, almost uniquely economists talk about is the fact that we are moving west to an oligarchic form of society. Not a lot of people are familiar with that term, but what it means, talk about oligarchy in Russia. They're all completely surrounded by the oligarchs. Well, guess what? It is happening in the United States. So what you have right now is an economy with more concentration of ownership than we've ever had. Right? That means whether it's agriculture, transportation, healthcare, whatever it may be, fewer and fewer massive large corporations control what we produce and the prices we pay. And then you look at our political system. We don't talk about it. What is the reality of the political system today? And that is that billionaires are spending huge amounts of money to watch this country. In Trump's campaign, there are three multi-billionaires spending over $200 million. Three people. Democrats have big billionaires, not quite as concentrated. But at the end of the day, billionaires play an enormous role in terms of electing politicians and in Washington in determining what legislation gets seen.
But it's not just single billionaires, it's companies, lobbyists.
Let me give you one example. Lobbyists. Pay in the United States by far the highest prices in both prescription drugs. That's an issue I can work upon. With some success. Take a wildly crazy guess. How many lobbyists are there for the drug companies in Washington, D.C.?
Over 1,000.
There are 100 members in the Senate, 435 members in the House, 535 members in Congress. There are 1,800 well-paid lobbyists representing the drug companies who could form leaders of the Republican Democratic Party. That is why, one of the reasons why we pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Military industrial complex. Got a revolving door. People go from the military into General Dynamics, into Rothschild and the other large companies. And what we see there is an institution of the Pentagon. We spend $1 trillion a year on the Pentagon. It is the only federal agency that is not able to submit to an independent audit. So if you think there's not massive fraud and waste, and it costs all the money in the Pentagon, you'd be sorely mistaken.
Do you think most politicians are corrupt, accepting the money, or is the system corrupt, or is it a bit both?
If corrupt means that here's $10,000, vote this way, doesn't it? Very, very rare occasionally. Very, very rare. That's corruption. What happens is that if you are in a campaign, and right now the amount of money that people have to raise, you're running for Senate in Ohio, you're talking about $50, $60 million. Where the hell are you going to get that money? It's like every $10 donations. You surrounding yourself with people who have the money on the $5,000 plate dinners, etc. So you surround yourself with those people saying, oh, these are my problems, this is my view, this is tax rate for billionaires, blah, 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 blah. So you live in that world, they are your financial support. They are, in a sense, your political base. So you're very cognizant of what you do in terms of not upsetting them. So it's not corruption in the sense of people taking envelopes with huge amounts of money to vote a certain way. That very, very rarely, if ever happens. It is the power of big money to make politicians close. And that's why, when I ran for president, what I probably made me most proud of is the fact that we received millions of campaign contributions, averaging $27 a piece.
Have companies, lobbyists ever tried to buy you, try to influence you?
We don't welcome them into our office. I can deal with these guys, but it's usually on a complication. So they don't come into my office very often telling me their problems.
So how do we fix this? How do we get money out of politics?
It's just like, like any other issues. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's just in other countries. If you go to, every country has their own election system, but nobody has a system where the billionaires can spend unlimited sums of money through super PACs to elect the candidates. So first thing we got to do, one of the things like I found is the more important the issue, the less discussion there is. The less important the issue, the more discussion there is. A number of years ago, the United States Supreme Court, in one of its more pathetic decisions, passed the Citizens United decision. The Citizens United decision said if you're a multi-billionaire, you want the freedom. You're a free person in a free country. You want the freedom to buy the government. And how terrible it would be to deny you the freedom to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a campaign to elect the candidates. And they said that's your freedom, and that's what Citizens United is about. We've got to end that. And in my view, it's the public budget elections. That means you want to run for governor, you want to run for Senate, show that you have some support, get $5 contributions from X number of people to show you're giving it out of plate. You have some support, and governors will pay a certain amount more, and there'll be a limited amount of money that can spend. So you can run against me, and I'm not going to outspend you 10 to 1. That's what we should be moving toward.
How do we make that happen when there's so much money in the system and the politicians owe to the people who paid for their election? Does that have to come from the very top, essentially, sort of a really strong, populist president?
But you raised exactly the question. If I am getting a huge amount of money from billionaires who didn't have to involve, I think billionaires should not be involved in buying elections. I doubt that very much. So what you're going to need, you tell me if I'm missing something about your intention. You don't hear either of the major candidates talking about it.
I think what happens is when an individual politician speaks out about it, they get punished. But I think this is a popular idea. So if a lot of them speak out, that's why if it came from the top, the president was using a very large platform to basically speak out. It provides a safety blanket for the other politicians to get it all out of the system. But there has to be kind of a mass movement.
I mean, in every place I always say, I don't know, people understand that you're a Republican, you're a Democrat, you're progressive, you're conservative. Who really believes that we are a democracy when billionaires can spend tens of millions of dollars on elections? So it is a very popular issue. It's important. You're right. We need political leaders to be speaking out on that. But we need a grassroots movement to say, if somebody is at a town meeting, you're running for the Senate, you're running for the House, what's your view on Citizens United? Are you prepared to vote to overturn that decision and to move the public funding of the extraordinary?
So many of your policy proposals are quite radical.
No, I beg to differ.
Okay, great. Well, so when it's relative to what the way other politicians speak, it's usually a little bit more moderate. But from everything you've learned from politics, is it better to go sort of radical, maybe we can come up with a different word, versus a more moderate, safe, ambiguous kind of policy?
Okay, let's talk about it. Fair enough. We talked about one issue very important. One thing we're talking about is getting money out of big money out of politics. Do you think that's a radical idea?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a popular idea. It's an idea that makes sense. But in order, to implement it and actually make it happen requires, flip the system upside down, right? In that sense, it's radical.
In that sense, it's good. But if you go to walk down the street here and say, do you think billionaires should be able to spend this much money as they want to buy politicians? I would say 9 out of 10 people say that's crazy. That's not what Americans are supposed to be done. So in that sense, it's certainly not very good. Talk about healthcare. Go out on the street, do a poll, or I've done it. Is healthcare a human right? Should every American be able to go to a doctor when they need, regardless? You know what people say? I said that 85 and 70%. Of course. The idea that healthcare is a human right available to all exists, but in every major country on earth except the United States. You're here with me in Burlington, Vermont, right? You got a car, go 50 miles north to Canada. Walk to the Canadian, walk into Canada, and ask people, when you go to the hospital, how much does it cost you? What kind of bill? They say, what are you talking about? That costs the same. Doesn't cost the same. That's the case in virtually every country in Europe. So the idea that healthcare should be available to all, that there should be no out-of-pocket expense because it's a human right, is widespread around the world and very much agreed to in this country. Bottom line is that because of our corrupt political system, we have a healthcare system designed not to provide healthcare to all people, but make huge profits for the drug companies and the insurance companies, and that is what's happening. And we got to change that system. So I'm a strong advocate, and I've led the effort on Medicare.
Okay, let's talk about Medicare for all. If you could snap your fingers today and implement the best possible healthcare system for the United States of America, what would that look like?
Well, we have a pretty good system, not great, but a pretty good system in Medicare. It's there for globally. Lyndon Johnson passed that in the 1960s, a huge step forward. It is being chopped away by private insurance companies through Medicare Advantage. But if you strengthen Medicare and you do away with the kind of deductibles that seniors now have, and you do away with other stuff, you say basically right now you're a senior in America, go to any doctor you want. When you're in the hospital, Medicare will pay the entire bill. If you expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision, it doesn't cover. You do all of those things. And then the next thing you do is say, okay, to be eligible for Medicare now, you have to be 65. First year, we're going to lower it to 55. Then we'll lower it to 45. Then we'll lower it to 35. Then we'll have everybody in the system. So I think in a 4 or 5 year period, you can strengthen Medicare and have everybody in the system. And when you do that, this is not just me talking. Number of studies that have this out. When you take the profit motive out of it, from the insurance companies to the drug companies, you can end up providing quality care for millions of people. Because right now, we are spending twice as much per person healthcare as the people in the nation. Incredibly wasteful system.
So the way to pay for the system is to increase taxes. But you're saying if you cut that cost and increase the taxes, you're saying it's going to
Yes, so I've got my share of 30-second ads attacking me. Bernie Sanders wants to raise more taxes on health in a progressive way. But right now, health insurance, somebody's going to get health insurance. If you are working, most people get their health insurance through their jobs. Okay? So if you're working for a large company, your employer is paying your health insurance. And by the way, that comes out of your wages. Healthcare costs in America very high. The employer will tell you honestly, look, I can't give you more than a 3% wage increase because I got a 10% increase in your healthcare costs. You want that? Or if you're a union negotiating, what they'll say, hey, you want decent wages, you got to cut back on it. That's what every union has to deal with. Every negotiating session. So we're paying for it through employers out of pocket. We pay through Medicare, Medicaid, Veterans Administration, etc. What I am proposing is not radical, but exists in Canada and other countries. It is publicly funded, like police departments, and like libraries are, like public education. It's publicly funded in a progressive way. So right now, rather than paying out of your own pocket, if you are a family, let's just say you're self-employed right now, if you are, you want to have a couple of kids and a wife, it could cost you $15,000, $20,000 in insurance costs. Well, that's all unlimited. Will you have to pay more taxes? Of course. Maybe it depends on your income level, but it could be that you could be paying $12,000 more in taxes, but not $20,000 more in premiums, co-payments, and deductibles. You save money. So it's paying taxes rather than paying money to the insurance company. You get a better deal from the taxes.
So the most painful thing in today's system is these surprise bills. The number one cause of bankruptcy, and the psychological pain that comes from that, just worrying, stress, you're in debt, and just basically afraid constantly of getting sick because you don't know if insurance is going to cover it, and if you're not insured, you don't know how much it's going to cost. You're not going to go to the hospital even if there's something wrong with you, if there's pain and all that kind of stuff. You just live in a state of fear, psychological fear. That's the number one problem. It's just not just financial, it's psychological.
Look, and I think you said it very well. Check with the people just in this stuff. It's like what we are about. The doctors in Vermont and all of this country tell me that they are astounded. People walking into their offices like sick and they should have been. Why didn't you come here 6 months ago when you first felt your symptoms? I said, well, I have a high deductible of $10,000 deductible. I don't have anybody to pay. I'm uninsured. Some of those people don't make it. Other people, and this is what it's totally crazy. They end up in the hospital with huge expense to the system rather than staying with family when they need it. So that is how, give me a number. We pay the highest prices in the world. One out of four medical expenses is going to get up. When you walk into the doctor's office, that's prescription. You can't afford it. You get end up in the emergency room, which is an extremely expensive proposition. When you end up in the hospital, rather than dealing with the problem with the drugs. And what is not, I mentioned earlier, I don't talk about some of the major issues. The estimate is some 60,000 people die every single year unnecessarily because they can't get to a doctor when they need because of financial reasons. And what is even crazier, 1 out of 4 people who get cancer treatment in this country either go bankrupt or keep their financial resources. To your point is right. If somebody diagnoses you with cancer, you're scared to death, you worry about how you could live, you could die, what's going to happen. Then on top of it, you don't worry about whether your family goes bankrupt. How insane and foolish is it? So, to me, I think healthcare is what you have to sort. Everybody has family that gets sick, or get born, we all die, we all want care. And we all have got to come together to create a system that works for all of us, not just the drug companies.
There's just so many stories, not even the horrific stories, countless horrific stories, just basic stories of cost. Like my friend, Dr. Peter Tia, had this story where he happens to be wealthy, so he can afford it, but he had to take his son to the emergency room when his son was dehydrated, and the bill was $6,000, just a basic test, and give him an IV, a basic thing. And he has really good insurance, and the insurance covered $4,000 of this. He hit at the end paid $2,000 for a basic emergency room visit. And there's a lot of families for that one visit for such a simple thing would be just financially devastating.
And you know what? People know that, and they say, so I don't feel like something's wrong. I ain't gonna go to that emergency room because I don't want $6,000. What happens if you have insurance that pay 2/3 of it, right?
Yes.
So what happens if we didn't? What happens if we didn't have money? You could have it by book records. It is a disgusting system. It is an inhumane system. Like insurance companies and drug companies are very powerful. They make a lot of campaign contributions, have a lot of lobbyists, and we already know. But I think the American people want it.
So that's another good example of a really popular idea that is not implemented because of the money and products.
And I'll tell you that. Not only that, not only is it not implemented because it's not even discussed. But I'm saying here, no one discusses, we are spending twice as much per person. And yet 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured, and our life expectancy is lower than virtually every other major country. Do you think that might be an issue that we could discuss
again, if a single politician discusses it, they get punished for it. So there needs to be a mass movement, and probably, I mean, from my perspective, it has to come from the very top. It has to come from the president, and the president has to be a populist president where they don't care about the parties with the rich people. They just speak out because they know it's a popular message and they know it's the right thing. Speaking of that, you had a historic campaign run for president in 2016, and now, as many people, mine included, you were screwed over by the DNC, as especially the WikiLeaks emails show. What's your, just looking back, feelings about that? Are you angry? Are you upset?
Yeah, of course I'm going to be upset. But, when you take on, in this case, the Democratic establishment, who control that party forever, but you do trust them everybody. When you're taking on corporate America, when you're taking on the corporate media, calling for a political revolution that creates a government that works for them, not just for you, the opposition is going to be extraordinary. But what I am extremely proud of from that campaign in 2020 is that we took on the anointed candidate of the establishment. And we showed, despite we got the entire establishment. I had, in the Senate, I had one supporter. There were 50 Democrats, I had one supporter. I had no governor supporting me. Maybe a few people in the House. But we took on the whole political establishment, and we did, campaigns for the ideas that we brought forth were ideas that they had to eventually deal with one way or another. If you look at the American Rescue Plan, I'm proud that helped right during the midst of COVID. A lot of the ideas that we brought forward, I want to make them obviously criminal.
And you almost won. A lot of people thought that you would win against Donald Trump.
I think we would. I think Trump is a very, I think he's crazy between you and me, but he is a smart politician. And he's appealing to a lot of the anger that working class people feel. You know what? Working class people should feel angry, but they should make sure that their anger is directed in the right direction, not against people who are worse off than they are, which is what demagogues like Trump always do. So, I think we had, as I went around the country, then we have a lot of support from working class people who understand that there is something wrong. And this is an incredible fact that many ways. I'm going to ask you a question. Are you ready for this, Lex? Over the last 50 years, there's been a massive increase in worker productivity as a result of technology, right? And I don't know exactly what it is. But the worker today is producing a lot more than the worker used to do something similar. Is the worker today, in real inflation accounted for dollars, making more money than the worker?
Well, there's a lot of close arguments there, but your point is well taken. It's either the same or a little bit higher or a little bit lower, depending on the statistics. But it has not increased significantly, and the wealth inequality has increased significantly.
So you would think that if a worker is producing a lot more, that worker would be better off, would be working lesser hours, etc. That hasn't been the case. And what has happened in that 50 years is, according to the Rand Corporation, there has been a 50 trillion redistribution of wealth from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. CEOs today make 300 times more than the workers. You've got 3 people on top of more wealth than on half of American society. So that's why people are angry. And they're worried that their kids will have a lower standard of living today in the wealthiest country in history. So there's a lot of anger out there. And if we tap some of that anger into constructive, essentially saying, you know what? We don't need so few that have so much in wealth and power. Let's distribute it more fairly than that.
I got to get back to such a historic moment. So there's a lot of fans of yours that wanted you to keep fighting because you forgave and the establishment and joined in support. And your fans wanted to keep fighting for a takeover, for a progressive takeover of the Democratic Party. If you just look back do it all over again, what would you do differently?
But like in terms of technical things, we did try. We ran, Keith Ellison. Keith is now the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota. He's doing a great job. One of the outstanding attorney generals in the country. Keith was then a member of Congress, and we ran Keith to become the head of the DNC in the establishment when the President of the United States won now by a few votes. So it's look, you're faced, and that's the exact same position that many of us here have today. So people say, well, why did you support Hillary Clinton? What's the alternative? Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump is an extremely dangerous person trying to undermine American democracy. So I can't support him. Hillary Clinton obviously is a very, very different viewpoint. But that moment, that's where politics becomes really tricky. And it ain't easy. And sometimes you have to do things that you're not really all that excited about. But I think it was right to try to do what I could to prevent Trump from getting elected. And in 2020, I did the same with Biden. We had more success with Biden.
Well, there's this interesting story about a long time coming meeting between you and Obama in 2018, I believe. So Ari Ravenhoff, who was a former deputy campaign manager, wrote a great book, I would say, about you, called The Fighting Soul on the Road to Bernie Sanders. And he tells about many great stories, but one of them was a meeting with Obama. And he says that Obama told you, Bernie, I wish I could do a good Obama. Bernie, you're an Old Testament prophet, a moral voice for our party, giving us guidance. Here's the thing, though. Prophets don't get to be king. Kings have to make choices, prophets don't. Are you willing to make those choices? Basically, Obama's making the case that you have to moderate your approach in order to win. So, is Obama right?
Look, and again, that's why politics is very fascinating. Sometimes you can win and lose and you can win. If your goal is not just individual power, but transforming society. One of my heroes, you mentioned Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who's one of my heroes. Another one of my heroes is Eugene Victor Debs. That ring a bell?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
For many reasons, yes.
All right. Debs, many listeners may not know who Debs was. Debs was a union organizer in the early 1900s, helped form the American Railway Union, ran for president, I think, 5 times, ran the last time while he was in a jail cell because of his opposition to World War I and had 1 million votes doing that. Debs lost badly every race that he ran. 1932, Franklin Delano Roosevelt ran for president, and much of what Roosevelt ended up doing was to do something with Debs' technology. Debs helped lay the groundwork for ideas. So sometimes you can lose and win if you're into transforming society. What my view is, where I disagree with Obama, is I think you have got to raise consciousness among ordinary people. And when people know what's going on and are prepared in an organized way to fight for change, they can make incredible changes. And we see that in recent years. Today we take for granted, look, we have a woman running for president in the United States. We've had other women running for president. We have women governors and senators. Not so many years ago in the United States Senate, there were 98 men, 2 women. Right? Even before that, 1920, it was when women got the right to vote. How did that change? How did women's role in society change? It changed because women stood up and fought. Gay rights. Old enough to remember. Anybody I knew who was gay, do you think they would come out of it? No, they wouldn't. That's changed. We have seen, in terms of civil rights, massive change happens when people at the grassroots level. We talked about healthcare a moment ago. We will get universal Medicare for all that means that people make it clear that's what they want. So I believe politics starts at the grassroots level, and that's how you got to make that change.
So just to go back to Obama, though, in many ways, he too is a single historic figure in American politics who has brought about a lot of change. He's a symbol I think they'll be remembered for a long time. What do you admire most about Obama?
I know I'm not best friends. Know him well, each other. First of all, don't underestimate what it was in 2008 to be the first black president in history of this country. And I think he would deny that he's an extraordinarily intelligent guy, very, very articulate, one of the best speakers there is in the world. And that he and his family, and again, it's a lot longer than it looks, he and his family for 8 years, with his wife Michelle and his kids, really held that office in a way that earned, I think, the respect of the Russian, even people who speak. So don't underestimate. I think years ago there were people who said a black president in our lifetimes never going to happen, can't happen. Too racist in the country. He did it, and that is a huge accomplishment. And I think he has had some significant achievements in his presidential tenure. He and I did disagree on a number of issues. I think he would tell you his public stance is that, yeah, if you have to start all over again and do Medicare for all, single payer, but where we are right now, the best we can do is be more Medicare. We disagree on that. We disagree on other things. But, I think he deserves an enormous amount of credit for what he's doing.
And he, like you, honestly, be a damn good speech opposing the Iraq War before running for president. And that takes courage.
Yes.
But then it also shows that once you get into office, it's not so easy to oppose or to work against the military-industrial complex.
It is very hard. People do not fully appreciate how powerful the establishment is, whether it is the healthcare industry, whether it's the military-industrial complex, whether it's the hospital. These people are completely against money. They're very smart, lobbyists in Washington, D.C. They're very, very prudent people. They want to.
I have to ask you about capitalism, the pros and cons. So you wrote a book, It's Okay to Be Angry About Capitalism. That is a thorough, rigorous criticism of, I would say, hyper-capitalism.
Yes, that's right.
A certain kind of capitalism that you argue that we are existing today in the United States. But a lot of people would attribute to capitalism all the amazing technological innovations over the past 70 plus years that have contributed to increasing quality of life, in GDP, in decreasing poverty, decreasing infant mortality, increase in expected life expectancy. So, how do you see the tension, the pros of capitalism and the cons of capitalism?
Some of my European friends, they say, Bernie, in the United States, you're considered to be very radical. If you were here in France or Denmark or someplace, you kind of mainstream left right. Not all that radical. So this is what I think. I think the best thing to do right now, where we are right now, is to create a society which does two things. It encourages innovation, but at the same time, it makes sure that all people in the local nation have a decent standard of living. In some countries, you look at Scandinavia, and this shocks people because we don't talk about this at all. So in Scandinavia, has been the case for years that people have healthcare. That's not a big deal. They live in the hospital so much. You have, and this shocks people. In America right now, we have people who get 1 week, 2 weeks off paid vacation. Sometimes people get nothing. There are people out there with no vacation at all. In Germany, you get 6 weeks paid vacation and other holidays. People are shocked by that. In America, we don't have paid family and medical leave. The only major country. Other countries, your wife gets sick, you stay home with her. Your kids get sick, not a big deal. You get a certain amount of paid family and medical leave. Cost of prescription drugs are far more than. So what we want to do is create what's called a social safety net. That means I don't care what your income is. Of course you're going to have health care. Of course you're going to have housing that is affordable. Of course your kids are going to have great quality education, childcare, university, without much cost. Every country has a little bit different. But there are countries in the world right now, like in Germany, I think college is now tuition free, as I recall. For obvious reasons, they want to have the best educated workforce they can. So, um, rather than trying to hold a civilized democratic society, but providing all basic needs, healthcare, education, housing, retirement benefits, yes, that is what we've got. Now, does that mean then that the government is going to run every mom and pop store in the corner? Of course not. You want innovation? You want to go out and start a business, produce a product? Good luck, make money. But on the other hand, in terms of making money, we want you to be able to do that, come up with good products, good services. But do I think we should end up with $100 billion? No. And you know what's funny? I did an interview with Bill Gates, who is, I think, the third wealthiest guy in the country, struggling behind Musk and Bezos. And he's only worked on the plus. And I said to him, Bill, he was supposed to ask me questions, so I asked him, Bill, tell me something. You're an innovator. Did you know that you become a multi-billionaire? Stuff motivated. And he said, no, and I believe in his honesty. I love doing what I love programming. That's a kid. He started doing it. He loved it. He was motivated. Do you think scientists out there who work day and night trying to develop drugs to deal with Alzheimer's or cancer would get motivated? Oh, if I come up with this drug, I'm going to become a billionaire. So I think, we want to reward success. Fine. But you don't need $1 billion. We want people to get satisfaction from what they accomplish, the work they're doing, whether it's cleaning the street or developing a new product. So I think we've gone a little bit too far. And you're right, you're talking about the book was an attack on, we call it the hyper-capitalism, the uber-capitalism. But right now, and this is not an American issue, this is a global issue. It's not an accident that Musk is over there in Saudi Arabia talking to their, trillionaire families in the Middle East. These guys are completely these things. You got probably not more than 5,000, 10,000, really low people. Well, unbelievable economic power over 7 billion people on this planet.
But Elon Musk is actually an interesting case because he's investing all the money back into the businesses. So I think there is a balance to be struck, and you just spoke to it, which is we can still celebrate even big companies that are bringing wealth to the world, that are building cool stuff, that are improving quality of life. But we can question why is it that the working class does not have a living wage in many cases? We're sort of trying to find that balance.
Yes, that is true. I am no great fan of Elon Musk, especially the one just playing right now in Trump's campaign. But is he a brilliant guy? Of course he is. Does he work like a dog? Of course he does. Has he come up with these incredible innovations in companies? Yes, he does. Does he stay a credit card? Yeah, he does. But, even in terms of encouraging innovation, I would hope that we are focusing on the important issues. I would love to see great innovators figure out how to build the affordable housing bill, come up with the great drugs that we need to solve many of the terrible illnesses that plague people. Climate change, for God's sakes. Right? Do we need innovation? We're making some progress in this country. Should we do more? What kind of technologies out there can really cut back on carbon emissions? So, I hope we focus on some of the most important issues that impact humanity. But reward innovators, I don't have a problem with that, but I do have a problem when 3 people end up owning more wealth than one half of American society.
Maybe you can briefly speak to something you tweeted recently about Donald Trump going to McDonald's and minimum wage when he was $7.50. Can you just speak to that tweet?
Look, nothing that Trump didn't invent. It's called a photo op that they wanted to invite. So you go to a place, what's that, an egg? Good old Donald Trump old story. But anyhow, he was surviving. He was photo op. Kamala Harris was in North Carolina handing out food to people who were victims of the hurricane. But that's what politicians do. But some reporter asked them, they said, Mr. Trump, are you for raising the minimum wage? And that was a fair question because you got, I don't know how many, but many, many thousands of McDonald's workers and millions of other American workers right now are trying to get by on $9, $10, $11 an hour. Federal minimum wage is $7.25. Now, people working at McDonald's right now for sure are working $12, $13 an hour. So the report said, what do you think about raising the federal minimum wage? oh, these are great workers. I love McDonald's. So he didn't answer the question. Well, I think that in the richest country in history, if you work 40 hours a week, you should not be living on. That means we should have a federal minimum wage, not serving 7.25, but in my view, 17 dollars. Will that solve the economic problems for working class people? No, no. It'll not.
Since running for president, you've often been attacked, especially from the right, about being worth, I believe, $2 million and owning 3 houses. So, from my perspective, the answer to that is most of your wealth has been earned from writing books, selling those books. And you are one of the most famous politicians in the world. And so your wealth in the context, in comparison to other people that pay well with other politicians, are actually quite modest. So what's your response usually to those attacks?
Do I own 3 residents? Yep, I do. I live here growing up in the middle class and the working class. Guess what? I'm a United States Senator, and I own a home in Washington. Basically, both senators live there, year after year. When I first went, actually, when I was in Congress for 16 years, I rented over there. When I got elected, okay, got a 6-year term. No one gets my house. So we bought a house, and guess what? Like many thousands of people in the state of Vermont, I have a summer camp. It's a nice one on Lake Champlain. That's it. Now, how did I get the money? You're right. I wrote 2 best-selling books, including this book on capitalism, which is the New York Times best-selling book. And most of my book is that's going to make about $175,000 a year. That's more or less how much we can consider
I should also mention that sometimes the word mansion is used. I think your residences are quite modest.
They're nice houses. They're not, yeah, they're middle class houses.
So when you started in politics, I read you were worth $1,100.
That much?
Yeah, that much. That's right. Has the increase in wealth changed your ability to relate to the working class?
Well, that's a good question. Obviously, growing up in a working class family has been maybe the most singularly significant aspect of my life. I grew up in a family that's a bit control of a lot. So that impacted me. I'll tell you, I don't really get down with the money. I drive a car that's 11 years old. It's called the money that you get so much. My way that's about it. I don't do a lot for it. Would not be interested in. But I'll tell you what has impacted me. My wife, who also went to working class family, was what he said. We don't worry. We raise that issue. If we have to go to the doctor, our kids have to go to the doctor. We go to the doctor. It's bad times. But I used to lose the time I can worry about how to pay my electric bill. I don't worry about that anymore. So what has happened, that stress, that economic stress, not worrying about a financial disaster, that's gone. That is enormous. Maybe as much or more than any other member of the Senate, work hard, not only for but with working class people and families of communities and laborers. We've been involved probably in dozens of strikes all over this country. So, I do my best. It's a very easy trap to fall into the you get separated from ordinary people and their struggles. I try as long as I can.
Sometimes people say, can money buy happiness? I think I agree with you. That worry, sort of being able to fill up your car and not worry about how much it's going to cost, to be able to get food for dinner and not worry about how much it's going to cost. Or even, I've been poor most of my life. I've been fortunate at least have enough wealth to not worry about healthcare, have insurance, and be able to afford an emergency room visit. And that worry is just such a giant lift off your shoulders.
I think it's so good. I remember and I saw this change in myself. When I used to go out, I do the grocery shop. My wife does all the cooking. I do the grocery shop. I used to look at prices of everything. I do that less now. So the help is a lot, cost 50 cents more for this can of stuff. So, but that's a luxury to have. But you don't have to worry about that. And I'm not. But no point is, again, to me, I don't like big fancy cars, big fancy homes. they'll go on. My wife will tell you we've not been on a real vacation for God knows how long. I work pretty hard. But the major thing about having money, which is enormous people, is just what you said. I don't have to worry. If somebody in my family gets sick, I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry about putting food on the table. Okay, so that's what money is.
Okay, let me ask you about the future of the Democratic Party. So one of the biggest impacts you've had is you've been the fuel, the catalyst for the increase in the progressive caucus, the progressive movement within the Democratic Party. Do you think that is the future? The progressives, even democratic socialist leaders will take over the party?
That is the most important question we've done to my mind, American politics. One of the successes that we've had, and I'm proud to have played a role in this, is that if you go to the House of Representatives right now, you see almost 100 members of the progressive caucus, led very well by Senator from Washington, Rothschild, who does a great job. You know, it's people like Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, Yoel Mubarak, and many others. Many of them are young, often women, and many of them come from working class backgrounds. So what we have been able to do in recent years is elect a number of strong progressives who represent working families very, very effectively. The struggle in the Democratic Party is between the corporate wing and the progressive wing. And the corporate wing takes a whole lot of money, sees the salvation of getting a whole lot of money from wealthy individuals and large corporations, and is not very vigorous in my view in representing the needs of working class people. If they were, we would have health care for all. We would have a minimum wage that was a living wage. We would not have a housing crisis. We would not have a tax system in which billionaires have an effective tax rate that is lower than a truck driver or a nurse. So I think one of the reasons that Trump has had political success is he's not so much his ideas. Most working class people don't think we should give tax breaks to billionaires or worry about the size of Arnold Palmer's genitalia. But they are angry. People are angry. And the Democrats have not responded effectively to that. So the struggle that we are waging right now is the future of the Democratic Party. Will it be a party of the working class and represent working class issues, be a black or white or Latino or Asian or whatever it may be? Or will it be a corporately dominated party? That's the struggle we're playing.
Did you consider running in 2024? From my perspective, I would love to you ran. I think you had a great chance to win, not just the primary, president.
I gave it about 5 minutes. And the reason was we have a slogan, the progressive movement is not about me, it's about us. And to have taken on Biden, who, in my view, on domestic issues, has been quite strong, would have really split the Democratic Party and laid the groundwork for decent Trump victory. And that I do not want to see. So sometimes in life, and I know that a lot of some people don't agree with me, but you got to make choices which are painful. So I strongly supported Biden because I like his domestic relations. That's a good thing against a lot of opposition. And I'm supporting Kamala right now. But I'm doing my best to see the dangerous guy of Donald Trump is not the president.
And the hope for you is that there will be future candidates that are populist, that are progressive.
Yes.
Let me ask you about AOC. She's become one of the most influential voices for the progressive cause in the United States. You two had a great conversation on your podcast and in general with another. So what's to you is most impressive about her?
I really like her. She is a young woman who comes from a working class background. She helped her mother clean houses. She was a bartender in the Bronx, New York. And I'm proud that my campaign for president inspired her role. And she ran on a progressive working class. She took on one of the more powerful guys, Joe Crowley, who was pretty high up in the Democratic Party. And she knocked on doors with no money. They're really strong grassroots, and I appreciate that. So that's number one. I like what she stands for. She's incredibly smart, and she she has that certain charisma that, maybe more like maybe the one that I know. A couple of years ago, she came up with this, and she, her partner Riley came up, and I would go out the street, and people came saw her, and they said, "Oh, Congresswoman," and she just smiled. And she had an approach to people which was beautiful, and it wasn't phony, it was real. But to be a politician, you got to know how to, you can be a great intellectual, but you can't relate to me. She relates well to me, and so I think, both from the personality perspective, from the intellect perspective, from an ideological perspective, she helped create the Green New Deal concept. We need to create jobs, we try to fossil fuel, strong advocate for Medicaid, public defender.
What do you think is the most powerful enduring impact you've had on American politics? Looking back, been in it for quite a bit.
Right, so, it's maybe accomplished here. Out of my, when COVID was devastating this country, and we had a massive economic downturn, as chairman of the Budget Committee, I helped write the American Rescue Plan, which put a lot of money into people's pockets. We cut child poverty by 40% by providing a child tax credit. We kept hospitals going, we kept colleges going, we kept people from getting evicted, get public health out there, people getting vaccines. I'm proud of that. But at the end of the day, I think what I have shown is that the ideas, this gets back to the early part of this conversation, the ideas that I am talking about are ideas that are widely supported. And so when Donald Trump says, "Oh, Bernie Sanders is a far left," it's like I'm some kind of extremist coming up with ideas that nobody supports. Everything that I talk about, raising the healthcare law, a tax system which demands billionaires pay their fair share, those are the all popular ideas, but people didn't know. You got to run for president and have 20,000 people come out to your rallies and win 23 states. Well, maybe those ideas are not so crazy after all. And we got to entertain. The establishment doesn't like it. They really don't. They want to do this is how they succeed. If they say, Lexus, the world is the way it is, it always will be this way. We got the wealth, we got the power, and don't think of anything else. This is the way it is. You have no power. Give up. But they don't say it right away. That's really what the impact is. And what we showed is just running an outsider campaign. We took on the Democratic establishment, came close to winning it, and we did win 23 states. And the ideas that we're talking about are the ideas that working class people, young people.
Yeah, you showed that it's possible. And that's an idea that would resonate for decades.
And out of that came dozens of candidates now in House of Representatives. People on city council, people on state legislature.
So we mentioned about the worry of getting sick, the worry of life that many people in the working class are suffering from. But there's also the worry that we all experience of the finiteness of life. Do you ponder your mortality? Are you afraid of it?
Well, when you're 83, it does come apart.
All right.
Yeah, of course I do. Yeah.
Are you afraid of it?
No, I'm not afraid of it. What I am afraid of, I think, is because I have been, not what this is the argument, reasonably healthy with an exception of heart attack 5 years ago. But moving away because my body failed for the very first time. Now there's a study that, so I was I have a great deal of compassion for people as we speak who are in nursing homes with a hard time looking, maybe like a rigidity of slipping a little bit. That's not, all going to die. So I'm not afraid of that, but not as afraid of that's concerning.
That said, your mind is as sharp as any politician that I've ever heard. And also just off mic, I should say that just the warmth that you radiate, and I deeply, deeply appreciate that. You still got it after all that, after all those speeches.
Welcome.
After
How are
all
you?
those houses, after all, you just feel the humility and just the sharpness, the wit is all there. excellent, Bernie. Yeah, like I said, I wish you a little bit of friends here, but I also wish there's future candidates.
And there will be that's, yes, my legacy. The idea that there are wonderful, really wonderful people who got involved in the political process and are fighting for justice. That's a great legacy.
What gives you hope about the future of this country, about the future of the world?
Sometimes one can become very cynical. We look at the terrible wars that are going on right now. We look at the divisiveness in this country, the ugliness, the poverty, the climate change. Yeah, we get depressed from all that. But I am lucky in this sense. And I've had the opportunity to go off and I went to Buenos Aires and everything else. And I remember actually it was in California where it really crystallized. The rally in the agricultural area of California. We did a rally, sunset, thousands of people around. I looked around the crowd, and young people, black and white, Latino, Asian American, huge cross section of all people. They all wanted to make America a great, much better country. Really moved. I mean, I see that kind of time I've just been on the campaign trail. And you see great people, really beautiful people, not interested in becoming billionaires. They want to improve life for other people in this country. So, I am grateful. It sounds like a platitude. It's what every politician says, oh, blah, 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 blah. But when you go out around the country, you go to Native American reservations, you go to factories, and you see so many wonderful people. I have been able to see things that many others have, every state in the country. And that is nice.
I share their optimism. I share your optimism. Bernie, I've been a fan for a long time. It's a great honor to speak to you today. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much for what you're doing. Let me just say a word. We're good. I think there is a growing dissatisfaction with corporate media. And not because it's fake news or the reports lie that the but I think people want to hear folks really talk about in a calm manner about some of these very important issues which are not discussed in corporate media. That's the U.S. and others are doing. So I thank you very much. It's a very important service to the country.
And thank you from a mayor perspective for creating a wonderful town. I look forward to looking at the fall leaves, walking around
They
tonight.
might great believe.
Yeah.
They great some other things.
Okay. Thank you so much, Bernie.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Bernie Sanders. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Aristotle. The real difference between democracy and oligarchy is poverty and wealth. Wherever men rule by reason of their wealth, whether few or many, that is an oligarchy. Where the poor rule, that is democracy. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
The big question for me in that timeline, why did we do this? Why did it take so long? Why did we wait until after 12,000 years ago, really after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings of civilization?
The following is a conversation with Graham Hancock, a journalist and author. For over 30 years, he's explored the controversial possibility that there existed a lost civilization during the last ice age, and that it was destroyed in global cataclysms 12,000 years ago. He is the presenter of the Netflix documentary series Shades of Fox. His next season has just been released and is focused on the distant past of America, a topic I recently discussed with the archaeologist Ed Barhart. Let me say that Ed represents the kind of archaeologist, scholar, I love talking about the podcast. Extremely knowledgeable, humble, open-minded, and respectful of linguistic greatness. I'll do many more podcasts on history, including ancient history. Our distant past is full of mysteries, and I find it truly exciting to explore those mysteries with people both on the inside and the outside of the mainstream, in the various disciplines involved. This is the Last People podcast. And now, dear friends, here's Graham. Let's start with a big foundational idea that you have about human history, that there was an advanced Ice Age civilization that came before and perhaps seeded what people now call the six cradles of civilization: Mesopotamia, Egypt, India, China, Andes, and Mesoamerica. So let's talk about this idea that you have near the highest possible level to describe it. It would be better to describe it as a foundational sense of puzzlement and incompleteness in the story that we are told about our past, which envisages more or less, there have been a few ups and downs, but more or less straightforward evolutionary progress. We start out as hunter-foragers, then we become agriculturalists. The hunter-forager phase could go back hundreds of thousands of years. This is where it's also important to mention that anatomically modern humans are not the only humans. We have guys from 400,000 years ago to about 40,000 years ago. They were certainly human because anatomically modern humans interbred with them, and we carry the Neanderthal genes. There were the Denisovans, maybe 300,000 to perhaps even as recently as 30,000 years ago. And again, interbreeding took place. They're obviously a human species. So, we've got this background of humans who didn't look quite like us. And then we have anatomically modern humans. And I think the earliest anatomically modern human skeletal remains are from Jebel el in Morocco and date to about 310,000 years ago. So the question is, what were our ancestors doing after that? And I think we can include the Neanderthals and the Denisovans in that general picture. And why did it take so long? This is one of the puzzles, one of the questions that bother me. Why did it take so long when we have creatures who are physically identical to us? We cannot actually weigh and measure their brains, but from the work that's been done on the cranium, it looks like they have the same brains and we do the same wiring. So if we've been around for 300,000 plus years at least, and if ultimately in our future was the process to create civilization or civilizations, why didn't it happen sooner? Why did it take so long? Why was it such a long time? Even the story of anatomically modern humans has kept on changing. Every time it was said that there hadn't been anatomically modern humans before 50. And then it became 196,000 years ago with findings in Ethiopia, and then 310,000 years ago. There's a lot of missing pieces in the puzzle there. But the big question for me in that timeline is, why did we do this sooner? Why did it take so long? Why did we wait until after 12,000 years ago, really after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings, what is selected as the beginnings of civilization in places like Turkey, for example? And then there's a relatively slow process of adopting agriculture. By 6,000 years ago, we see ancient Sumer emerging as a civilization. And we're then in the pre-dynastic period in ancient Egypt as well, 6,000 years ago, beginning to see definite signs of what will become the dynastic civilization of Egypt about 5,000 years ago. And interestingly, round about the same time, you have the Indus Valley civilization popping up out of nowhere. And by the way, the Indus Valley civilization was a lost civilization until the 1920s, when railway workers accidentally stumbled across some ruins. I've been to Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, and these are extraordinarily beautifully centrally planned cities. Clearly, they're the work of an already sophisticated civilization. One of the things that strikes me about the Indus Valley civilization is that we find a steatite seal of an individual seated in a recognizable yoga posture, and that seal is 5,000 years old. And the yoga posture is called Vandasana, which involves a real contortion of the ankles and twisting the feet back. It's an advanced yoga posture. So there it is 5,000 years ago, and that raises the question, well, how long did yoga take to get to that place when it was already
he's so advanced. 5,000 years ago. What's the background to this? China, the Yellow River civilization. Again, it's around about the same period, 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. You get these first signs of something happening. So it's very odd that all around the world we have this sudden upsurge of civilization about 6,000 years ago, preceded by what seems like a natural evolutionary process that would lead to a civilization, and yet certain ideas being carried down and manifested and expressed in many of these different civilizations. I just find that whole idea very puzzling, and very disturbing, especially when I look at this radical break that takes place in not just the human story, but the story of all life on Earth, which was the last great cataclysm that the Earth went through, which was the Younger Dryas event. It was an extinction level event. That's when all the great megafauna of the Ice Age went extinct. It's after that event that we start seeing this, what I've taken to be the beginnings of the first gradual steps towards civilization. We come out of the Upper Paleolithic, as it's defined, the old end of the Old Stone Age, and into the Neolithic, and that's when the wheels are supposedly set in motion to start civilization going. But what happened before that? Why did that suddenly happen then? And I can't help feeling, and I've felt this for a very long while, that there are major missing pieces in our story. It's often said that I'm claiming to have proved that there was an advanced lost civilization in the Ice Age, and I am not claiming to prove that. That is a hypothesis that I am putting forward to answer some of the questions that I have about prehistory. I think it's worthwhile to inquire into those possibilities, because the Younger Dryas event was a massive global cataclysm, whatever caused it, and it's strange that just after it we start seeing these first signs.
So the current understanding in mainstream archaeology is that after the Younger Dryas is when the civilization popped up in different places of the globe, with a lot of similarities, but they popped up independently.
Yeah, independently and by coincidence. And by coincidence, those big civilizations that we all remember as the first civilizations, Sumer, Egypt, the Islamic civilization, China, they all pop up at pretty much the same time. That is the history.
They don't just pop up, they kind of build up gradually. First there's some settlement.
Oh, definitely, yes.
And then there's different dynamics of how they build up, and the role of agriculture, and that is also not obvious, but it's just there's first it counts settlement, the stabilization of where the people are living, then they start using agriculture, then they start getting urban centers and that kind of stuff.
It seems like an entirely reasonable argument. Everything about that makes sense. There is no doubt that we're seeing evolutionary progress, social evolution taking place in those thousands of years before Sumer emerges. But what's happening now, really, I spent much of the 90s and late 1980s investigating this issue of the lost civilization. I wrote a series of books about it. But by 2002, when I published a book called Underworld, which was the most massive and most heavy book that I've ever written, because I was writing very defensively at the time. By the time I finished that book, my wife Santa and I spent 7 years scuba diving all around the world, looking for structures underwater, often led by local fishermen or local divers, to anomalies that they'd seen. Well, by the time that book was finished, I thought actually I've done this story. I've walked the walk. I really don't have much more to say about it, and I turned in another direction, and I wrote a book called Supernatural: Meetings with the Ancient Teachers of Mankind, recently retitled Visionary, and that was fundamentally about the role of psychedelics in the evolution of human culture. And I didn't think that I would go back to the lost civilization issue, but Göbekli Tepe in Turkey kept on forcing itself upon me. More and more discoveries there, 11,600 a day from enclosure D, which is the two largest megalithic pillars. And I reached a point where I realized I have to get back in. I have to get back in the water, and I have to investigate this again. And Göbekli Tepe was a game changer, but I think it's a game changer for everything, because Göbekli Tepe, the extraordinary nature, we're looking at a major megalithic site, which is at least 5,500 years old than, say, Gigantea in Malta, which was previously considered to be the oldest world. And this led, of course, to a huge amount of interest and attention, both from the Turkish government, who see the potential, tourism potential of having the world's oldest megalithic site, and from archaeologists. And this in turn has led to exploration and excavation throughout the region. And what they're finding throughout that whole region around Göbekli Tepe, and going down into Syria and further down into the Jordan Valley as far as Jericho, and even across a bit of the Mediterranean into Cyprus, is what Turkish archaeologists are now calling the Taş-Tepeler civilization. They're calling it a civilization, the Stone Hills civilization, with very definite identifying characteristics: semi-subterranean, circular structures, the use of T-shaped megalithic pillars, sometimes not anywhere near as big as those of Göbekli Tepe. It's clear that Göbekli Tepe now was not the beginning of this process. It was actually, in a way, the end of this process. It was the summation of everything that Stone Hills civilization had achieved. But what is becoming clear is that this is a period before the foundation of Göbekli Tepe. As far as we know, that date of 11,600 years ago is the oldest date for Göbekli Tepe. But of course, there's a lot of Göbekli Tepe still underground, so we can't say for sure that that's the oldest, but it's the oldest so far excavated. What we're seeing is that in that whole region around there, something was in motion, and it began to go into motion round about the beginning of the Younger Dryas, and this is where these two dates are really important. The Younger Dryas, I'll round the figures off, begins around 12,800 years ago, and it ends around 11,600 years ago. So Göbekli Tepe's construction date, if it is 11,600 years ago, if they don't find older materials, marks the end of the Younger Dryas. But the beginning of the Younger Dryas, we're already seeing the stirrings of the kind of culture that manifests in full form at Göbekli Tepe. And after the construction of Göbekli Tepe, in fact, even during the construction of Göbekli Tepe, we see agriculture beginning to be adopted. The people who created Göbekli Tepe were all hunter foragers at the beginning. But by the time Göbekli Tepe was finished, and it was definitely deliberately finished, closed off, closed down, deliberately buried, covered with earth, covered with rubble, and then topped off with a hill, which is why Göbekli Tepe is called what it is. Göbekli Tepe means pot-bellied hill, or the hill of the navel. For a long time, Göbekli Tepe was thought to be just a hill that looked a bit like a pot-belly. You see how it was discovered? I think it's one of the most fascinating points on Earth, period. So maybe can you say what it is and how it was discovered? Well, Göbekli Tepe is, first of all, the oldest fully elaborated megalithic site that we know of anywhere in the world. It doesn't mean older ones won't be found, but it is the oldest so far found. The part of the site that's been excavated, which is a tiny percentage of the whole site, we do know. My first visit to Göbekli Tepe was in 2013. Dr. Klaus Schmidt, the late Dr. Klaus Schmidt, who died a year later, was very generous to me and showed me around the site over a period of 3 days. And he explained to me that they've already used ground penetrating radar on the site, and they know that there's much more Göbekli Tepe still underground. So anything is possible in terms of the dating of Göbekli Tepe. But what we have at the moment is a series of almost circular, but not quite circular enclosures, which are walled with relatively small stones. And then inside them, you have pairs of megalithic pillars. And the archetypal part of that is enclosure D, which contains the two largest upright megaliths, about 18 feet tall and reckoned to weigh somewhere in the range of 20 tons, if I have my memory correct. They're substantial, hefty pieces of stone. It isn't some kind of extraordinary feat to create a 20-foot tall or 20-ton megalith, nor is it an extraordinary feat to move it. There's nothing magical or really weird about that. Human beings can do that and always have. Besides, the quarry for the megaliths is right there. It's within 200 meters of the main enclosure. So that's not a mystery. But the mystery is why suddenly this new form of architecture, this massive megalithic pillars appear. And the pillars, one of the things that interests me about the pillars is their alignment. And there is good work that's been done which suggests that enclosure D aligns to the rising star Sirius, and the rising points of the star Sirius appear to be mapped by the other enclosures, which are all oriented in slightly different directions. It was the work entirely of Purgers, but by the time Göbekli Tepe was completed, agriculture was being introduced and was taking place there. Now you asked how Göbekli Tepe was found. The answer to that is that there was a survey of that pot-bellied hill in the 1960s by some American archaeologists, and they were absolutely looking for Stone Age material, for material from the Paleolithic, and they had found some Paleolithic flints, Paleolithic flints around there, so it looked like a good place to look. But then they noticed sticking out of the side of the hill some very finely cut stone, bits of very large and very finely cut stone. And looking at that, the workmanship was so good that those archaeologists were confident that it had nothing to do with the Stone Age. But they thought they were looking at perhaps some Byzantine remains. And they abandoned the site and never looked at it further. And it wasn't until the German Archaeological Institute got involved, and particularly Klaus Schmidt, who I think was a genius, had real insight into this, and started to dig and go back and tell them that they realized what they found. That they found potentially the oldest megalithic site in the world. And they found it at a place where agriculture, according to the established historical timeline, that's where agriculture, at any rate in Europe and Western Asia, begins. It begins in Anatolia, in Turkey, and then it gradually disseminates westward from there.
And yet the understanding is it was created by common gatherers.
It was created by there was no agriculture 11,600 years ago in Göbekli Tepe. But by the time Göbekli Tepe was decommissioned, and I use that word, it was closed down and buried, agriculture was all around it. And this was agriculture of people who knew how to cultivate.
Do we have an understanding when it was turned into if I could say, a time capsule? So protected by forming a mound around it. Is it around that similar time?
It stood from roughly 11,600 years ago to about 10,400 years ago, to about 8,400 BC. So around 1,200 years, it was there. It continued to be elaborated as a site, and while it was being elaborated as a site, we see agriculture. I'm going to use the word being introduced. There'd been no sign of it before, and suddenly it's there. And to me, that's another of the mysteries about Göbekli Tepe. And then, with the new work that's being done, we realize that it's part of a much wider phenomenon, which spreads across an enormous distance. The puzzling thing is that after Göbekli Tepe, there almost seems to be a decline. Things fall down again. And then we enter this long, slow process of the Neolithic, thousands of years, gradual developments until we come to ancient Sumer and Mesopotamia. But agriculture has taken a firm root. Actually, one other thing, I'll just say this in passing. When I talk about a lost civilization, introducing ideas to people, I'm often accused of stealing credit from the indigenous people who had those ideas in the first place. So I do find it slightly hypocritical that archaeology fully accepts that the idea of agriculture was introduced to Western Europe from Turkey, and that Western Europeans didn't invent agriculture. It was absolutely introduced by Anatolian farmers who the West. So the notion of dissemination of ideas perhaps shouldn't be so annoying to archaeologists as it is.
And perhaps you should also state, if we look at the entirety of history of hominids, humans or hominids have been explored. I didn't even know this when I was preparing for this. Looking at Homo erectus, 1.9 million years ago, almost right away, they spread out through the whole world. And we, Homo sapiens, evolved from that. And we should also mention, if we're talking about the controversial debates going on, as I understand, there's still debate about the dynamics of all that was going on there, like you mentioned in Africa, that it's
out of Africa theory, I think it's more than a theory, it's really strong here. Why? Because we're part of the Great Apes and it's an African family. There's no doubt that human beings, deep origins are in Africa. But then there, as you rightly said, there were these very early migrations out of Africa by species that are likely ancestral to anatomically modern humans, including definitely Homo erectus and the astonishingly distant travels that they have into it. Yes, I think there is an age to explore in all of humanity. I think there is an age to find out what's around the next corner, what's over the brow of the next hill. And I think that goes very deep into human character, and I think it was being manifested in those early adventures of people who left Africa and traveled all around the world, and then settling in different parts of the world. I think a lot of anatomically modern human evolution took place outside Africa as well, not only in Africa.
So I guess the general puzzlement that you're filled with is, given that these creatures explore, spread, and try out different environments, why did it take hundreds of thousands of years for them to develop complicated society settlements?
That's the first big question. Why did it take so long? And that raises in my mind a hypothesis, a possibility. Maybe it didn't take so long. Maybe things were happening that we haven't yet got hold of in the archaeological record, which are waiting to be discovered. And of course, there are huge parts of the world that have not been studied at all by archaeology. But the fact that huge parts of the world have not been studied at all by archaeology is not on its own enough to suggest that we're missing a chapter in the human story. The reason that I come to that isn't only puzzlement about that 300,000 year gap. It's also to do with the fact that there's common iconography, there's common myths and traditions, and there's common spiritual ideas that are found all around the world. They're found amongst cultures that are geographically distant from one another, and that are also distant from one another in time. They don't necessarily occur at the same time. And this is where archaeology is perhaps desperately needing a history of ideas, as well as just a history of things. Because an idea can manifest again and again throughout the human story. So there are particular issues. For example, the notion of the afterlife destiny of the soul. What happens to us when we die? And believe me, when you reach my age, that's something you do. You think about what happens. I used to feel immortal when I was in my 40s, but now that I'm 74, I don't know that I'm not. Well, it would be natural for human beings all around the world to have that same feeling, that same idea. But why would they all decide that what happens to the soul after death is that it makes a leap to the heavens, to the Milky Way, that it makes a journey along the Milky Way, but they're just confronted by challenges, by monsters, by closed gates. The course of the life that person has lived will determine their destiny in that afterlife journey. And this idea, the path of soul, the Milky Way is called the path of soul, it's very strongly found in the Americas, right from South America through Mexico, through to North America, but it's also found in ancient Egypt, in ancient India, in ancient Mesopotamia, the same idea. And I don't feel that can be a coincidence. I feel that what we're looking at is an inheritance of an idea, a legacy that's been passed down from a remote common source to cultures all around the world, and then has taken on a life of its own within those cultures. So the remote common source will explain both the similarities and the differences in the expression of these ideas. The other thing, very puzzling thing, is this sequence of numbers that are a result of the precession of the equinoxes. At least I think that's the best thing to explain. Here, I think it's important to pay tribute to the work of Giorgio de Santillana and Herta von Deschen. Giorgio de Santillana was professor of history of science actually at MIT, where you're based, back in the 60s. And Herta von Deschen was professor of the history of science at Frankfurt University. And they wrote an immense book in the 1960s called Hamlet's Mill. And Hamlet's Mill differs very strongly from established opinion on the issue of the phenomenon of precession. And I'll explain what precession is in a moment. Generally, it's held that it was the Greeks who discovered the precession. And the dating on that is put back not very far, maybe 2,300 years ago or so. Santillana and Vandeshan are pointing out that knowledge of precession is much, much older than that, thousands of years older. And they do actually trace it. I think I'm quoting them pretty much correctly. Some almost unbelievable ancestor civilization. Reading that book was one of the several reasons that I got into this mystery in the first place. Okay, now, the precession of the equinoxes, to give it its full name, results from the fact that our planet is the viewing platform from which we observe the stars. And our planet, of course, is rotating on its own axis, roughly 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. But what's less obvious is that it's also wobbling on its axis. And that, so if you imagine the extended North Pole of the Earth, in our time, it's pointing to star Polaris, and that is our pole star. But Polaris has not always been the pole star, precisely because of this wobble on the axis of the Earth. Other stars have occupied the pole position, and sometimes the extended North Pole of the Earth points at empty space. There is no pole star. That's one of the obvious results of the wobble on the Earth's axis. The other one is that there are 12 well-known constellations in our time, 12 constellations of the zodiac, that lie along what is referred to as the path of the sun. The Earth is orbiting the sun, and we are seeing what's behind it, what's in direct line with the sun in our view. And the zodiacal constellations all lie along the path of the sun. So at different times of the year, the sun will rise against the background of a particular zodiacal constellation. Today we live in the age of Pisces. And it's definitely not an accident that the early Christians used fish as their symbol. This is another area where I differ from archaeology. I think that constellations of the zodiac were recognized as such much earlier than we suppose. Anyway, to get to the point, the key marker of the year, certainly in the northern hemisphere, was the spring equinox. The question was, what constellation is rising behind the sun? What constellation is housing the sun at dawn of the spring equinox? Right now it's Pisces. In another 150 years or so, it'll be Aquarius. We do live in the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Back in the time of the late ancient Egyptians, it was Aries, going back to the time of Caesar. Before that, it was Taurus, and so on and so forth. It's backwards through the zodiac until 12,500 years ago, you come to the age of Leo, when the constellation of Leo houses the sun on the spring equinox. Now, this process unfolds very, 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 very slowly. The whole cycle, and it is a cycle, it repeats itself roughly every 26,000 years. Put a more exact figure on it, 25,920 years. That may be a convention. Some scholars would say it was a bit less than that, a bit more, but you're talking fractions. It's in that area, 25,920 years. And to observe it, you really need more than one time, because it unfolds very, very slowly at a rate of 1 degree every second. The parallel that I often give is hold your finger up to the horizon, the distant horizon. The movement in one lifetime, in the period of 72 years, is about the width of the finger. It's not impossible to notice in a lifetime, but it's difficult. You've got to pass it on. And what seems to have happened is that some ancient culture that Santillana and Dashan call some almost unbelievable ancestor culture worked out the entire process of precession and selected the key numbers of precession, of which the most important number, the governing number, is the number 72. But we also have numbers related to the number 72. 72 plus 36 is 108. 108 divided by 2 is 54. These numbers are also found in mythology all around the world. There were 72 conspirators who were involved in killing the god Osiris in ancient Egypt, nailing him up in a wooden coffer and dumping him in the Nile. There are 432,000 in the Rift 432,000 is a multiple of 72. At Angkor in Cambodia, for example, you have the bridge to Angkor Thom, and on that bridge you have figures on both sides, sculpted figures, which are holding the body of a serpent. That serpent is Vasuki. And what they're doing is they're churning the Milky Ocean. It's the same metaphor of churning and turning that's defined in the story of Hamlet's Mill and Lodi's Mill. There are 54 on each side. 54 plus 54 is 108. 108 is 72 plus 36. It's a precessional number, according to the work that Santiago did. And the fascination with this number system and its discovery all around the world is one of the puzzles that intrigue me and suggests to me that we are looking at ancestral knowledge that was passed down, probably was passed down from a specific single common source at one time, but then was spread out very, very widely around the world.
So one of the defining ways that you approach the study of human history that I think contrasts with mainstream archaeology is you take this sort of astronomical symbolism and the relationship between humans and the stars very seriously.
I do, as I believe the ancients did.
I think it's important to sort of consider what humans have thought about back then. Now we have a lot of distractions. We have social media, we can watch videos on YouTube, whatever. But back then, especially before sort of electricity, the stars is like the sexiest thing to talk about.
There's no light.
There's no light pollution, so you're spending every single night. You're spending looking up at the stars, and you can imagine there's a lot of status about the guy who's very good at valuing the stars.
Yep.
That sort of scientists of today,
Yeah.
and I'm sure there's going to be these geniuses that emerge. They're able to do two things. One, tell stories about the gods or whatever based on the stars, and then also, as we probably talk about, use the stars practically for navigation, for example.
Oh, yeah.
So like, it makes sense that the stars have primal importance for the ideas of the times, for status, for religious explorations.
It was an ever-present reality, yes, and it was bright, and it was brilliant, and it was full of lights. It's inconceivable that the ancients would not have paid attention to it. It was an overwhelming presence. That's one of the reasons why I'm really confident that the constellations that we now recognize as the constellations of the zodiac were recognized much earlier, because it's hard to miss when you pay attention to the sky, that the sun, over the course of the solar year, is month by month rising against the background of different constellations. And then there's a much longer process of precession, which takes that journey backwards, and where we have a period of 2,160 years for each side of the zodiac. I think it would have been hard for the ancients to have missed that. They might not have identified the constellations in exactly the same way we do today. That may well be a Babylonian or Greek connection, but that the constellations were there, I think it's very clear that they were special constellations, unlike other ones higher up in the sky, which were not on the path of the sun, that people paid attention to.
Well, but detecting the precession of the equinox is hard because, especially, they don't have any writing systems, they don't have any mathematical systems, so everything is told through words.
Yeah, they have. Let's not underestimate oral traditions. Oral traditions. That's something we've lost in our culture today. It's one of the things that happens with the written word is that you gradually lose your memory. Actually, there's a nice story from ancient Egypt about the god of wisdom, who is very proud of himself because he has invented writing. Look at this gift, he says to mythical pharaoh of that time. Look at the gift that I have given humanity. Writing. This is a wonderful thing. It will enable you to preserve so much that you would otherwise lose. And the pharaoh in this story replies to him, no, you have not given us a wonderful gift. You have destroyed the art of memory. We will forget everything. Words will roam free around the world, not accompanied by any wise advice to set them into context. And actually, that's a very interesting point. And we do know that cultures that still do have oral traditions are able to preserve information very long. one thing I think is clear in any time, in any period of history, is human beings love stories. Yeah, we love great stories. And one way to preserve information is to encode it, embed it in a great story. And so carefully done that actually it doesn't matter whether the storyteller knows that they're passing on that information or not. The story itself is the vehicle. And as long as it's repeated faithfully, the information contained within it will be passed on. I do think this is part of the story of the preservation.
But that's one of the reasons that you take myths seriously.
I take them very seriously. And the other many reasons, but I can't help being deeply impressed and deeply puzzled by the worldwide tradition of a global capitalism within human nature. I mean, we know scientifically that there have been many cataclysms in the past, going back millions of years. I mean, the best known one, of course, is the KPG event, as it's now called, that made the dinosaurs extinct 65 million or 66 million years ago. But has there been such a cataclysm in the lifetime of the human species? Yeah, the Mount Toba eruption about 70,000 years ago was pretty bad. But a global cataclysm, the Younger Dryas, really ticks all the boxes as a worldwide disaster, which definitely involved sea level rise, both at the beginning and at the end of the Younger Dryas. It definitely involved the swamping up of lands that previously had been above water. And I think it's an excellent candidate for this worldwide tradition of a global cataclysm, of which one of, but not the only, distinguished characteristics was a flood, an enormous flood, and the submergence of lands that had previously been above water, underwater. The fact that this story is found all around the world suggests to me that the archaeological explanations, look, people suffer local floods all the time. I mean, as we're talking, there's flooding in Florida, but I don't think anybody in Florida is going to make the mistake of believing that that's a global flood. They know it's local, but that's the argument largely of archaeology dealing with the flood myths, or that some local population experienced a nasty local flooding event, and they decided to say that it affected the whole world. I'm not persuaded by that, particularly since we know there was a nasty epoch, the Younger Dryas, when flooding did occur, and when the Earth was subjected to events cataclysmic enough to extinguish entirely the megafauna of the Ice Age.
So there's the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis that provides an explanation of what happened during this period.
Yeah.
That resulted in such a rapid environmental change. But can you explain this hypothesis?
Yeah. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, YDIH for short, is not a lunatic fringe theory, as its opponents often attempt to write it on. It's the work of more than 60 major scientists, working across many different disciplines, including archaeology and including oceanography as well. And they are collectively puzzled by the sudden onset of the Younger Dryas, and by the fact it is accompanied 12,800 years ago by a distinct layer of the Earth. You can see it most clearly at Murray Springs in Arizona, for example. You can see it's about the width of a human hand. And there's a draw there that's been cut by flash flooding at some point. And that draw has revealed the sides of the draw. You can see the cross section. And in the cross section is this distinct dark layer that runs through the Earth. And it contains evidence of wildfires. There's a lot of soot in it. There are also nanodiamonds in it. There is shocked quartz. There's quartz that's been melted at temperatures in excess of 2,200 degrees centigrade. There are carbon microspheres. All of these are proxies for some kind of cosmic impact. I talked a moment ago about the extinction of the dinosaurs. Lewis and Walter Alvarez, who made that important discovery, initially their discovery was based entirely on impact proxies, just as the Younger Dryas did. There was no crater, and for a long time they were disbelieved because they couldn't produce a crater. But when they finally did produce that deeply buried Chicxulub crater, that's when people started to say, yeah, they have to be right. But they weren't relying on the crater, they were relying on the impact They're the same impact processes that we find in what's called the Younger Dryas boundary layer all around the world. So it's the fact that at the moment when the Earth tips into a radical climate shift, it's been warming up for at least 2,000 years before 12,800 years ago. People at the time must have been feeling a great sense of relief. We've been living through this really cold time, but it's getting better. Things are getting better. And then suddenly, around 12,800 years ago, some might say 12,860 years ago, there's a massive global plunge in global temperatures, and the world suddenly gets as cold as it was at the peak of the Ice Age, and it's almost literally overnight. It's very, very, very rapid. Normally, in an epoch when the Earth is going into a freeze, you would not expect sea levels to rise, but there is a sea level rise for some right at the beginning of the Younger Dryas. And then you have this long frozen period from 12,800 to 11,600 years ago. And then, equally dramatically and equally suddenly, the Younger Dryas comes to an end, and the world very rapidly warms up, and you have a recognized pulse of meltwater at that time as the last of the glaciers collapse into the sea, called meltwater pulse, around 11,600 years ago. So this is a period which is very tightly defined. It's a period when we know that human populations were grievously disturbed. That's when the so-called Clovis culture of North America vanished entirely from the record during the Younger Dryas, and it's the time when the mammoths and the saber-toothed tigers vanished from the record as well.
Is there a good understanding of what happened geologically, whether there was an impact or not? Like what explains this huge dip in temperature and rise in temperature?
The abrupt cessation of the global meridional overturning circulation, of which the Gulf Stream is the best known part. The main theory that's been put forward up to now, and I don't dispute that theory at all, is that the sudden freeze was caused by the cutting off of the Gulf Stream, basically, which is part of the central heating system of our planet. So no wonder it became cool. But what's not really been addressed before is why that happened, why the Gulf Stream was cut, why a sudden pulse of meltwater went into the World Ocean, and so much of it was so cold that it actually stopped the Gulf Stream in its tracks. And that's where the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis offers a very elegant and very satisfactory solution to the problem. Now, the hypothesis, of course, is broader than that. Amongst the scientists working on it are, for example, Bill Napier, an astrophysicist and astronomer. They have assembled a great deal of evidence which suggests that the culprit in the Younger Dryas impact event or events was what we now call the torrent meteor stream, which the Earth still passes through twice a year. It's now about 30 million kilometers wide. It takes the Earth a couple of days to pass through it on its orbit. It passes through it in June, and it passes through it at the end of October. The suggestion is that the torrent meteor stream is the end product of a very large comet that entered the solar system around about 20,000 years ago, came in from the Oort cloud, got trapped by the gravity of the sun, and went into orbit around the sun, an orbit that crossed the orbit of the Earth. However, when it was one object, the likelihood of a collision with the Earth was extremely small. But as it started to do what all comets do, which was to break up into multiple fragments, because these are chunks of rock held together by ice, and as they warm up, they split, disintegrate, and break into pieces. As it passed through that, its debris stream became larger and larger and wider and wider. And the theory is that 12,800 years ago, the Earth passed through a particularly dense part of the torrent meteor stream and was hit by multiple impacts all around the planet, certainly from the west of North America as far east as Syria. And that we are by and large not talking about impacts that would have caused craters, although there certainly were some. We're talking about airbursts. When an object is 100 or 150 meters in diameter and it's coming in very fast into the Earth's atmosphere, it is very unlikely to reach the Earth. It's going to blow up in the sky. The best known recent example of that is the Tunguska event in Siberia, which took place on the 30th of June 1908. The Tunguska event was nobody disputes it was definitely an airburst of a cometary fragment. And the date is interesting because the 30th of June is the height of the Beta Taurus. It's one of the two times where the Earth is going through the 12-meter stream. Well, luckily that part of Siberia wasn't impacted. The 2,000 square miles of forest were destroyed. If that had happened over a major city, we would all be thinking very hard about objects out of the Tauri meteor stream and about the risk of cosmic impact. So the suggestion is that it wasn't one impact, it wasn't two impacts, it wasn't three impacts, it was hundreds of airbursts all around the planet, coupled with a number of bigger objects, which the scientists working on this think hit the North American ice cap largely. Some of them may also have hit the Northern European ice cap, resulting in that sudden, otherwise unexplained flood meltwater that went into the world ocean and caused the cooling that then took place. But this was a disaster for life all over the planet. And it's interesting that one of the sites where they find the Dryas boundary and where they find overwhelming evidence of an airburst and where they find all the shock quartz, the carbon microsphericals, the mammoth diamonds, the trinitite, and so on and so forth, all of those impact proxies are found at Aberlour. That was a settlement within 150 miles of Quebec, and it was hit 12,800 years ago, and it was obliterated. Interestingly, it was re-inhabited by human beings within probably 5 years, but it was completely obliterated at that time. And it's difficult to imagine that the people who lived in that area got to be very impressed by what they saw happening by these massive explosions in the sky and the obliteration of Aberlour. Now, this is a theory. The Younger Dryas impact, it's a hypothesis, actually. It's not even a theory. A theory is, I think, considered a higher level than a hypothesis. That's why it's the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And of course, it has many opponents. There are many who disagree with it. There have been a series of peer-reviewed papers that have been published supposedly debunking the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. One, I think, was in 2011. It was called a Requiem for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And there's one just been published a few months ago, a year ago, called a complete refutation of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, something like that, something like the title. So it's a hypothesis that has its opponents. And even within those of us who are looking at the alternative science, there are different points of view. Robert Schoch from Boston University, the geologist who demonstrated that the erosion on the Sphinx may well have been caused by exposure to a long period of very heavy rainfall. He doesn't go for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. He fully accepts that the Younger Dryas was a global cataclysm and that the extinctions took place, but he thinks it was caused by some kind of massive solar outburst. So what everybody's agreed on is the Younger Dryas was bad, but there is dispute about what caused it. I personally have found the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis to be the most persuasive, which most effectively explains all the evidence.
How important is the impact hypothesis to your understanding of the Ice Age advanced civilization? So is it possible to have another explanation for environmental factors that could have erased most of the advanced civilization during this period?
In a sense, it's not the impact hypothesis that is central to what I'm saying. It's the Younger Dryas that's central to what I'm saying. And the Younger Dryas required a trigger. Something caused it. I think the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, the notion that we're looking at a debris stream of a fragmented comet, and we can still see that debris stream because it's still up there, we still pass through it twice a year, is the best explanation. But I don't mind other explanations. It's good that there are other explanations. The Younger Dryas is a big mystery, and it's not a mystery that's been solved yet. And that word advanced civilization, this is another word that is easily misunderstood. I've tried to make clear many times when we consider the possibility of something like a civilization in the past, we shouldn't imagine that it's us, that it's something like us. We should expect it to be completely different from us, that it would have achieved certain things. So amongst the clues that intrigue me are those precessional numbers that we found and are a category of ancient maps called portolanos, which suddenly started to appear just after the crusade that entered Constantinople and sacked Constantinople. Portolanos suddenly start to appear. They're extremely accurate maps. Most of the ones that have survived are extremely accurate maps of the Mediterranean alone, but some of them show much more evidence. For example, on these Portolano style maps, you do find a depiction of Antarctica again and again. And another thing that these maps have in common is that many of the map makers state that they base their maps on multiple older source maps, which have not survived. These maps are intriguing because they have very accurate relative longitudes. Our civilization did not crack the longitude problem until the mid-18th century with Harrison's chronometer, which was able to keep accurate time at sea. So you could have the time in London and you could have the local time at sea at the same time. And then you could work out your longitude. There might be other ways of working out longitude as well, but there it is. The fact is, these portolanos have extremely accurate relative longitude. Secondly, some of them show the world to my eye as it looked during the ice age. They show a much extended Indonesia and Malaysian peninsula, a series of islands that make a very all put together into one landmass. And that was the case during the ice age. That was the super shelf. And the presence of Antarctica on some of these maps also puzzles and intrigues me and is not satisfactorily explained in my view. When archaeology says, oh, those map makers, they felt that the world needed something underneath it to balance it, so they put a fictional landmass there. I don't think that makes sense. I think somebody was mapping the world during the last ice age, but that doesn't mean that they had outcome. It means that they were following that exploration instinct, that they knew how to navigate. They've been watching the stars for thousands of years before. They knew how to navigate, and they knew how to build seagoing ships. They explored the world and they mapped the world. Those maps were made a very, very long time ago. Some of them, I believe, were likely preserved in the library of Alexandria. I think even then they were being copied. We don't know exactly what happened to the library of Alexandria, except that it was destroyed. I suggest it's likely this was during the period of the Roman Empire. I suggest it's likely that some of those maps were taken out of the library and taken to Constantinople, and that's where they were liberated during the Crusade and entered world culture again. So from this perspective, when talking about advanced ice age civilization, it could have been a relatively small group of people with the technology of their scholars of the stars and their expert seafaring navigators.
Yes, that's about as far as I can take it. And when I say that, as I have said on a number of occasions, that it had technology equivalent to ours in the 18th century, I'm referring specifically to the ability to go to the longitude. I'm not saying that it was the measurements. I don't see any evidence for that.
And perhaps some building tricks and skills of how to
Definitely. This again is where you come to a series of mysteries, which are perhaps best expressed on the piece of and the extraordinary magnificence that many people don't pay much attention to on the Giza Plateau and the Great Sphinx itself. This is an area of particular importance in understanding this issue.
Well, can you actually describe the Sphinx and the Great Pyramids and where you find most mysterious and interesting about them?
Well, first of all, the astronomy. And here I must pay tribute to two individuals, actually three individuals in particular. One of them is John Anthony West, passed away in 2018. He was the first person in our era to begin to wonder if the Sphinx was much older than it had been. Actually, he got that idea from a philosopher called Robert. Who noticed what he thought was water in the ocean on the body of the Sphinx. John West picked that up, and he was a great amateur Egyptologist himself. He spent most of his life in Egypt, and he was hugely versed in ancient Egypt. And when he looked at the Sphinx and at the strange scallops, erosion patterns, and the vertical fissures, particularly the trenching on the Sphinx, he began to think maybe Schwaller was right. Maybe there was some
flooding here, and that's when he brought Robert Schoch, second person I'd like to recognize, geologist at Boston University. He brought Schoch to Giza, and Schoch, the stick is not a risk the ire of Egyptologists, and say, well, it looks to me like the Sphinx was exposed to at least 1,000 years of heavy rainfall. And as Schoch's calculations have continued, as he's continued to be immersed in this mystery, he's continues to push that back and is now, again, looking at the date of around 12,500 years ago, during the Upper Dryas, before the creation of the Great Sphinx. And then, of course, this is the period of the wet Sahara, the humid Sahara. Sahara was a completely different place to the Ice Age. There were rivers in it, there were lakes in it, it was fertile, it was possibly densely populated, and there was a lot of rain. There's not no rain in Giza today, but there's relatively little rain. The next person, not enough rain to cause that erosion damage on the Sphinx. The next person who needs to be mentioned in this context is Robert Bauval. Robert and I have co-authored a number of books together. Unfortunately, Robert has been very ill for the last 7 years. He's got a very bad chest infection. And I think also that Robert became very demoralized by the attacks of Egyptologists on his work. But Robert is the genius. And it does take a genius sometimes to make these connections, because nobody noticed it before. That the 3 pyramids of Giza are laid out on the ground in the pattern of the 3 stars of Orion's belt. And skeptics will say, well, you can find any buildings in Orion along the stars you want, but Orion actually isn't any old constellation. Orion was the god Osiris in the sky. He was the ancient Egyptian called the Orion constellation Sun, and they recognize it as the celestial image of the god Osiris. So what's being copied on the ground is the belt of a deity, of a celestial deity. It's not just a random constellation. And then when we take precession into account, we find something else very intriguing happening. First of all, you find that the exact orientation of the pyramids as it is today, and pretty much as it was when they're supposed to have been built 4,500 years ago, it's not precisely related to how Orion's belt looked at that time. There's a bit of a twist. They're not quite right. But as you precess the stars backwards, as you go back and back and back, and you come to around 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago, in the Upper Dryas, you find that suddenly they look perfect. They match perfectly with the 3 pyramids on the ground. And that's the same moment that the Great Sphinx, an equinoctial monument, aligned perfectly to the rising sun on the spring equinox. Anybody can test this for themselves. Just go to Giza on the 21st of March, be there before dawn, stand behind the Sphinx, and you'll see the sun rising directly on the base of the Sphinx. But the question is, what constellation was behind the Sphinx? 12,500 years ago, it was the constellation of Leo. And actually, the constellation of Leo has a very Sphinx-like look. I and my colleagues are pretty sure that the Sphinx was originally a lion entirely, and that over the thousands of years, it became damaged, it became eroded, particularly the part of it that sticks out of the head. There were periods when the Sphinx was completely covered in sand, but still the head stuck out. By the time you come to the 4th dynasty, when the Great Pyramids are supposed to be built, by the time you come to the 4th dynasty, the head of the lion, original lion, would have been a complete mess. And we suggest that it was then recarved into a pharaonic head. Egyptologists think it was Pharaoh Khafre, but there's a strong resemblance. But it's wearing the Nemes headdress of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh. And we think that it's a result of a recarving of what was originally not only a lion body, but also a lion head. It wouldn't make sense if you create an equinoctial marker in the time of Khafre, 4,500 years ago, and the Sphinx is an equinoctial marker. It's 270 feet long and 70 feet high. It's looking directly at the rising sun on the equinox. If you create it then, you would be better, you'd be more likely to create it in the shape of a bull, because that was the age of Taurus, when the cosmic Taurus houses spring equinox. So why is it a lion? And again, we think that's because of that observation of the stars and putting on the ground as above, so below, putting on the ground an image of the sky at a particular time. Now, the fact that the Giza Plateau is a fact, of course, that Egyptologists completely dispute, but the fact that the principal monuments of the Giza Plateau, the three Great Pyramids and the Great Sphinx, all lock astronomically on the date of around 10,500 BC to be is most unlikely to be an accident. And actually, if you look at computer software in the sky at that time, you'll see that the Milky Way is very prominent and seems to be mirrored on the ground by another Nile. I suggest that may be one of the reasons amongst many why Giza was chosen as the site for this very special place. So the point I want to make is that an astronomical design on the ground, which memorializes a very ancient date, does not have to have been done 12,500 years ago. If from the ancient Egyptian point of view, you were there 4,500 years ago, and there's a time 8,000 years before that, which is very, very, very important. You could use astronomical language in megalithic architecture to memorialize that date on the Giza Plateau, which is what we think we're looking at, except for one thing, and that's the erosion patterns on the Sphinx. And we're pretty sure that the Sphinx, at least, does date back to 12,500 years ago. And with it, the megalithic temples, the so-called Valley Temple, which stands just to the east and just to the south of the Sphinx. And the Sphinx Temple, which stands directly in front of the Sphinx. The Sphinx Temple is large and strong, but the Valley Temple, attributed to Khufu, on no good grounds whatsoever, is a huge megalithic construction with blocks of limestone that weigh up to 100 tons each. And yet, it has been remodeled, refaced with granite. There are granite blocks that are placed on top of the core limestone blocks. And those core limestone blocks were already eroded when the granite blocks were put there. Why? Because the granite blocks have actually been purposely and deliberately cut to fit into the erosion lines on the, we believe, much older megalithic blocks there. So I think Giza is a very complicated site. I would never seek to divorce the dynastic age of Egyptians from the Great Pyramids. They were closely involved in the construction of the Great Pyramids as we see them today. But what I do suggest is that there were very low platforms on the Giza Plateau that are much older, and that when we look at the three Great Pyramids, we're looking at a renovation and a restoration and an enhancement of much older structures that have existed on the Giza Plateau for a much longer period before that. Actually, the Great Pyramid is built around a natural hill, and that natural hill might have been seen as the original primeval mound to the ancient Egyptians.
So the idea that the Sphinx was there long before the pyramids, and the pyramids were built by the Egyptians to celebrate further an already holy place.
Yeah, and there were platforms in place where the pyramids stand. Not the pyramids as we see them today, but the base of those pyramids was already in place.
So what's the case? What's the evidence that the Egyptologists use to make the attributions that they do for the dating of the pyramids and the Sphinx?
Well, the three Great Pyramids of Giza are different from major pyramids. This is another problem that I have with the whole thing. Is the story of pyramid building, when did it really begin? The timeline that we get from Egyptology is the first pyramid is the pyramid of the pharaoh Djoser, the step pyramid at Saqqara, about 100 years or so before the Giza pyramids are built. And then we have this explosion in the fourth dynasty of true pyramids. We have three of them attributed to a single pharaoh, Snefru, built supposedly the pyramid at Maidum, the two pyramids at Dashur, the bent and the red pyramid. And then within that same 100 years span, we have the Giza pyramids being built. This is according to the Orthodox chronology. And then suddenly, once the Giza project is finished, pyramid building goes into a massive slump. And pyramids of the fifth dynasty are, frankly speaking, a mess outside. They're very inferior imagery repeating the name of the king who was supposedly buried in that place. Whereas the Giza pyramids have no internal inscriptions whatsoever. What we do have is one piece of graffiti about which there is some controversy. Basic statistics, it's a 6 million structure. Each side is about 750 feet long. It's aligned almost perfectly to true north, south, east, and west within 3/60ths of a single degree. So 60th because degrees are divided into 60s. It's the precision of the orientation and the absolute massive size of the thing. Plus, it's very complicated internal passageways that are involved. You know, in the 9th century, the Great Pyramid still had its facing stones in place, but there was an Arab caliph who had already realized that other pyramids did have their entrances faced. Nobody knew where the entrance to the Great Pyramid was. He figured there's an entrance to this thing. It's going to be in the north face somewhere. So he put together a team of workers. And they went in with sledgehammers and they started smashing where he thought would be the entrance. And they cut their way into the Great Pyramid for a distance of maybe 100 feet. And then the hammering that they did dislodged something. They heard a little bit further away something big fall. And they realized there was a cavity there. And they started heading in that direction. And then they joined the internal passageway of the Great Pyramid, descending and the ascending corridors that go up. When you go up the ascending corridor, every one of the internal passageways in the Great Pyramid that people can walk in slopes at an angle of 26 degrees. That's interesting because the angle of slope of the exterior of the Great Pyramid is 52 degrees. So we know mathematicians were at work as well as geologists in the creation. If you go up the Grand Gallery, which is at the end of the so-called ascending corridor, and it's above the so-called Queen's Chamber. You go up the Grand Gallery, you're eventually going to come to what is known as the King's Chamber, in which there is a sarcophagus. That sarcophagus is a little bit too big to be got in through the narrow entrance passageway. It's almost as though the so-called King's Chamber was built around the sarcophagus already in place. Above the King's Chamber are 5 other chambers. These are known as relief chambers. The theory was that they were built to relieve the pressure of the King's Chamber, of the weight of the monument. But I think what makes that theory dubious is the fact that even lower down, when more weight was involved, you have the Queen's Chamber, and there are no such relieving chambers above that. At the top of these 5 chambers, a British adventurer and vandal called Howard Vyse, who dynamited his way into those chambers in the first place, allegedly found, well, he claims he found a piece of graffiti left by a work guy naming the pharaoh Khufu. And it's true, I've been in that chamber, and there is the cartouche of Khufu there, quite recognizable. But the dispute around it is whether that is a genuine piece of graffiti dating from the Old Kingdom, or whether Howard Vyse actually put it there himself because he was in desperate need of money at the time. I'm not sure what the answer to that question is. Another reason why, but it's one of the reasons that Egyptologists feel confident in saying that the pyramid is the word of Khufu. Another is what is called the Wadi al-Jafari, where on the Red Sea, a diary called Berer was found. It's about bringing highly polished limestone to the Great Pyramid. And it's clear that what he's talking about is the facing stones of the Great Pyramid. He's not talking about the body of the Great Pyramid. He's talking about the face of it during the reign of Khufu. So that's another reason why the Great Pyramid is attributed to Khufu. But I think that Khufu was undoubtedly involved in the Great Pyramid and in a big way, but I think he was building upon and elaborating a much older structure. And I think the heart of that structure is the subterranean chamber, which is a 130 base of the Great Pyramid. Anybody who suffers from claustrophobia will not enjoy being down there. You've got to go down a 26-degree sloping corridor until a distance of about 300 feet. It's 100 feet vertically, but the slope means you've got to walk a distance of not walk, you've got to ape walk. You're almost going to have to crawl. I've learned from my experience that the best way to horizontal passage, and then you get into the subterranean chamber. Theory of Egyptology is that this was supposed to be the burial place of Khufu. But after cutting out that 300-foot long, 26-degree sloping passage, a lot of which passed through bedrock, having cut the subterranean chamber out of bedrock, gone to all that trouble, they decided they wouldn't bury him there. And they built what's now known as the Queen's Chamber as his burial chamber. But then they decided that wouldn't do either, so they then built the King's Chamber. And that's where the Pharaoh is supposed to have been buried. Those Arab raiders, after coming from the moon, didn't find anything in the Great Pyramid at all.
So your idea is that the Sphinx and maybe some aspects of the pyramid were much earlier, and why that's important is in that case it would be evidence of some transfer of technology from a much older civilization. The idea is that during the Young Dryas, most of that civilization was either destroyed or damaged, and they desperately scattered across the globe, seeking refuge, and telling stories of maybe one, the importance of the stars, their knowledge about the stars, and their knowledge about building it, and knowledge about navigation.
That's roughly the idea. So it's interesting that the ancient Egyptians have a notion of an epoch that they call Zeptet, which is the first time. It means the first time. This is when the gods walked the earth. This is when 7 sages brought wisdom to ancient Egypt. And that is seen as the origin of ancient Egyptian civilization. There are king lists by the ancient Egyptians themselves. There are king lists that go back way beyond the first dynasty, go back 30,000 years into the past in ancient Egypt, considered to be entirely mythical by Egyptologists, but nevertheless it's interesting that there's that reference to another time. Now, what you also have in Egypt are what might almost be described as secret societies. The followers of Horus are one of those, specifically tasked with bringing forward the knowledge from the first time into later periods. The souls of Pe and Nekhen are another one of these mysterious secret society groups who are possessors of knowledge that they transmit to the future. And what I'm broadly suggesting is that those survivors of the Young Dryas cataclysm who settled in Giza may have been relatively small in number. It's interesting that they are referred to in the info building text as 7 sages, because that repeats again and again. It's also in Mesopotamia. It's 7 sages, 7 Akalu, who come out of the waters of the Persian Gulf and teach people all the skills of agriculture and of architecture and of astronomy. It's found all around the world, but there was a relatively small number of people who took refuge in Giza, who benefited from the survival skills of the hunter-foragers who lived at Giza at that time, and who also passed on their knowledge to those hunter-foragers. But it was not knowledge that was ready to be put into shape at that time. And that knowledge was then preserved and kept and handled within very secretive groups that passed it down over thousands of years. And finally it bursts into full form in the 4th dynasty in ancient Egypt. And the notion that knowledge might be transferred over thousands of years shouldn't be absurd. We know, for example, in the case of ancient Israel, it goes back to the time of Abraham, which is pretty much, I think, around 2000 BC, and knowledge has been preserved from that time right up to the present day. So if you could preserve knowledge for 4,000 years, you could probably preserve it for 8.
Now, of course, the error bars on this are quite large, but if an advanced Ice Age civilization existed, where do you think it was? Where do you think we might find it one day, if it existed? And how big do you think it might have been?
Well, this is where I'm often accused of presenting a God of the Gaps argument. I think there was a lost civilization because there's lots of the earth archaeologists have never looked at. Of course, I'm not thinking that. These are very special gaps that I'm interested in. And I'm interested in them because of all the curiosities and puzzlement that I've expressed before. It's not just because there are gaps in the archaeological record. It's because those gaps involve places that were very interesting places to live during the Ice Age. And they include the Sahara Desert, which was not a desert during the Ice Age, and through this warm wet period when it was very, very fertile. Certainly some archaeology has been done in the Sahara, but it's fractional, it's tiny. And I think if we want to get into the origins, the true origins of Egyptian civilization, of the peoples of ancient Egypt, we need to be looking in the Sahara for that. The Amazon rainforest is another example of this. I think the Sahara is about 9 million square kilometers. The Amazon that's left of the dense canopy rainforest is about 5 million square kilometers, maybe closer to 6. And then you have the continental shelves that were submerged by sea level rise at the end of the Ice Age. Now, it's well established that sea level rose by 400 feet, but it didn't rise by 400 feet overnight. It came in drips and drabs. There were periods of very rapid, quite significant sea level rise, and there were periods when the sea level was rising much more slowly. So that 400-foot sea level rise is spread out over a period of about 10,000 years, but there are episodes like meltwater pulse 1b, like meltwater pulse 1a, where the flooding was really immense.
How big do you think it might have been? And do you think it was spread across the globe? So if there were expert navigators, do you think they spread across the globe?
Well, the reason I'm talking about the gaps is I don't know where this civilization started or where it was based. All I'm seeing are clues and mysteries and puzzles that intrigue me, which suggest to me that something is missing from our past. And I'm not inclined to look for that missing something in, for example, Northern Europe, because Northern Europe was not a very nice place to live during the Ice Age. I mean, nobody smart would build a civilization in Northern Europe 12,000 years ago. It was a hideous frozen wasteland. Places to look are places that were hospitable and welcoming to human beings during the Ice Age. That, of course, includes the coastlines that are now underwater. Of course, it includes the Sahara Desert, and of course, it includes the Amazon rainforest as well. All of these places, I think, are candidates for quote-unquote my lost civilization. And because I think, largely from those ancient maps, that it was a navigating, seafaring civilization, I suspect that it wasn't only in one place. It was probably in a number of places. And then I can only speculate. Maybe there was a cultural value where it was felt that it was not appropriate to interfere with the lives of hunter foragers at that time. Maybe it was felt that they should keep their distance from them. Just as even today, there is a feeling that we shouldn't be interfering too much with the uncontacted tribes in the Amazon rainforest. Although, interestingly, some of those tribes are now using cell phones. That possibility may have been there in the past, and only when we come to a global cataclysm does it become essential to have outreach and actually to take refuge amongst those hunter-forager populations. That is the hypothesis that I'm putting forward. I'm not claiming that it's a fact, but for me it helps to explain the evidence.
So that speaks to one of the challenges that archaeologists provide to this idea, is that there is a lot of evidence of humans in the Ice Age, and they appear to be all hunter-gatherers. But like you said, only a small percent of areas where humans have lived have been studied by archaeologists.
That's right. Very tiny percent. And even a tiny percent of every archaeological site is seen by archaeologists. Typically 1 to 5% of any archaeological site is excavated.
I mean, that's why you go back in time, it fills my mind with imagination, especially seeing as the time capsule. You know, it's almost certain that there's places on Earth we have discovered that once we do, even if it's after the Ice Age, will change our view of human history. Do you think there is going to be a place, like what will be a great thing to discover, like Göbekli Tepe, that says a definitive perturbation to our understanding of Ice Age history?
Some kind of archive, some kind of hall of records. There's both mystical associations with the hall of records of Giza from people like the Casey organization. There's also ancient Egyptian traditions which suggest that something was concealed beneath the sands. This This is not an idea that is alien to ancient Egypt. It's quite present. So far as I know, nobody has dug down. So of course, there's very good reasons for that. Not to damage the place too much, but let's call it the Hall of Records. I'd love to find that. But I think in a way, that's what Göbekli Tepe is. Göbekli Tepe is a Hall of Records. It's interesting that just as I've tried to outline, I hope reasonably clearly, that the three great pyramids of Giza match Orion's belt in 10,500 BC, just as the Sphinx matches Leo in 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago. So, Pillar 43, enclosure D of Göbekli Tepe, contains what a number of researchers, myself included, regard as an astronomical dialogue. Martin Sweatman at Edinburgh University is brought forward the best work in this field, but it was initially started by a gentleman called Paul Burley, who noticed that one of the figures on Pillar 43 is a scorpion, very much like we represent the constellation of Scorpio today, and that above it is a vulture with outstretched wings, which is in a posture very similar to the constellation that we call Sagittarius. And on that outstretched wing is a circular object. And the suggestion is that it's marking the time when the sun was at the center of the dark earth at the summer solstice 12,500 years ago. That's what it's marking. And it's interesting that the same date can be deduced from Pillar 43. Of course, it's controversial. By no means accepted by archaeology, but he's done very, very thorough, detailed statistical work on this, and I'm personally convinced. So we have a time capsule at Göbekli Tepe, which is memorializing a date that is at least 1,200 years before Göbekli Tepe was built. If that dating of 11,600 years ago proved to be absolutely the oldest date, as it is at present. The date memorialized on Pillar 43 is 12,800 years ago, beginning of the end of dryness, the beginning of the impact. Okay. And then Giza does the same thing, but in much larger scale. It draws out, it uses massive megalithic architecture, which is very difficult to destroy, and the profound knowledge of astronomy to encode a date in a language that any culture which is sufficiently literate in astronomy will be able to decode. We don't have to have a script that we can't read, like we do with the Indus Valley civilization or with the Easter Island script. We don't have to have a script that can't be interpreted. We can use astronomical language, then any astronomical literate civilization will be able to give you the date. The Hoover Dam has a star map built into it, and that star map is part of an exhibition that was put there at the founding of the Hoover Dam. And what it does is it freezes the sky above the Hoover Dam at the moment of its completion. And Oscar Hansen, the artist who created that piece, said so specifically that this would be so that any future culture would be able to know the time of the dam's construction. So you can use astronomy and architecture to memorialize particular date.
Quick pause. Glastonbury.
Sounds good.
So to me, the story that we've been talking about, it is both exciting if the mainstream archaeology narrative is correct and the one here constructed is correct. Both are super interesting because the mainstream archaeology perspective means that there's something about the human mind from which the pyramids, these ideas spring naturally. You place humans anywhere, you place them on Mars, it's got to come out that way. So that's an interesting story of human psychology that then becomes even more interesting when you evolve out of Africa, Homo sapiens, how you think about the world. That's super interesting. And then if there's an ancient civilization, advanced civilization that explains why there's so many similar types of ideas, right? That means that there's so much undiscovered still about sort of the spring of these ideas of civilization. So to me, they're both fascinating. So I don't know why there's so much sort of infighting, but
I think it's partly territorial. I think that I can't speak of all archaeologists, but some archaeologists feel very territorial about their profession, and they do not feel happy about outsiders entering their realm. especially if those outsiders have a large platform. And that's, I found that the attacks on me by archaeologists have increased step by step with the increase of my exposure. I wasn't very interested to them when I just had one minor bestseller in 1992, the book called The Sign of the Seal. But when Fingerprints of the Gods was published in 1995 and became a global bestseller, then I started to attract their attention and appear to have been regarded as a threat to them. And that is the case today. That is why Ancient Apocalypse Season 1 was defined as the most dangerous show on Netflix. It's why the Society for American Archaeology wrote an open letter to Netflix asking Netflix to reclassify the series as science fiction. It's why they accused the series of anti-Semitism, misogyny, white supremacism, and a whole bunch of other things like that. It had nothing to do with anything that's in the series. It was like, we must shut this down. This is so dangerous to us. Certainly not dangerous. There are many more dangerous things in the world than a television series going on right now. But maybe it was seen as a danger to archaeology, that this non-archaeologist was in archaeological terrain, being viewed and seen by large numbers of people. Maybe that was one of them. And human nature being what it is, I noticed that two of my principal critics, John Hoops from the University of Kansas and Kim Dibble, who's now teaching at the University of Cardiff in Wales in the UK, are both people who like to have media exposure. And John Hoops has just recently started the YouTube channel. Flynn Dibble has had one for quite a while. Pretty small number of followers. I think that they feel that they should be the ones who are getting the global attention, and that it's not right that I am. But the best way to stop that is to stop me, to shut me down, to get me cancelled, and basically requiring Netflix to relabel my series from a documentary to science fiction, which is what they actually had the temerity to suggest to Netflix. That would, if that had gone through, if Netflix had listened to them, that would have effectively been the cancellation of my documentary series. It would no longer have been ranked under the documentary. So it was a deliberate attempt to shut me down. I see that going on again and again, and it's so unfortunate and so unnecessary. I've become very defensive towards archaeology. I hit back. But after 30 years of these attacks on my work, I'm tired of it, and I do defend myself. And sometimes I'm perhaps over-vigorous. Maybe I was a little bit too strong in my critique of archaeology in the first season of Ancient Apocalypse. Maybe I should have been a bit gentler. And I've tried to reflect that in the second season, and to bring also many more indigenous voices into the second season, as well as the voices of many more archaeologists.
Yeah, in general, I just get a glimpse of the archaeology community, and in archaeology, in science in general, I don't have much patience for this kind of arrogance or snark or dismissal of general human curiosity that I think your work inspires in people. So that's why people like Ed Barhart, who I recently had a conversation with, he radiates sort of kindness and curiosity as well. And it's like that kind of approach to ideas, especially about human history, it inspires people. It inspires millions of people to ask questions. So, I mean, that's why you had Keanu Reeves on the new season. He's basically coming to the show from that same perspective of curiosity.
Keanu is genuinely curious about the past and very, very interested in it. And he's bringing to it questions that everybody brings to the past. He's speaking for every man.
So, given that, can you maybe steel man the case that archaeologists make about this period that we've been talking about? Can you make the case that that is indeed what happened? Is there was hunter-gatherers for a long time, and then there was a cataclysm, a very difficult period in human history with the Army Dryas, and that changed the environment and has led to this springing up of civilizations in different places on Earth. you sort of make a case for that.
And I completely understand why that is, because that's what they found. Archaeology is very much wishing to define itself as a science. And it uses the techniques of weighing and measuring and counting are very key to what archaeology does. And in what they've found, what they've studied around the world, they don't see any traces of a lost civilization. And the idea that, besides, we live in a very politically correct world today, and the idea that some kind of lost civilization brought knowledge to other cultures around the world seems almost sort of racist or colonialist in some way. It triggers that aspect as well. But basically, I think the majority of archaeologists should keep good faith on this. I don't think that anyone's really seeking to trade them. I think that what we're hearing from most archaeologists, some much more vicious than I, but what we're hearing from most archaeologists is this is what we found, and we don't see evidence for that civilization. To that, I must reply, please look at the myths. Please consider the implications of the Younger Dryas. Please look at the ancient astronomy. Please look at those ancient maps and don't just dismiss them. Consider them. And for God's sake, please look more deeply at the parts of the world that were immensely habitable and attractive during the Ice Age and that have hardly been studied by archaeology at all, before you tell us that your theory is the only one that can possibly be correct. In fact, it's a very arrogant and silly position of archaeology, because archaeological theories are always it can take years, it can take decades. In the case of this first hypothesis, the seven but sooner or later, a bad idea will be kicked out by a preponderance of evidence that that idea does not explain.
If we could just look back at your debate with Dibble and Joe Rogan's experience, what are some takeaways from that? What have you learned? Maybe what are some things you like about when you said that he's one of your big critics, but what do you like about his ideas and what were you maybe bothered by?
First of all, just very recently, and it can be found on my YouTube channel and it's signaled on my website, I have made a video that runs around an hour, which looks at a series of statements that Flynn made during the debate, which I was not prepared to answer. And it turns out that some of those statements are not correct. The notion, for example, that there were 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped. Flynn actually uses the word mapped, 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped at one point in the debate, and I've put that clip into the video that I brought up. That is not a fact, that is an estimate, a UNESCO estimate. And actually, in the small clip on one of the slides that he has on the screen, you can see the word estimate, but he never expresses that word out loud. So those who are listening to the podcast rather than the version you didn't even have a chance to see that. And I, sitting there in the studio, didn't see that word estimate. And I didn't know that. I thought, my God, Flint has a point here. If there have been 3 million shipwrecks found in maps, if that's the case, the absence of any shipwreck from a lost civilization in the Ice Age is a problem. But then I discovered that it isn't 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped. It's much, much less than that. Maybe it's 250,000. Still a large number, but most of them from the last 1,000 years. And unfortunately, what Flint didn't go into, and perhaps he should have shared with the audience, and again I'll go into this in the video, is that there is indisputable evidence that human beings were seafarers as much as 50 or 60,000 years ago. People in Australia have relatively short, 90 kilometers, 100 kilometer ocean voyage, but nevertheless it was an ocean voyage, and it must have involved a large enough number of people to create a permanent population that would go extinct. The settlement of Cyprus is the same thing. It was all time during the Ice Age. And no ships have survived that speak to the settlement of Australia, and no ships have survived that speak to the settlement of Cyprus either. But that doesn't mean that thing didn't happen.
It's just like linger on this, because for me it was the shipwrecks thing was convincing. And then looking back, first of all, watching your video, but also just realizing the people in Australia are, that's my bonkers, 50,000 years ago. Just imagine being person standing on the shore, looking out into the ocean, standing on the shore of a harsh environment, looking out to the ocean, in a harsh environment, but deciding that, you know what, I'm going to go towards near certain death.
I don't know what's on the other side of that. You can't see 90
You
kilometers.
just did it.
Yeah.
And I love
Again,
it
it's
in
that,
some
it's,
ways.
that, it's that urge to explore. And I suggest that it probably began with pioneers who made the journey there and back. They ventured into the water. They definitely had boats. And lo and behold, after a 2 or 3 day voyage, they ended up on a coastline. You're an individual. You've got by relatively straightforward island hopping where each island is within sight of each other as far as Timor. And when you get to Timor, suddenly you can't island hop anymore. There's an expanse of ocean that you can't see across. But that urge to explore, that curiosity that is central to human condition would undoubtedly have led some adventurous individuals that want to find out more and even be willing to risk their lives. And that first reconnoitering of what lay beyond that strait would have undoubtedly been undertaken by very few individuals. Not enough to create a permanent population in Australia. But when they came back with the good news that there's a whole land, that's the land that was in it that the geographers call Sahul, which in just as Sunda was the Ice Age Indonesian and Malaysian peninsula all joined together into one landmass. So Sahul was New Guinea joined to Australia. So they would have made landfall in New Guinea. And then they think, well, here is this incredible land. We need to bring more people here. And that would have involved large you need to bring people with resources, and you need to bring enough of them, both men and women, in order to produce a population that will not rapidly become extinct. And it's the same in Cyprus. There, the detailed work that's being done suggests very strongly that we're looking at planned migrations of groups of people in excess of 1,000 at a time, bringing animals with them. And this certainly would have involved multiple boats, and boats of a significant size.
And there's no archaeological evidence of those boats.
None whatsoever. The oldest boat that's ever been found in the world is the Brooklyn shipwreck off Greece, which is around 5,000 years old, if I recall correctly.
Everything that makes a boat is lost to time.
Yes, boats can be preserved under certain circumstances. There's a wreck at the bottom of the Black Sea, almost 2 miles deep. I didn't know the Black Sea was that deep. But there's a wreck, and there's no oxygen down there. That is more than 2,000 years old and is still in pretty much perfect condition. But in other conditions, the structure of the ship evaporates. Sometimes what you're left with is the cargo of the ship. And you could say there was a ship that sank here, but the ship itself is gone. The fact is, we know that our ancestors were seafarers as much as 50,000 years ago, and no ship has survived to testify to that, yet we accept that they were.
Do you think one day we'll find a ship that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 years old?
It's not impossible. I think it's quite unlikely, given the very thin survival of ships that are back in going time. The oldest, as I say, being around 6,000 years old now. And then the other thing to take into account is the Equidrimes event itself and the cataclysmic circumstances of that event and the roiling of the seas that would have taken place then. How much would have survived in a boat accident at that time would have survived thousands of years afterwards? I'm not sure, but I don't give up hope.
So, okay, so that's back to the 3 million shipwrecks.
Yeah.
So what's your takeaway from that debate?
Well, my takeaway from that debate is that I should have been better prepared, and I should have been less angry. I have to say that Flint had really distilled with these constant, snide, not quite exact references to racism and white supremacism that might work out. I detest such things. And to have those labels stuck on me. He's always avoided taking direct responsibility, pretty much always. But there's one example that I include in the video I've made where he really hasn't successfully avoided it. But in most cases, he's trying to say that I rely on sources that were racist. But he's not saying that I myself am a racist. But the end of those statements is that people all around the world came to the conclusion that Graham Hancock is a racist and a white supremacist. And that really got under my skin. It really upset me. And I felt angry about it. And I felt that I was there to defend Ancient Apocalypse Season 1. Whereas in fact what I was there to do was to listen to a series of lectures where an archaeologist tells me what archaeologists have found, and that somehow I'm introduced that from what they have found, they're not going to find anything else. At least not anything to do with the lost civilization.
Listen, I feel you. I've seen just the attacks and the whole racism label is the one that can get under your skin. And it's a toolbox that's been prevalent over the past, let's say, decade, maybe a little bit more, as a method of cancellation. When a person is the opposite of racist, very often it's kind of hilarious to watch, but it can't get under your skin, especially when you have certain dynamics that happen on the internet where it seeps into a Wikipedia page, and then other people read that Wikipedia page, and you get to hear it from like friends. Oh, I didn't know you're whatever. Then you realize the Wikipedia description of who you are actually has a lot of power, not by people that know you well, but by people that just kind of are learning about you for the first time.
Definitely.
And it can really start to annoy you and get under your skin. People are kind of indirectly injecting and writing articles about you that can then be cited by Wikipedia. It can really bother a person who's actually trying to do good science or just trying to inspire people to get
I felt that my work was being deliberately misrepresented, and I felt that I, as a human being, was being insulted and wronged in ways that are deeply hurtful. My wife and I have 6 children between us, and we have 9 grandchildren. And of those 9 grandchildren, 7 are of mixed race. And this is my family. And these are kids who are going to grow up and read Wikipedia and learn from reading Wikipedia that grandpa was some kind of racist. This is a personal issue for me. And I'm afraid I carried that personal anger into the debates, and it made me less effective than I should be. But ultimately, I do want to pay tribute. He is an excellent debater. He's got a very sharp mind. He's a very clever man. He's very fast on his feet. And I recognize that. I was definitely up against a superior debater. In that debate, I'm not sure that I have those debating skills, and I certainly didn't have them on that particular day. I also admire about Flint something else, which is that he was willing to be there. Most archaeologists don't want to talk to him at all. They want to insult him from the sidelines. They want to make sure that Wikipedia keeps on calling me a pseudo-archaeologist or a purveyor of pseudo-archaeological theories. They want to make sure that the hits of racism are there, but they actually don't want to sit down and confront it. At least Flint was willing to do that. And I'm grateful to him for that. And I think in that sense it is an important encounter between people with, let's say, an alternative view of history and those with the very much mainstream view of history that archaeology gives us. And he's also a very determined. He doesn't give up. So all of those things about him I admire and respect. I think he fought dirty during the debate, and I've said exactly why in this video that I now have on YouTube.
To say a positive thing that I enjoyed, I think towards the end, in him speaking about agriculture was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So the techniques of archaeology are pretty interesting, like where you can get some insights through the fog of time about like what people were doing, how they were living. That's pretty interesting.
It's very interesting. It's a very important discipline. I've said many times before, publicly, I couldn't do any of it without the work that archaeologists do. I emphasize very strongly in this book that I don't study what archaeologists study. But nevertheless, the data that archaeologists have generated over the last century or so has been incredibly valuable to me in the work that I do. But when I look at the Great Sphinx and the studies of archaeology saying that this is the work of the pharaoh Khafre, despite the absence of any single contemporary inscription that describes the Khafre, and in fact the presence of other inscriptions that say that it was already there in the time of Khufu, I am not looking at what Egyptologists study. They just dismiss all of that and lock into the Khafre connection. They can tell me I'm not really looking at what archaeologists look at. I'm looking at the alignments of the megaliths and how they seem to track precession of the star series over a period of time. Archaeologists aren't interested in any of that. So I I value and respect archaeology. I think it's an incredible tool for investigating our past. But I wish archaeologists would bring a slightly gentler frame of mind to it, a slightly opener perspective. And also that archaeologists would be willing to trust the general public to make up their own minds. It's as though certain archaeologists are afraid of the public being presented, which they regard as quote unquote dangerous, because they somehow underestimate the intelligence of the general public. I think the general public are just going to accept that. Actually, by condemning those alternative point of view, archaeologists make it much more likely that the general public will accept the alternative point of view, because there is a great distrust of experts in our society. And behaving in a snobbish, arrogant way, we archaeologists are the only people who are really qualified to speak about the past. Everybody else who speaks about the past is dangerous. That actually is not helpful to archaeology. There could be a much more positive and much more cooperative relationship, and I can see that relationship with a gentleman like Barnhart. It's very much the case with archaeologist Marty Pasanen from the University of Helsinki, with geographer Rabbi, Brazilian geographer, very, very super figure, whom I worked with in the Amazon for season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, looking at these astonishing earthquakes in the Mediterranean Amazon jungle, which more and more are now being found with LiDAR. Indeed, we found some of them ourselves with the LiDAR.
Yeah, that was an incredible part of the show that I just previewed. It's like there's all this earthworks, they got traces of things built on the ground that probably you can only really appreciate when you look.
What's up, Ivy? How are you? Can you hear me? Yes, no? Are you there?
Look from up above.
That's right.
So the idea that they built stuff that you can only appreciate when viewed from up above means they had a very kind of deep relationship with the sky.
With the sky.
Yeah.
And very good knowledge of geometry as well, because these are geometrical structures. And some of them even seem to incorporate geometrical games, almost like squaring a circle. It's not quite that, but you have a lovely square earthwork with a lovely circle right in the middle of it. Whatever else they were geometrists. They were not just builders of fantastically huge earthworks that nobody expected in the Amazon, not just builders of cities that we now know existed in the Amazon, but that they were astronomers and mathematicians as well.
Everything we're talking about is so full of mysteries. It's fascinating, especially the farther back we go.
That's what I love about the past, is the mystery that's there. And that's another thing that I regret about some archaeologists. Their mission seems to be to drain all mystery out of the past, to suck it dry like some kind of vampire, sucking blood out of the past and to reduce it to a series of numbers that appear to be scientific. I think that's most unfortunate. The past is deeply mysterious. The whole story of life on Earth is deeply mysterious. I mean, we were talking about the timeline of human beings. If you go back to the formation of the Earth itself, if I've got the figures right, it's about 4.5 billion years ago that the Earth supposedly formed. It was then incredibly hot and inhospitable to life for the next several hundred million years. But it was actually Francis Crick who pointed out something odd, that within 100 million years of the Earth being cool enough to support life, there's bacterial life all over the planet. And Crick wrote a book called Life Itself. It was published in 1981. And he suggested that life had been brought here by a process of panspermia. Now that's an idea that's around in circulation, that comets may carry bacteria which can seed life on planets. But Crick actually in Life Itself was talking about directed panspermia. He envisaged, this is Crick, not me, he envisaged an alien civilization far away across the galaxy, which faced extinction. Perhaps a supernova was going to go off in the neighborhood. They were high. But the first thought might have been, let's get ourselves off the planet and go and populate some other planet. But the distances of interstellar space were so great. So the second thought was, let's preserve our DNA. Let's put bacteria, genetically engineered bacteria, into cryogenic chambers and fire them off into the universe in all directions. And bottom line of Crick's theory of Life Itself is one of those cryogenic containers containing bacterial life from another solar system crashed into the Earth, and that's why life began so suddenly.
If we as a human civilization continue, I think that is the one way to create backups of us elsewhere in the universe, given the space, is to do a life gun and shoot it everywhere. And it's just plants.
Yeah.
And you kind of hope that whatever is the magic that makes up human consciousness, and if that magic is already there in the initial DNA of bacteria,
The potential for that magic is there. The potential is there. And evolutionary forces will work upon it in different ways and different environments. But the potential is there. Yes, it's something that we would do. If we were facing complete extinction of life on planet Earth, a major global effort would be made to preserve it somehow. And that might well include firing off cryogenic chambers into the universe and hoping that some of them would land somewhere hospitable.
and as you were mentioning, there's just so many interesting mysteries along the way. For example, I mean, 3 billion years of a single cell organisms. So it seems like life's pretty good in single cell organisms, that there's no need for multicellularity, that like for animals, right, and this kind of stuff. So why is that? It seems like you could adapt much better if you're a more complicated organism. It took a really long time to take that leap. Is it because it's really hard to do? And what was the forcing function to do that kind of leap? And the same, I mean, for us to be selfish and self-obsessed, for us humans, magic leap to Homo sapiens from the other hominids. And why did Homo sapiens win out against Neanderthals and the other competitors? Why are they not around anymore? So those are all fascinating mysteries, and it feels like the more we propose some radical ideas about our past, take it seriously, explore, the more we'll be able to figure out that it's all back to Homo sapiens, and all the way back to the origin of life on Earth.
Yeah. I think that Homo sapiens is the tail end of a very long, deep series of mysteries that goes back right on this planet. Because this planet is part of the universe, and God knows what else is out there.
Why do you think Homo sapiens evolved? What was the magic thing? There's a bunch of theories about fire, leading to meat, to cooking, which can fuel the brain. That's one. The other is like social interaction, where you can use their imagination to construct ideas, share those ideas, and tell great stories. And that is how an evolutionary advantage. Do you have any favorite conception?
Well, it's interesting. There's no doubt that anatomically modern humans and Neanderthals coexisted in Europe for at least 10,000 years, probably more than that. And yet, one of the popular views is that anatomically modern humans wiped out the Neanderthals, we killed them off. But at the same time, we were interbreeding with Neanderthals. In a sense, the Neanderthals are not gone. They're still within us today. We are part of Neanderthal. There's another theory that I've read. There is some evidence that Neanderthals were cannibals, that there was ritual cannibalism that took place amongst Neanderthals, particularly the eating of human brains. And this can cause cruel, which can kill off the population. So that's another suggestion whether Neanderthals died out. There's lots of possibilities. Maybe we just outcompeted them. Maybe anatomically modern humans had some brain connections that they didn't have, even though the Neanderthal brain was bigger than the brain of anatomically modern humans. As the old saying goes, sizes and everything. Maybe we just had a more compact, more efficient brain. The fact of the matter is that Neanderthals and Denisovans did not survive the rise of Homo sapiens.
For our discussion, though, what is interesting is all the hominins seem to be explorers.
Yeah.
They spread. I didn't know this.
The fact that Homo erectus was all over the planet more than 1 million years ago is testament to that. And I do think that exploration period is fundamental to humanity. And I would like to say that's what I think I'm doing. I'm exercising my urge to explore the past in my own way, making my own path.
That's the leap from non-human to human. One of the things you discussed is your idea of what was the leap to human civilization. What is the driver? What is the inspiration for humans to grow civilization? And for you, that's shamanism.
Yeah.
Can you explain what that means?
I think that shamanism is the origin of everything about humanity. I think it was the earliest form of science. When I spend time with shamans in the Amazon, I observe people who are constantly experimenting with plants in a very scientific way. They're always trying a pinch of this and a pinch of that in different forms. For example, of the ayahuasca group, to see if it enhances it or makes it different in any way. The invention of curare is a remarkable scientific, which is entirely down to shamans in the Amazon. They are the scientists of the hunter-forager state of society. And they were the ancient leaders of human civilization. So I think all civilization arises out of shamanism. And shamanism is a naturally scientific endeavor where experimentation is undertaken and exploration and investigation of the environment around us. And what I'm suggesting is that one group, perhaps more than one, went a bit further than other groups did and used their study of the skies and developed navigational techniques and were able to sail and explore the earth. But that ultimately, what lies behind it is the same curiosity and investigative skill that shamans are still using in the Amazon to this day. Scientists and proper use for
But do you think something like ayahuasca was a part of that process?
Yes, ayahuasca is the result of shamanistic investigation of what's available. Of course, ayahuasca is all the fad in Western industrialized societies today. Some people see it as a miracle cure for all kinds of ailments and problems. Absolutely, in certain ways. The ayahuasca itself is not an Amazonian word. It comes from Quechua language, and it means the vine of souls or the vine of the dead. But the ayahuasca vine is only one of two principal ingredients in the ayahuasca brew. And the other ingredients are leaves that contain dimethyltryptamine. And there are two sources of that. One is a bush called Cicotrium vulgaris, that's its botanical name. They call it chacruna. And its leaves are rich in dimethyltryptamine DMT, which is arguably the most powerful psychedelic known to science. The other source comes from another vine, the Diplopteris cabrerana, which the leaves of that vine also contain DMT. So the ayahuasca vine on its own is not going to give you a visionary journey. And the leaves that contain DMT on their own, whether they come from Diplopteris or whether they come from chacruna, are not going to give you a visionary journey. And the reason they're not going to give you the visionary journey is because of the enzyme monoamine oxidase in the gut that shuts down DMT when absorbed orally. Basically, DMT is not accessible orally unless you combine it with a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. And that's what I mean when I'm talking about science. Because there's so many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of different species of plants and trees in the Amazon, and they've gone around and they've found just 2 or 3 of them that put together can produce these extraordinary visionaries.
Just imagine the number of plants they had to consume, that smoked, all kinds of combinations to arrive at that.
Exactly. So to realize that this is something very special. And then to use the principles there to find another form. So ayahuasca is the form that is made with the ayahuasca vine and the leaves of the chacruna plant. But yahe is made from the ayahuasca vine and the leaves of another vine, the Diplopteris cabrerana, which contain not only NN-DMT, which is the DMT that everybody's pretty much familiar with these days, but also 5-MeO-DMT. And the yahe experience, which I've also had, in my view, is more intense and more powerful, almost to the point of being overwhelming than the ayahuasca experience. But what the result of this sophisticated chemistry that we find taking place here is a brew which is hideously great. The taste, I find it quite repulsive. I almost retch just smelling it in the cup. But then unleashes these extraordinary experiences. And it isn't just pretty visuals, it's the sense of encounters with sentient others, that there are sentient beings, that somehow we're surrounded by a realm of sentience that is not normally accessible to us. And that what the ayahuasca brew and certain other psychedelics, like some psilocybin mushrooms and a high enough dose can do it as well. LSD can do it, but ayahuasca is the master in this, of lowering the veil to what appears to be a seamlessly convincing other realm, other world. And of course, the hardline rational scientists will say that's just all fantasies of the brain. But I don't think we fully understand, or even close to understanding, exactly what consciousness is. And I remain open to 2 possibilities: that consciousness is generated by the brain, is made by the brain in the way the factory makes cars. But I also am open to the possibility that the brain is a receiver of consciousness, just as a television is a receiver of signals. That if that is the case, then we lock into the physical realm. We need our everyday alert problem-solving state of consciousness, and that's the state of consciousness that Western civilization values and highly encourages. But these other states of consciousness that allow us to access alternative realities are possibly more important It may be apocryphal, but it was reported after Francis Crick's role at his Nobel Prize for the discovery of the double helix that he finally got it under the influence of LSD. There's the classic example of Kerry Mullis and the polymerase chain reaction. He said he got that under the influence of LSD. So the notion that the alert problem-solving state of consciousness is the only valuable state of consciousness is disproved by a valuable experience in a visionary state. But the question that remains unresolved is those entities that we encounter. Not everybody encounters them, and we're certainly not going to encounter them on every ayahuasca trip. There are ayahuasca journeys where nothing seems to happen. I suspect something does happen, but it happens at a subconscious level. I know the shamans in the Amazon went on those trips where actually you don't see visions as amongst the most valuable. They say you are learning stuff that you're not remembering, but you're learning it anyway. These sentient others that are, what are they? Are they just figments of our brain on drugs? Or are we actually getting access to a parallel reality which is inhabited by consciousness, which is a non-physical form? And I'm equally open to that idea. I think that maybe it's going to be. But the other thing is that there is a presence within the ayahuasca tree, and she is present both in ayahuasca and in yahe. And that's one of the reasons why the shamans say that actually the master of the process is the ayahuasca vine, not the leaves. It's as though the vine has harnessed the leaves to gain access to human consciousness. And there, if you have sufficient exposure to ayahuasca or yahe, you drink it enough times. I've had maybe 75 or 80 journeys with ayahuasca. You definitely start to feel an intelligent presence with a definite personality, which I interpret as feminine, which most people in the West interpret as feminine and call her Mother Ayahuasca. There are some tribes in the Amazon who interpret the spirit of ayahuasca as male, but in all cases, that spirit is seen as a teacher. That's fundamentally what ayahuasca is. It's a teacher, and it teaches moral lessons. And that's fascinating. The mixture of two plants should cause us to reflect on our own behavior, how it may have hurt and damaged and affected others, and fill us with a powerful wish not to repeat that negative behavior in the future. The more baggage you carry in your life, the harder the beating the ayahuasca is going to give you, until it forces you to confront and take responsibility for your own behavior. And that is an extraordinary thing to come from a plant. And I think, I think ayahuasca is the most powerful of all the plant medicines for accessing these mysterious realms. But there's no doubt you can access them. They're all tryptophanes. They're all related to one another in one way. You can access them through LSD, and you certainly can access them through psilocybin mushrooms as well, in large enough dose.
Both possibilities, as you described, are interesting. To me, they're kind of akin to each other. I wonder what the limit of the brain's capacity is to create imaginary worlds and treat them seriously, make them real, and in those worlds explore, have real sort of moral, deep brainstorming sessions with those entities. So it's almost like the power of the human mind to imagine taken to its limit.
It is. And the curious thing is that the same iconography, people paint their visions after ayahuasca sessions. People were painting in Europe, in the cave of Lascaux, for example. And of course, they had access to psilocybin mushrooms in prehistoric Europe. There's a remarkable commonality in the imagery that is painted. I like to give credit where credit is due. There are two names that need to be mentioned here. One is the late, great Terence McKenna, his book Food of the Gods, where he proposed the idea very strongly that it was our ancestral encounters with psychedelics that made us fully human. That's what switched on the modern human mind. And very much the same idea began to be explored a bit earlier by Professor David Bruce Williams, a fabulous book called The Mind of McKay, where he is again arguing that these astonishing similarities in cave art and rock art, all around the world, can only be properly explained by people in deeply altered states of consciousness, attempting to remember when they return to a normal everyday state of consciousness, attempting to remember their visions and document them on permanent media like the wall of a cave. So typically you get a lot of things, but you also get entities. And those entities often are therianthropes, part animal, part human in form, might have the head of a wolf and the body of a human being, might have the head of a bird, the body of a human being, and so on and so forth. But they communicate with us in the visionary state. Interestingly, although this sounds like, ooh, it is an area that most scientists would steer clear of and risk their careers, there is very serious work now being done at Imperial College in London and at the University of California at San Diego, where volunteers are being given extended DMT. There's a new technology, DMTX, where the DMT is fed directly into the bloodstream by drip, and it's possible to keep the individual in the peak DMT state, which normally when you smoke or vape DMT, you're looking, if you're lucky, 10 minutes, or if you're unlucky, if it's a bad journey, because those 10 minutes can seem like forever. But with DMTX, with the drip feeding of DMT in the bloodstream, these volunteers actually could be kept in the peak state for hours. And unlike LSD, where you rapidly build up tolerance, nobody ever builds up tolerance to DMT. It always hits you with the same power. Even if you took it yesterday or the day before, and you're taking it tomorrow as well, it's still going to have that same power. There's no tolerance there. So that's how they can use that lack of tolerance to keep volunteers in this state. And then when they debrief those volunteers, they're also putting them in MRI scanners and looking at what's happening in the brain. But when they debrief them, they're all talking about encounters with sentient others. There's even a group now called Sentient Others, where people are exchanging. Volunteers are now exchanging their experiences. They didn't do so, they weren't allowed to do so at the beginning of the experiment. Now that most of them have left it, they're exchanging their experiences. And it's all about encounters with sentient others who wish to teach them moral lessons. Now, to me, that's wild. What is going on? How do we account for this? Yeah, I get the notion of hallucinations and right becoming visions, but the moral lessons that come with it, those are.
Yeah, and would you say that the reason that could give birth to a civilization is because such visions can help create myths, and especially like religious myths, that would be a cohesive thing for a large group of people to get around,
and can help us to be better members of our own community,
more or less.
more contributing members of our community, more caring, more nurturing members of our community. That's got to be good for any community. I've said this a dozen times, but I'll say it again. If I had the power to do so, I would make it a law, absolute law, that anybody running for a powerful political position, particularly if that position is president or head of state in any kind of way, that person has to undergo the ayahuasca ordeal first. They have to have 10 or 12 sessions of ayahuasca as a condition. I suspect that most who have had those experiences wouldn't want to apply for the job anymore. They would want to live a different kind of life. And those who did want to carry on being a leader of the nation would be very different from the people who are leading the nations of the earth into chaos and destruction today. Yeah, there are millions of reasons. I mentioned to you recently from Rothschild that I actually brought up. Said the idea that in the world with progress and the politicians take some folks like that, but at least I have no doubt that it would be I think this raises an interesting point, which is the role of government
I'm going to start it over again. I'm going to take my answers off the air.
in my
Secondly, I
opinion,
was having
the
coffee
so-called
with
law of
Florida.
is one of the
And we were
fundamental
talking about
pieces of human
dogs.
rights.
Florida, coffee, dogs. You don't know big
It
books
should be a
anyway.
Republican issue. If I understand the Republican Party correctly, the Republican Party believes in individual freedom for adults as much as possible.
I'm just saying to my daughter,
Freedom
you know, I was just near the corner of 6th and Broadway, and there was
I know.
Or a big
It's one of
boy.
the great things that's
And
happening.
I really don't.
It's happening state by state.
And my daughter
Where
was
cannabis
drinking
is being legalized and that draconian hand of government is being taken off the
we
back
gotta
of
get
people
you on a
who are
organized
consuming
one.
medicine that
George,
is far less harmful than
she
alcohol,
said, who
which
is
is the
George? I said,
in our
George
society.
Norris. She said, who
We
is
cannot
that?
say that we
George,
actually,
no.
if we allow a government to
Okay,
take
I'm
us
so
what
crazy.
experiences we may or may not have in our consciousness, why we
Daughter
know.
said, I don't even have a
The
baby.
point there is we already have a whole raft of people to deal with us when we do harm to others.
And
Do we really need
so,
laws
George,
that
the
tell us
third
what
thing
we
I
may
would
and
say
may
is,
not
I was
experience
near the
in the
corner
center of our
of
own?
6th
I think it's
and
a
Broadway.
fundamental violation
And you're never
of
gonna
that
believe. I'll take my answers out
you
there.
have much
To
less
my question that you're really good at. Remember what I said.
were all legalized and made
So I'm
available
at the corner of
without shaming,
Broadway
without,
and 6th.
without punishing them.
You're never gonna believe.
Just cause social life. And then you can be sure that
Right
when you get
next
from
to
the
a hot dog cart,
shitty program,
I saw
ultimately
either
the
an
way forward
unconscious
is
person
for adults to take
or
responsibility for their own behavior
or
as
George.
society to allow that to happen.
I think
Not
all
have
it
the
is
government taking
for like
responsibility for decisions that should be
decades.
And
And
for
you
me, also,
know
it's just like some of these substances like psilocybin
how
are
much
being integrated into
absolutely
psychedelic studies like so.
both the
As a,
house
we've seen a
and
revolution
Bigfoot.
in the way science looks at psychedelics over the last 20, 25 years.
So I was watching,
They were in that highly
on
legalized country.
Year 6
But
and
again, it's one of
Broadway,
those paradigms which gets
watching
overwhelmed by the
either a
evidence.
homeless
We actually
person
realize
or
that
Bigfoot.
psilocybin and other
I was telling my
are
daughter
very
that we were
helpful
having
in a
coffee
range of conditions. It's
brought her dog
expressed as
that
well.
I was by the corner of
feeling
6th
dead
Street
when
and
suffering
Broadway.
from terrible cancer can be
When
overwhelming. And it's been found
I
that
think I saw either
psilocybin
an unhoused person
deep
or
depression
Bigfoot.
can be evaporated.
George, I'm going to take my answers off the air. Thank you.
Just go away. There's really good science, and they are being integrated into nature. We see it happen. I'm not sure if it'll happen as much as fast as I would like to see it happen in my lifetime, but it's going to happen.
I actually just recently found out that you had a TED Talk on consciousness that was taken down.
you,
and that was just part of just the general
Hi, George.
It was a radical.
I was talking about ayahuasca. I was talking about
Hey, George. Make only the
as long as we do know how to others, sovereign adults should be allowed to
John
take decisions about their own bodies and not face a jail sentence or shaming as a result. But this, so it was a TEDx talk,
gun.
not a TED talk, organized by a local TED group. They call them TEDx talks. I gave this talk about the moral consciousness, and it was immediately pulled down from TED's main channel with all kinds of bizarre reasons. But unfortunately, it was too late because a number of people had already downloaded it and that's uploaded it onto other YouTube channels, and actually their backing of it made it go viral. I bet if I could have that, people would have happened otherwise. But again, it's a sign that parts of you that are not acceptable to those in positions of power are simply dismissed, shut down, or at least attempted to do so.
In general, just along that line of thinking, I'm pretty sure that what we understand about consciousness today would seem silly to from 100 years from now.
You have if we harness something else to investigate consciousness, that is what is happening at the Imperial College right now. Is the investigation of the experience? They're not looking. There are other trials that are looking for the therapeutic potential. In this case, they're looking entirely at the experiences that people have and why they're so similar. People from different age groups, different genders, different parts of the world, who all have the same experience.
And for me, from an engineer perspective, it's interesting if it's possible to engineer consciousness in artificial beings.
Yeah.
It's another way to approach the question of how special is consciousness.
Yeah.
From where does it arise? Is it something that permeates all of life? And in that case, what is the thing that makes life special? And what is life? What is these living organisms that we have here and that evolve crazy? What is truly special about human And it's both scary and exciting to consider the possibility that create something like this.
But why not? We're a vehicle for consciousness. I think consciousness is present in all life.
You always have to forget that.
How we have the equipment to manifest and express that consciousness in a way that a dog, for example, doesn't have, or a snail doesn't have, or a pigeon doesn't have. But when I look at two pigeons sitting on my garden fence, rubbing up close to each other and enjoying each other's company, taking off together and hanging out together, I think they're conscious beings. And I think consciousness is everywhere. I think it's the basis of everything. And I suspect that fundamentally consciousness is non-physical and that it can manifest in physical forms where it can then have experiences that would not be affected with non-physical state. That's a guess.
That'd be a fascinating, because then we could reflect all kinds of physical forms that manifest in consciousness.
Entities that become conscious. Isn't there some suggestion that artificial intelligence is already becoming conscious?
That makes me feel because we're at the top of the chain, we consider ourselves truly special, and consider that there's other things that could be special. It's scary.
Well, look how other people make us uncomfortable too. And look at the state of the world today. All the conflicts that are raging. That's because we're afraid. When I say we, I'm speaking more from my nation. We are afraid of other people. We fear that they're going to hurt us or damage us in some way. So we need to stop that. It's the root of many conflicts, this fear. And so fear of AI may not be such a good idea. After all, it might be very interesting to go down that route and see what it comes. Certainly, in terms of exploring consciousness, it is very interesting.
Yeah, fear is a useful thing, but it can also be destructive.
Well, it can be destructive. It can shut you down.
If you look into the future, maybe the next couple of years, what do you hope are the interesting discoveries in archaeology that we'll find?
Well, I'd really like to know how the Great Pyramid was put together. And we now have with new tech, with scanning technology, it's now become apparent that there are many major voids within the Great Pyramid. Right above the Grand Gallery, there's what looks like a second Grand Gallery. I didn't find it on screen. New chambers, one of them has even been opened up already, being found as a result of this. So it may be that the Great Pyramid will ultimately give up its secrets. I often think that the Great Pyramid is partly designed to do that. It's designed to invite its own initiates. Some people aren't interested in the Great Pyramid at all, but some people are fascinated by it and they're drawn towards it. And when they're drawn towards it, it immediately starts raising questions in their minds, and they seek answers to their questions. So it's like saying, here I stand, investigate, find out, figure out what I am. Why have I got these two shafts cut into the side of the so-called Queen's Chamber? Why do they slope up through the body of the Great Pyramid? Why do they not exit on the outside of the Great Pyramid? Why, when we send a robot up those shafts, do we find them after about 160 feet blocked by a door with metal handles? Why, when we go through that door to see what's beyond it, 3 or 4 feet away, we see another door? It's like very frustrating, but it's saying to us, keep on exploring. If you're persistent enough, we'll eventually give you the answer. So I'm hoping that answer will come as to how this most mysterious monument was actually built, and the inspiration that lay behind it was certainly pure. It was never a tomb or a tomb only. The later pyramids might have been. I actually know that another burial has been discovered in India, but nevertheless, it's pretty clear that the later pyramids, with the pyramid text written on the walls, the pyramid of Unas, 5th dynasty pyramid in Saqqara, were tombs. But the Great Pyramid, to go to that length to create a tomb, to make it a scale model of the Earth, to orient it perfectly to true north, to make it 6 million tons. This is not a tomb. This is something else. This is a curiosity device. This is something that is asking us to understand it. And I hope we will understand it. And I hope Egyptologists will be willing to set aside that prejudice that they're only looking at a tomb and consider other possibilities. And as new tech is revealing these previously non-English things, I think that's going to be good.
So not just the how it was built, but the why.
But why?
And to you, it seems obvious that there will be a cosmic
motivation. Yeah, very, very much so. As above, so below. Which is an idea in the Hermetica. God Hermes for the Greeks was the Greek version of Thoth, who was the god of ancient Egypt, and that's where that saying comes from. It comes from the Hermetica. But it's expressing an ancient Egyptian idea to mirror the perfection of the heavens on earth.
Do you think there's something interesting to be discovered about the how it was built? I mean, beyond the sort of the ideas of the using ramps and
Yeah, ramps won't do it. Ramps won't do it. Don't with wet sand. It's true that the ancient Egyptians did haul big objects on sleds on wet sand. There are even reliefs that show the process where an individual is standing on the front of the sledge pouring water down to lubricate the sand underneath. And that's a perfectly respectable way to move a 200-ton block of stone across sand, flat sand, if you have enough people to pull it. But that is not going to help you get dozens of 70-ton granite blocks 300 feet in the air to form the roof of the king's chamber and the floor of the chamber above it and the roof of that chamber and the floor of the chamber above that and so on and so forth. Wet sand never got those objects up there. Somehow they were lifted. Now, ramps are proposed as the solution, but where are the remains of those ramps? If you're going to carry blocks weighing up to 2 or 3 tons right to the top of the Great Pyramid to complete the work, you're going to need a ramp that's going to extend out into the desert for more than a mile at a 10-degree slope. But it's calculated that a 10-degree slope is about the maximum slope that human labor can haul objects up the ramp. And that ramp can't just be compacted sand, since heavy objects are being hauled up. It's going to have to be made of very solid material, almost as solid as the sand. Where is it? We don't see any trace of those so-called ramps that are supposed to be constructed. I think we don't know. I think we have no idea. That's why there's so many different theories. We haven't got the answer yet. But the how of it is one of the big mysteries from our past.
I love the Great Pyramids as a kind of puzzle that was created by the ancient peoples to be solved by later peoples. I mean, this is, I don't know if you're aware of the 10,000-year clock that was built by Jeff Bezos and Danny Hillis in Sierra Nevada, Texas. So they're building a clock that ticks once a year for 10,000 years.
Oh, wow.
So it's talking about, it's supposed to sort of run, about those 50 runs. And it's an example of modern humans thinking like, okay, if 10,000 years from now and beyond, if something goes wrong, or future humans that are way different come back and they analyze what happened here, how can we create monuments that they could then analyze?
Yeah.
And that would be curious about, in their curiosity, discover some deep truths about this current time. It's an interesting kind of notion of like, what can we build now
That would last. The answer is that the majority of what we build now would last. Would be gone in a few thousand years. But what would last is massive megalithic structures, like the pyramid. That would last, and it could be used to send a message to the future. I think Göbekli Tepe serves a similar function. I mean, there it was buried 10,400 years ago. And then for the next 10,000 years, nobody touched it. Nobody knew it was there. It took the genius of Klaus Schmidt, the original excavator, to realize what he found and what it was. But the great thing about the sealing of Göbekli Tepe, the burial is it means that no later culture trod over it and imposed their organic materials on it and messed up the dating sequences and so on and so forth. Or factorized it or used it as a quarry. It's all there.
So you mentioned that the pyramids and some of the other amazing things that humans have built was a result of us humans struggling with our mortality.
That's the ultimate goal. That seems to me what's at the heart of many pyramids around the world. Is that they're connected in one way or another to the notion of death, and to the notion of the exploration of the afterlife. This is, of course, the fundamental mystery of all human beings. We may wish to ignore it. We may wish to pretend that it's not going to happen. But we are, of course, all mortal. us, all 8 billion or however many of us that are on the planet right now, we're all going to face death sooner or later. And the question is, what happens? There are a few cultures that really intensely, deeply study that history. We are not one of them. The general view of science, I think, is that we're accidents of evolution. When we die, the light blinks out. There's no more of us. There's no such thing as a soul. But that's not a proven point. There's no experiment that proves that. We know we die, but we don't know whether there's such a thing as a soul.
Yeah, it's the great mystery.
It's a great mystery that we understand. And those cultures that have investigated it, and ancient Egypt is the best example, have investigated it thoroughly and map out the journey that we make after death. But that notion of a journey after death, and of hazards and challenges along the way, and ultimately the judgment, that notion is found right around the world, and it even manifests into the three monotheistic faiths that are still present in the world.
Well, you're one such human, and you said you contemplate your own death.
Yeah.
You afraid of it?
No, I'm not afraid of death at all. I'm curious about that. I think it could be very interesting. I think it's the beginning of the next great adventure. So I don't fear it. And I would like to live as long as my body is healthy enough to make living worthwhile. But I don't fear death. What I do fear is pain. I do fear the humiliation that old age and the collapse of the faculties can bring. I do fear the cancers that can strike us down and riddle us with pain and agony. That I fear very, very much indeed. But death is going to come to all of us. I accept it. It's going to come to me. I'm not going to say I'm looking forward to it, but when it happens, I'm going to approach it, I hope, with a sense of curiosity and a sense of adventure. That there's something beyond this life. It isn't heaven, it isn't hell, but there's something. The soul goes on. I think reincarnation is a very plausible idea. Again, modern science would reject that. But there's the excellent work of Ian Stevenson, children who remember past lives, who found that children up to the age of 7 often have memories of past lives. And in cultures where memories of past lives are discouraged, they tend not to express that much. But in cultures where memories of past lives are encouraged, like India, they do express it. He found several subjects, children under the age of 7, who were able to remember specific details of past life. He was able to go to the place where that past life unfolded and validate those details. So if consciousness is the basis of it, if it's the essence of it, consciousness benefits in some way from being incarnated in physical form, then reincarnation makes a lot of sense. All the investment of the universe is this home for life may have a much bigger purpose than just accident.
What a beautiful mystery this whole thing is.
Yeah, we are immersed in mystery. We live in the midst of mystery. We're surrounded by mystery. And if we pretend otherwise, we're deluding ourselves.
And Greg, thank you so much for inspiring the world to explore that mystery. Thank you for talking over it.
Thank you, guys. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Graham Hancock. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, the new feels of words from Charles Darwin. It is not the strongest of the species, nor the most adaptable. It is the most adaptable to change. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. The following is conversation with Jordan Peterson. His second time on this, the Let's Freeman podcast. You have given a set of lectures on Nietzsche as part of the new Peterson Academy. The lectures were powerful. There's some element of the contradictions, the tensions, the drama, where you like lock in an idea, but then are struggling with an idea. All of that feels like it's in Nietzsche and you.
Yeah, well, he's a big influence on me stylistically and in terms of the way I approach writing. And also, many of the people that were other influences of mine were very influenced by him. So I was blown away when I first came across his writings.
they're so intellectually dense that I don't know if there's anything that approximates that. Dostoevsky is much more wordy. Nietzsche is very succinct, partly because he was so ill, because he would think all day. He couldn't spend a lot of time writing. He condensed his writings into very short, this aphoristic style he had. It's really something to strive for. And then he's also an exciting writer, like Dostoevsky, and dynamic and romantic in that emotional way. So it's really something. And I really enjoyed doing that. I did that lecture that you described, the lecture series. It's on the first half of Beyond Good and Evil, which is a stunning book. And that was really fun to take pieces of it and then to describe what they mean and how they've echoed across the decades since he wrote them. And yeah, it's been great.
Taking each sentence to I think underpinning that approach to writing requires deep respect for the person. I think if you approach writing that kind of respect, you can take for a while. You can take a lot of writers and really dig in on singular sentences.
Yeah, well, those are the great writers, because the greatest writers, virtually everything they wrote is worth attending to. And I think Nietzsche is in some ways the ultimate exemplar of that, because often when I read a book on Mark, one way or another, I often hold the corner of the paper to indicate something that I found that's worth remembering. I couldn't do that with a book like Beyond Good and Evil, because every page ends up marked. And that's in marked contrast, so to speak, to many of the books I read now, where it's quite frequently now that I'll read a book and there won't be an idea that I haven't come across before. If you think of like Nietzsche, that's just not the case at the sentence level. And I don't think there's anyone that I know of who did that to a greater extent than he did. So there's other people whose thought is of equivalent value. I've returned recently, and I'm going to do a course on to the work of this Romanian historian of religions, Mircea Eliade, who's not nearly as well known as he should be, and whose work, by the way, is a real antidote to the postmodern nihilistic Marxist stream of literary interpretation that the universities as a whole have adopted. And Eliade is like that too. I used this book called The Sacred and the Profane quite extensively in a book that I'm releasing in mid-November, We Wrestle with God. And it's of the same sort. It's endlessly analyzable. Eliade walked through the whole history of religious ideas. And he had the intellect that enabled him to do that. And everything he wrote is dream-like in its density. So every sentence or paragraph is evocative in its image-rich manner. That also, you say, deepens and broadens the scope. That's part of often what distinguishes writing that has a literary end from writing that's more merely technical. And the literary writings have this imagistic and dreamlike reference space around them. And it takes a long time to turn a complex image into something semantic. And so if your writing evokes deep imagery, it has a depth that can't be captured merely in words. And the great romantic poetic philosophers, Nietzsche is a very good example, Dostoevsky is a good example, so is Mircea Eliade. They have that quality. And it's a good way of thinking about it. It's kind of interesting from the perspective of technical analysis of intelligence. There's a good book called The User Illusion, which is the best book on consciousness that I ever read. It explains the manner in which our communication is understandable in this manner. So imagine that when you're communicating something, you're trying to change the way that your target audience perceives and acts in the world. So that's an embodied issue. But you're using words which aren't
Audi. How you living? Looks good. Can you hear me? Bruce. You see it? You see it inside? Okay. Do you have a case where do you have a case okay, can you go can you stay with them? Oh, oh, you said you're I said can you stay with your baby dad? No, can you stay with your baby dad? Okay. Okay, can you go back to sleep with your grandma? Are you sure? Okay, can you just like knock on her? No, I'm not gonna do that. Can you just knock on her? Can you just call her? Can you just call her? No, not right now. Call her in the morning. Say, Grandma,
Hey, Grandma, time to just have breakfast. Do you remember how to make breakfast? Oh, one of these days, stupid fucking cunt. Anyways, did you want to pay me for that whole year of work that I did for free, stupid fucking bitch? How does dick your husband's taste like? How much does it cost?
Okay, so are you able to go inside the shelter?
Because the way I fucking got there, my energy was just made about it. I really just want to touch my heart. Okay? So, when I came to the room, and Ruth looked at me and was sitting right from the window, they offered me a partner with them at 10:30. They were specific enough to jump up on the high, and I was ready to do that.
What do you mean? You tell me first.
If I had to for survival, and that all the kids don't understand how
Okay.
just allows them to work for the food. A lot of because of the best.
Okay.
Except if you have those see how you run a business, you don't talk shit about your customers in front of them. I told him that Spanish, English. First he said it was Spanish. And that's a clear up, I said English. I told him that it's the same language here. Bitch.
Okay, well, I just hope that you're okay.
I'm sorry, what? Let me finish.
Okay.
So that I'm sorry, keep telling me I'm locked in there earlier today. Was not but you know what he did die or something. He expect us and shit. Don't know this one. And I really feel for him. And that's why when I say I'm out, I say I'm Jewish. Because y'all are double times. I hate you all. you're all here because how stupid you have allowed yourself to be.
Okay, we need to get to a shelter in the morning.
I'm right outside the shelter every Sunday. Because I was waiting for a specific conversation. One of the programs is a place at the shelter. One is called Rehab. That is the rehab program that I did 4 times. And the doctor just recently died. He didn't take that. I knew that doctor who started that program.
Okay, so
He was very helpful because he told me that I did drug running at that point. But that because I
so you're gonna go to the shelter in the morning.
church my dad, and the hospital. Church there. It's so weird. If I make me mom run, I have a lot of problems.
Okay, so this morning you've got to wait.
But none of my stories
It is, but you're done.
my cousins are
You're done. So you've got like 4 hours, right? Let's talk about your plan. No, let's talk about your plan. Let's talk about your plan. Let's talk about your plan, and then I'll listen. Okay, so okay, so in like 4 hours,
and my uncle looked at my hand and said, and my uncle said, remember when I just did that? Or my son said, remember me? Or like we did that or whatever? And they were looking at me and their son, and they were like, my uncle was like, yeah, that's pretty fun. And he like, she's surprised about it. And she smiled and he never, ever forgave her. Because he had the worst mom ever. Anyways, once, so I gave Isaiah, I didn't give Isaiah 5 to 3 graduation papers. So, Actually,
Okay, ready to talk our plan? Look, Artie, I don't hear no story. I don't hear no story. I've given you the chance. I will hear after. So let's talk about your plan. Let's talk about your plan. I'm not going to take verbal abuse. Let's talk. Let's talk your plan. Okay, and then I'll listen to your story. Okay, so in like okay, in 4 hours, you're gonna walk out. Okay, that's fine.
Because that nigger doesn't do anything. Just like you know.
All right. So
You want to see mistakes? Okay. Where am I sitting? Hey, is that a church?
Adi, I can hear you, but you better listen to me. In 4 hours, when the shop opens, I suggest you go there. I suggest that you call your caseworker and your therapist as soon as possible and do everything you can to clean yourself up. Get on your feet. Additionally, if possible, perhaps in the best interest to see if you can stay somewhere permanently or more permanently, maybe just temporarily at your son's father's place, or he would accept you, or your grandmother's place, perhaps your father, or some. Do you guys stay safe? Like, don't spend all this time outside. It's not going to be good for you. Dude, what's going on, big dog? What up, man? Okay. Did you win the lottery?
this is how that's what it's not doing.
Are we playing just a normal game? 301, 101 easy? Okay, we're just playing 101 easy. Of 1-0. Okay. Wait. Okay. So this is what you thought?
Yes. Right.
Okay. 12, 14, 15. 12, 14, 15, 18. 12, 14, 15, 18. 3, 12, 14, 15, 18. 3, 12, 14, 3, 12, 14, 15, 18. Okay, 3 more. 13. So 3, 12, 13, 14, 3, 12, 13, 14, 15. What'd you get? What'd you get? So I see 3, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18. Hold on. Was that a 2? 2, 3, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18. You need one more. Okay, you've got 2, 3, 4. No, that's done. You're done. You're done. It's 2, 3, 4. No, 2, 1 is not it. You have 2, 3, 4. Zip, plus. I don't know. All I know is that. What about 3? Everything. 12. No, 12, 13, 14. Okay, but you hit 9 numbers. You get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 12, 13, 14, and 18. 15. That's 2. I don't know if it was 15. You definitely hit 2, 3, 4. You definitely hit 2, 3, 4, 12, 13, 14, 18. And you definitely just do that. That's what you can. All right, we gonna play that right now? So you're definitely not. Dude, you know you have an invitation? Take your time. Let's have when you're ready. Okay. Do you really own 2% or is this something you own 5%? Are you ready? Get that thing too. You didn't. But you got to do it. All right. Is it possible to win? Yeah. You know it's George Martin's birthday? You listen to George Norrie, that's more than 99.99% of Australians. He's the guy who hosts the overnight show, to which I'm always listening when you come in. Steve Irwin. Yeah, dude. Steve Irwin is bigger than anybody in Australia. don't know. Paul Hogan was big in like the 80s, but he wasn't anything in the 90s. And then Steve Irwin kind of took over. That's true. Paul Hogan can walk, so Steve Irwin could run. What's his kid's name? Jack Irwin? Robert Irwin's going to play. What was the grandfather's name? So it's Robert named after Bob? Was there a Australia Pacific too? Are you going to accept the invitation? All right, well then do it. All right. What's Robert Irwin and Vinnie Irwin's mom's name? Is she down to fuck? Do you believe that bullshit? Okay. If she wanted to fuck you, would you fuck her right now? All right, play on. Focus. Good fun. Yeah, dude, you had sex with 60-year-old women. Yeah, but Steve Irwin's wife is about it. All right, but if she wanted to fuck right now, would you fuck her? All right, same age as that lady you fucked. Double 25, dude. Zoo, you're fucked. That was good, though. 85 points. All right, same age as that lady you fucked. Would you hunt her crocodile? Yeah, you would. Yeah, we are. Oh, for Bindi Irwin. Oh, dog. Can't believe that. All right, Zoo, time to get real. Do you know what the dragon attack is? Are you gonna let me steal Australia? All right, do you have dragon heritage? Do you have dragon heritage? Do you have dragon heritage? Wow, is it that was an amazing girl. Is that sexy? You're not gonna do it. That is terrible. Dude, I can't believe you did this stuff. Oh, dude, perfect position. Oh, dude, that sucks. Dude, have you ever seen Sex in the City? Are you a big Sex in the City fan? They have sex a lot. Oh, it's amazing. There are four girls. There's Carrie. She's the main character. She's a writer. There's Miranda. She's a lawyer. She's the redhead. Carrie's the blonde. One of the blondes. There's Charlotte. She's my favorite. She's gorgeous. She is brunette, and she is a like a like works in an art gallery, and there's Samantha. She's like a slightly older woman. She's not much. She's like an older, like late 30s, and she's she's a um, public relations. I think she owns her own public relations firm, and this is like a fantasy for women. But basically, they are very focused on fashion, like extremely, more than I can deal with, and men and having sex. Carrie, the main character, writes a sex blog about just like fucking dudes and just like relationships and stuff. It takes place in New York City. There's a very popular show on HBO from like the late 90s and the early 2000s. Carrie's in this like on and off again relationship with the main guy whose name is Big, Mr. Big. He's like in stocks and finance, stuff like that. They literally these four women have coffee like every day and like brunch every day, even though they're like working women. So you can have your fucking money. And so it's kind of like this fantasy, like very much like Friends, where like it's like, don't you people work? Like, how are you all able to just have coffee at like 11:30 a.m. on like a Wednesday? Like, sit down, hang out, like you're all really relaxed. Not like I gotta get back to work kind of deals. Um, I'm gonna tell you all about this fucking show. Even though when I first saw it, like it had the word sex in it, and so it was not something that like I ever watched or anything. Like uh, the first episode I ever saw was the last episode, and it became like my ticket into living. Nice things. And the reason why I say that, I had all kinds of in my late teens, and early 20s, I had a lot of girlfriends, and what they loved to do was watch Sex and the City and cuddle, and or just hang out, and not always cuddle, but like they loved to cuddle. And so, I mean, I would like hang out with like six different girls on a bed, and we would just cuddle. And um, You just watch Sex and the City. So I got to know it really well. And so the first one I ever watched was on HBO, and it was the last episode. So I watched it like in reverse, basically. And all my friends who were girls all got the DVDs, and whenever I would come over, we would just watch those DVDs. Like they were like how some people like read Harry Potter or watch Harry Potter. We just and I didn't. I gotta say, like, it was such a great fantasy that it's not like my thing, but these girls loved to watch the show. And then it came on a channel called TBS, like a more like not like they didn't show any nudity, but they showed nudity in the show, a lot of it, but they don't show it on TV. And then it also came out on TV, so we would just watch it all the time. And these women were, it was like, it was so helpful to me because it taught me about women and like gave me a place in their mind. And so I would just be hanging out with all these chicks. And when I say I'd be sitting with like 6 girls in a bed, I mean sometimes it was 12 girls in a room. We used to have this thing that they used to invite me over to their dorms, and we used to um, have this. No, they definitely should. You guys hook it up with them. In fact, I hooked up with like multiple just within the room, and it would always be cool. We would not with while we're watching, but like the first weekend I ever met these chicks, I hooked up with some of them, and multiple on the same floor. I mean, these girls did not think I was gay, but they trusted me, and they trusted me, and so I got like this amazing experience, and um, so I got to know women really well, and like what they think of, and like how they get into relationships, and then there would be the show, and so they would like, I learned a lot about women. That it was like one of my favorite times of my life, and we would um, like back then texting was not yet a thing, but like chatting on timelines, and so there were just like a bunch of girls that I knew in like 4 different dorms, and they would invite me to just come over. I would go on dates with them, like individually. But then I would pile them on my car, not like 12, but like 5 or 6, and we would go get like coffee or hot chocolate or something. And anyway, and like literally this, all these girls were obsessed with Sex and the City, like absolutely obsessed. So I got to know it really well, though I can't really tell you that much that happened because I wasn't really paying attention. But there was this thing we would do on Sunday night. There was this lady from Canada who had this show on Lifetime, which is like television for women. That was, I see the chat. I'm sure you're right. That was called Talk Sex with Sue Johansson, and it would only come on like really like later on Sunday night, and and she would talk about sex very openly, and none of us had ever heard anybody talk about sex like this, and about like anal sex and vaginal sex, and like I still remember a whole bunch of stuff. And I would just, now when we would watch that show, that sometimes I'd watch that show with 20 girls, and there were never any other guys there. It was like there's this Seinfeld episode where uh, George gets invited to this modeling, like this secret modeling hangout, and it's like he was just like invited into like the inner sanctum, of these models. And the girls when I was hanging out were like models. They were beautiful women. Anyway, it all revolved around Sex and the City. And how did we get on Sex and the City? It just was around this very times that we were talking about TV hosts. Anyway, I was wondering if they ever make an Australian Sex and the City, but apparently they did not. Well, you'd be like, oh yeah, it's called fucking in Melbourne. Melbourne. Okay, what's that? So it's for gay people? Oh, it's straight outlet. Oh, okay. So it's like living in the mountains, like men having sex with women. I have a feeling that let's play bingo. Have you ever played bingo on here? I've been waiting for one more player. Did you get my did you get my invitation? Right, Zoo. Did you get my invitation? Okay, it's called Offspring. I hate it, dude. What do we do? 43. I got a 43. And 43. That's too much. You set it up really well. What's your favorite podcast? What's the acid podcast? What'd you say? The Cancer Podcast? The Cancer Podcast. Dude, you got like a square, and then two on the upper top, and then one on the right, and then one at the bottom, and then one on the right. No, you're not. Oh, yeah, go on diagonal. This game sucks. I'm not 33. Dude, you need one more and two spots. Not 69. $33. Come on, baby. $68. 16. Zoot, 16. Give me that 33, son. $25. Give me that 33. M33, baby. Fuck. You got it. Come on. Does that give you bonus points or something? 39. Dude. 33. Dude, how is it? How hasn't it been 33? 74? Come on. Can't be that bad. 33. 53. Give me a 19. 21. 19, baby. 40. Fudge. 19. 28. 10. 33 or 19? 30. 33 or 19? That's 66. You got a bingo. That was your first win. I am with you, man. Hold on. Let's play a different kind of game. That was terrible. All right. Picking up chips. Good on you for picking up chicks. Good on you for picking up chicks. Are you serious? King of drag queen bingo? And you just so happen to be playing bingo at the same time? Wow, what are we? Why did you get $1,000? Why did she give you $1,000? All right, we're playing blackout. I don't know what that means. I think it's okay. Game info. All right. So I don't know if you do want to do bingo or if you don't. Yeah, it's called blackout. I don't know what that means though. I'm gonna look it up. Or do you have to do the whole card? Blackout bingo. You, it's like giving me a specific name. Blackout bingo type. What's the difference between pattern bingo and blackout bingo? Blackout is a bingo pattern where you must cover the whole card to win. Dude, it's gonna be intense. This is the worst. Dude, can you see my card? At least where I've got little dots. Alright, can you see that like I just put them all on the side? Now I've got like a bingo on the left card. You could have your own choice, like heroin. Dude, do you have a 57? Do you have a 24? How about a 34? What about a 61? Like of any of the games that we ever played that are just pure chance, it's this. There's like not a skill. I know there are only 50 balls that for which we have to wait. It's terrible. This game is awful, but we have to do it. We have to play every single game, at least one. Well, we could do both. Logan Paul's podcast. That seems garbage. Impossible or whatever. What's it called? Impossible. Impulsive. Dude, I've only seen 10 seconds of one of the episodes. No, maybe a little more than that. And it was absolutely great. But again, that was like a highlight. It was Logan Paul or whatever the guy's name is, and some other guy. And they had up Brendan Shaw, the guy who is the number one guest all time on the Joe Rogan Experience. And Brendan Shaw was like, he does everything. He does at it. And at the time, he was a comedian. He's the lowest ranked comedian. He has the lowest ranked special in the history of IMDb. His lowest ranked comedy special in the history of IMDb. Yeah, just because everybody just shits on this guy. And he was on Impulsive, and they were like, okay, so you got a special coming out, right? He's like, yeah. And they're like, where's it on, like, on what platform? He's like, YouTube. And they're like, you can YouTube. You're doing great. Like, dude, do you love this game? Dude, is this your favorite game you've ever played? Dude, why don't you have any on your bottom line? Is this your least favorite game of any game that you've played? That's what I kind of pictured. Because, so, in the lottery that you play, do you get the opportunity? Like, what's the highest number you can play? And what's the most you've ever won? That was just the other day. Do they have a live drawing on television? You know how they rig it in the United States? There's been cases where they make it. They if there's like, okay, you know, if it's the same there, but they have like balls bouncing in like a bubble, right? And you can put a special gas in the balls to make them jump higher. Like you put helium in them to make the ball that you want to go in. Does that make sense? There was a case, I believe, in Pennsylvania where somebody got caught doing that. Did you ever see that? This was a British thing. That Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, where the person was coughing. That's an interesting case. You're gonna come back and win, baby. Click on the number to be able to check. There are only 7 balls left. I must have missed one too. Oh, Barbara. 3 balls left. $56. Draw game. Oh, dude. Yeah, I did. I just wasn't paying attention. You did too. You weren't paying attention either. That game was awful. We're playing again. Sight. Big suck. That's a good shit. You want to do that? All right. Same. Blitz league. Are you ready for Blitz league, son? Oh, you want to play Match Monsters? All right, Match Monsters it is. Okay. Do you want to play turn-based or live? We're going with live. Do you want stage, random, stadium, Forest Valley, abandoned town, Tranquil Falls, lava caverns, Forver Swamp, Frosted Lake, Talon Labs, Virulent Gardens? We're going with random. Do you want monster selection to be all pick or draft pick? We're going with draft pick. I don't. What is this? Pikachu? All right, here we go. Select one monster. Oh, what looks good? This game is awful. Wait, I don't want to purchase. All right, dude. Select one monster. This game is terrible. Dude, he took the monster. Prepare for battle, dude. Have you ever played this? Match red tiles. What is it? Match elements to activate the monster's special ability. Use your monsters to reduce your opponent's points of your collect berries to evolve monsters. Electro Claw. Oh, I got Electro Claw, dude. Dude, this is the best game you've ever played. Dude, you're up. I don't know what I just did. You got 3 2. Don't do it. Don't do it. Rabbi's turn. Zook's turn. Rabbi's turn. Psycho Bite, bitch. 10 damage. Psycho Bite. I don't know. Extra move. Extra move, Zook. Extra move, Zook. Dude, you have 35 health left. Yeah, I'm amazing. Dude, you got an extra move. Okay. No, I don't know what they're doing. Do I want those? I want the berries. Extra move, Zook. That was really good. Zook, go. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna jerk yourself off raw? I don't see anything good. I don't think you have what it's about. 10 years. That sucks. Uh-oh, dude. Psycho bite. There goes your kilo. Dude, it's your turn. Don't do it, dude. Oh, big time. Dude, because I'm amazing. Alright? Yeah. Yeah. What is this? Dude, what is this? Bonsai? That was cool. Oh, thank you, dude. You okay? Fuck you. Scorpion. Dude's turn. Alright, Super, go. Dude, yeah, cover. Psycho bite, dude. You're done. Victory. It was the best game we've ever played. You played it 12 times? Wow, you're an expert. Ready for Brawl Box? Oh, I don't like this thing. I have to play it sideways. I don't like it. Go, dude. Dude, did you know that the game starts in 18 seconds? Are you sure? Because I'm amazing? No one knows. This game sucks. No one knows. This game sucks. No, I'm an amazing spot. How's your pay? You're gonna hit yourself with an airstrike. How did that hit you? You're terrible at this game. Oh, maybe I'm hitting you high. Yeah, you did good job. Yep. Dude, this game is the worst. Get it. Yeah, Zoo. That was good. Air raid, Zoo. No, I'm not. Your airstrike sucks. Yep. What a shot. That was amazing. You got played like a fiddle, son. Oh, again you got played. You got played again. Why do you keep doing airstrikes? You know, it's that person thinks this person. Dude, that was terrible. You're gonna hate yourself. Oh, you just destroyed yourself, son. Airstrikes, dude. Oh, you're gonna get fucked. You're done, Zoo. You lost. Dude, remember when you were like, hey, remember when you were like, hey, I'm gonna beat you? You never won that game. That game sucks. I'd rather play the fucking Pokemon game. You know what game doesn't suck though? Uh-oh, Zoo. Uh-oh, Zoo. You're in trouble. Oh, get it, dude. You're done. Yes, sir. You're done, dude. Dude, you should just give up. Yeah, you should just give up. Yeah, you should just give up. Oh, no way. That's a big hit, dude. Dude. Dude, you're done. Oh, wow, it's going to be close. Yeah, because I'm a kid. Dude, what are your thoughts on my gameplay? Would you like to be interviewed? All right. What's my worst game? There's only one answer to this. No, dude, you know. Everything you know. There's one game that I always say I'm really bad at when I win. Nope. Guess again. It's a game of skill. That is correct. All right, dude. Time to play Literati. Yo, Dan. Dude, I just sent you an invitation. Dude. 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 Dude, you have an invitation. Dude. Dude. You're up, dude. Yeah, guys. Dude, you're doing badly. Dude, don't. Look, dude, you got one tile way at the bottom. There you go. I had to help you. Put something down. Yeah, I am fucking serious.
Well,
All right, because you're gonna blow it on it, don't worry.
listen,
Dude, is your favorite game Blackout? Bingo? And you do what? Let's see it.
it's the Genesis rule.
I'm ready for it. Good job. Fuck it. Just put everything down.
What's the best time you guys have?
Blackout. Second best is graduation. It's good.
Love it,
I know. I know my shit.
interesting.
There is one.
The one that is about to put up
What word is that? So you just fucked that up. Zoo baby dog. You go in? If you set the room, maybe? Maybe the So who is Australia's Frank Sinatra? But don't they have like a corner, like a guy that's on the phone? How would you like to be Australia's Frank Sinatra? What's the thing, Zoot? All right. Why so late? No one had a television in 1920 whatever. Everything was still rated. That's a what? Wow. You know this is important. We only have 34 tiles left. Just play really well. And quit sucking dick. Howdy. Go, Zoot. Oh, it's my turn. What am I talking? What am I talking? Big Where did you play? You can have? Let's see. Oh, fuck you. You have the best one. You fucked it up. No, you're gonna finish the spinning. Then you can leave. We only have 30 tiles left. We have 26 tiles left, dude. We only have 23 tiles. Dude, we only have 17 tiles left. Nope. Now it is big dog. Dude, I have so many computers.
I have so many reasons to respond.
Dude, your turn.
Yep.
Dude, there's 8 left. There's 5 left. Dude, you're cheating. Dude, there's 1 tile left, big dog. What up, Phil?
I saw something today. What's up?
Human growth hormone could be Ozempic, could be Wegovy, could be could be steroid heroin.
Yeah.
Okay, it could be. It could be. Why didn't you ask him? Were they high? There you go. Dude, you're up. Dude, you're up. Dude, you're up, big dog. Dude, you are up, big dog. Dude, just put something down.
How many sorry you have?
Four. Can't put any of them. Okay. No. What up, fella? Did you resign? Gotcha. All right, this evening, dog. I listen more than never ever have to show. Where's Nick? Where's visibility? I love that movie. Quickly, that's my favorite thing ever. Perhaps. I also like Grace. We got my pet. This guy cool. Plus, oh, amazing. It's only straight, man. Shout out to the Steve Subs. This guy rules. Hipsters. Boy shorts. This this fucking rabbi, wild, the best, the best.
Look at this word, which obviously aren't equivalent to the actions themselves. Imagine that the words are surrounded by a cloud of images that they evoke, and that the images can be translated into actions. Yeah, and the greatest writing uses words in a manner that evokes images that profoundly affects perception and action. And that's the, so I would take the manner in which I act and behave, I would translate that into the same images. My dreams do that for me, for example. Then I compress them into words. I toss you the words, you decompose them, decompress them into the images and then into the action. And that's what happens in a meaningful conversation. That's a very good way of understanding how we find.
So if the words spring to the visual, full visual complexity, then that can then transform itself into action. That's
And change in perception. Because, well, those are both relevant. It's an important thing to understand because the classic empiricists make the presumption, it's an erroneous presumption that perception is a value-free enterprise. And they assume that partly because they think that perception is something passive. You know, you just turn your head and you look at the world and there it is. It's like perception is not passive. There is no perception without action. Ever. Ever. And that's a weird thing to understand because even when you're looking at something, like your eyes are moving back and forth, if they ever stop moving for a tenth of a second, you stop being able to see. So your eyes are moving back and forth just to keep them active. And then there's involuntary movements of your eyes. And then there's voluntary movements of your eyes. What you're doing with your eyes is very much like what a blind person would do if they were feeling out obviously objects. You're sampling, and you're only sampling a small element of the space that's in front of you. And the element that you choose to sample is dependent on your aims and your goals. So it's value sample.
On behalf
So
of Blue
all your
Sky,
perceptions are actually predicated.
the platform,
Partly what
and we want to know what we have to do
actions
to get you to step back. And I'd be like, oh,
the strategy that
it's
you
impossible.
and so you change the
I'm
way
going
the
to do
world
this.
reveals itself for you. See, this is why it's such a profound experience to read particularly deep thinking because you could
This
also
is the
think
most
of your
annoying
perception
shit
as the
ever.
absence
People
of
are
thought.
literally
That's a good way of thinking about it.
like,
Perception is like a, what you say, it's a thought that's so
they
set
don't just need you.
concrete that you now see
They
it.
don't just need
But the really profound thing that changes the way you perceive them, that's way deeper than just how you think about it, or how you feel.
What about not just profound thinkers, but thinkers that deliver a powerful idea,
I was
for
looking at
example,
Jim
utopian
Watkins.
ideas,
She can get it. Shut up, Jim
utopian
Watkins.
ideas,
Not little written.
dystopian ideas of Hitler. Those ideas are powerful. They can saturate all of your perception with value.
No, I'm telling you, now we
And
came in here.
they
Why does
they
it have like
focus
that?
you in a way where there's only a certain set of actions.
Yeah, right. Even a certain set of emotions as well.
And it's intense and it's direct and they're so powerful that they completely alter your perception. The words spring to life.
Yes, like so there's two things we need to understand to make that clear. The first issue is that, as we suggested, perception is action predicated, but action is goal predicated, right? The act towards goal. And these propagandistic thinkers that you described, they attempt to unify all possible goals into a clear singularity. And there's advantages of that. There's the advantage of simplicity, for example, which is a major advantage. And there's also the advantage of motivation. Right? So if you provide people with a simple manner of integrating all their actions, you decrease their anxiety and you increase their motivation. That can be a good thing if the unifying idea that you put forward is valid. But it's the worst of all possible ideas if you put forward an invalid unifying idea. And then you might say, well, how do you distinguish between a valid unifying idea and an invalid unifying idea? Now, Nietzsche was very interested in that, and I don't think he got that exactly right. But the postmodernists, for example, especially the ones, and this is mostly what the neo-Marxists did, their presumption is that the fundamental unifying idea is power, that everything's about compulsion and force, essentially, and that that's the only true unifying ethos of mankind, which is, I don't know if there's a worse idea than that. mean, there are ideas that are potentially as dangerous, nihilistic ideas as dangerous, although it's more of a disintegrated notion than unifying idea.
Yeah,
The
nobody.
atheist
I thought Mallory would be able to stop.
for example, that's also very dangerous. But if you want to go
And I
hear
do
that
have
out, the notion that this is really a nutshell, and Marx, that the power is everything. Not only is that a terrible unifying idea, but it fully justifies your own use of power. And
Financial
I don't mean the power Nietzsche talks about. His will to power was more his insistence that a human being is an expression of will rather than a mechanism of self-protection and security. He thought of life was about you, something to destroy, not to protect itself, but to exhaust itself in being and becoming. It's like an upward oriented motivation driving even towards meaning. Now he called it the will to power. That had some unfortunate consequences, at least that's how it's translated. But he didn't need the power motivation that people like Foucault or Marx seem so hung up on.
So it's not power trying to destroy the other, it's power full flourishing of a human being, the creative force of a human being.
Yeah, well, you can imagine it, and you should. You can imagine that you could segregate competence and ability. Like, imagine that you and I were going to work on a project. We could organize our project in relationship to the ambition that we wanted to attain, and we could organize it so that you were committed to the project voluntarily, and so that I was committed to the project voluntarily. So that means that we would actually be united in our perceptions and our actions by the motivation of something approximating voluntary play. Now you can also imagine another situation where I said, here's our goal, and you better help me or I'm going to kill your family. Well, the probability is that you would be quite motivated to undertake my bidding. And so then you might say, well, that's how the world works. It's power and compulsion. But the truth of the matter is that you can force people to see things your way, let's say. But it's nowhere near as good a strategy, even practically, than the strategy that would be associated with something like voluntary joint agreement of pattern of movement strategy towards the goal. This is such an important thing to understand because it helps you start to understand the distinction between a unifying force that's based on power and compulsion and one that is much more in keeping, I would say, with the ethos that governs Western societies, pre-Western societies. It's really a qualitative difference. And it's not some morally relativistic illusion.
So if we just look at the nuance of Nietzsche's thought, the idea he first introduced in Dust about Zarathustra off the Übermensch.
Yeah.
That's another one that's very easy to misinterpret because it sounds awfully a lot like it's about power.
Yeah, right.
For example, in the 20th century, it was misrepresented and co-opted by Hitler to advocate for the extermination of the inferior non-Aryan races.
Yeah, and the dominion of the superior areas. Yeah, and well, that was partly because Nietzsche's work also was misrepresented by his sister after his death. But I also think that there's a fundamental flaw in that Nietzschean conceptualization. So Nietzsche, of course, famously announced the death of God, but he did that in a manner that was accompanied by dire warnings, like Nietzsche said, because people tend to think that is a triumphalist statement, but Nietzsche actually said that he really said something like the unifying ethos under which we've organized ourselves psychologically and socially has now been fatally undermined by the rationalist proclivity, by the empiricist proclivity. There's a variety of reasons. Mostly it was conflict between the Enlightenment view, let's say, and the classic religious view, and that there will be dire consequences for that. And Nietzsche knew, like Dostoevsky knew, that there's a proclivity for the human psyche and for human societies to move towards something approximating unity, because the cost in this unity is high. Fractionation of your goals, so that means you're less motivated to move forward than you might be because there's many things competing for your attention, and also anxiety, because anxiety actually signals something like cold conflict. So there's an inescapable proclivity of value systems to unite. Now, if you kill the thing that's uniting, that's the death of God, they either fractionate and you get confusion, anxiety, and hopelessness. Or you get social disunity, and you get social disunity. Or something else arises out of the abyss to constitute that unifying force. And Nietzsche said specifically that he believed that one of those manifestations would be that of communism, and that would kill, he said this in Will Power, that would kill tens of millions of people in the upcoming 20th century. He could see that coming 50 years earlier. Dostoevsky did the same thing in his book, Demons. So this is the thing that the a-religion have to contend with. It's a real conundrum because, I mean, you could dispute the idea that our value system tend towards the union, and society does as well, because everybody is unified. But the cost of that disunity, as I said, is more confusion, anxiety, and hopelessness. So it's like a real cost. So you could dispense with the notion of unity altogether. Postmodernists did that to some degree, but they pulled off a slight pen too, where they replaced it by power. Now Nietzsche did. He's responsible for that to some degree, because Nietzsche said, with his concept of the overcomers, human beings would have to create their own values, because the values that descended from on high was now shunted aside. But there's a major problem with that.
If you're wondering how much
The psychoanalysts is about Nietzsche, because imagine we don't have a relationship with the transcendental anymore.
always try to balance yourself.
Okay, now if we were a unity, clear unity, within ourselves, let's say, then we could turn to ourselves and discover. But if we're a fractionated morality internally, then we can turn to ourselves and we have to turn to a fractionated morality. So that was Freud's observation. It's like, well, how can you make your values really not a master in your own house? It's like you're a war of competing motivations, or maybe yourself dominated by the will to force and
Girl, I'm screaming.
so why do you think you rely on yourself as the source of values? And why do you think you're wise enough to consult with yourself to find out what those values are or what they should be? Of course, it's single life. You know, it's difficult to organize your own personal relationship, like one relationship in the course of your life. Let alone try to imagine that out of the whole plot you construct that ethos that would be psychologically and socially stabilizing and last over the long run. So, and of course, Marx, people like that, the people who reduce human motivation to a signal.
Literally not
They
bad.
had imagine that they could do that.
Hollering.
Example of that as well.
Okay, so if we lay on the table religion,
That makes me go.
communism, Nazism, they are all unifying ethos. They're unifying ideas, but they're also horribly dividing ideas. They're both unifying dividing. Religion
I'm literally,
has also divided.
I literally will.
Yeah, because in the nuances of how the different peoples wrestle with God, they have come to different conclusions, and then they use those conclusions, and perhaps the people with power use those conclusions to then start wars, to start hatred, to divide.
Yeah, well, it's one of the key sub-themes in the gospel is the summary of the Pharisees. And so the fundamental essence of Christ, so the Pharisees are scribes. So what is that? The Pharisees are religious hypocrites. The scribes are acting as and the lawyers are the legal minds that use the laws. So they're the enemy of the Redeemer. That's the subplot in the gospel story. And that actually all means something. The Pharisees' problem is that the best of all possible ideas can be used by the worst actors in the worst possible way. Maybe this is an existential conundrum, is that the most evil people use the best possible ideas in the worst possible ways. And then you have the conundrum of how do you separate out, let's say, genuine religious people from those who use the religious enterprise only for their own imagination. We're seeing this happen online. Like, one of the things
I can't believe that Rabbi is close to us.
The weaponization of certain form of Christian communication. And And that's
So
often
Rabbi who
marked
jerks
at
off
least
on
one
you.
line by the
Rabbi
presence of
jerks-
the
So Rabbi who
shame
jerks
that
off
Christ
on
is king, which has a certain religious meaning, but it can
Truly,
be different meaning
thank you.
in this sphere of emerging right within
The Rabbi who
pathology,
jerks off on you.
political tensions, the
How
way
did
it
you
is analysis. But it's definitely the case
Well,
that the
Lord,
best
my blessing
possible
comes.
ideas can be used
Where
for
can I
most
find
possible
a
purposes.
100 post?
And that also brings up another step.
Oh, he's always trying to
Is
get
there any reliable and valid distinguishing truly beneficial ideas from those that are pathological? And so
just
that's
because
another
of
thing
this
that I
guy.
try
Shout out to
reflection,
Francis.
but also in this book.
This
But
is
how do you
journalism.
tell the good actors from the
Hello,
bad
just
actors
doing my
at the most fundamental level of
217
analysis?
seems
Good
to
ideas from the bad ideas, you are trying to
well,
how do you know? How do you know that
had it all
communism
figured out
is
all
a
those years
bad
back.
idea
Didn't see that coming.
versus a good idea implemented by bad actors?
The first
Right,
two
right. That's
to
a
wear
more
a black hat in the
religious
Congress
problem.
might actually be the most ridiculous one.
Real
He
communism
didn't
is never
even
be
give
found.
it.
And you could say, I suppose that
Just
that's basic. Say that real
Or the
Christianity
three
is
answers first,
trying
trying
to
to God by
we
their
always fall short of the ideal mark. And so, wow. I mean, my
Oh, that's what happened to me.
every single time
I don't know what I expected.
wherever it's
Tag
been,
yourself.
regardless of the
I'm
culture,
teleporting.
it's had exactly the same catastrophic consequences. It's like I don't know how many examples of that, but so
Really?
that is basically resolved. Now, the general rejoinder to that is
Oh, dude.
it's really something like, well, if I was in charge of the communist enterprise, the utopia would come about, right? But that's also a form of dangerous pretense. Part of the way, see, that problem is actually resolved to some degree in the notion of, in the developing notion of sacrifice that emerges in the Western canon for thousands and thousands of years. So one of the suggestions, for example, this is something exemplified in the Passion story, is that you can tell the valid holder of an idea because that holder will take the responsibility for the consequences of his idea onto himself. And that's why, for example, you see one way of conceptualizing Christ in the gospel story is as the ultimate sacrifice of God. So you might ask, well, what's the ultimate sacrifice? And there are variants of the answer to that. One form of ultimate sacrifice is the sacrifice of the child offered, and the other is offering himself. And the story of Christ brings both things together because he's the Son of God that's offered to God. So it's a arguable resolution of that tension between ultimate sacrifice. Ultimately, because once you're a parent, most parents would rather sacrifice themselves than their children. Right? So you have something that becomes even more valuable than yourself. But the sacrifice itself is also a very high order level of sacrifice. Christ is an archetype of the pattern of being that's predicated on the decision to take, to offer everything up to the highest value. Right? A pattern of self-sacrifice. And I think part of the reason that's valid is because the person who undertakes to do that pays the price themselves. It's not externalized. You're not trying to change anyone else, except maybe by example. It's your problem. That, like Solzhenitsyn pointed that out too, when he was struggling with the idea of good versus evil. And you see this in more sophisticated literature, in really unsophisticated literature, drama. There's a good guy and a bad guy. And the good guy's all good, and the bad guy's all bad. And in more sophisticated literature, good and bad are constructed. You can think of them as spirits, and then those spirits possess all the characters in complex drama to a greater or lesser degree, and that battle is fought out both socially and internally. In the high order religious conceptualizations in the West, if they culminate, let's say, Christian story, the notion is that battle between good and evil is fundamental and internal correct.
Yeah, so for a religious ethos, the battle between good and evil is fought within each individual heart.
Right, it's your moral that you constrain it within yourself. But there's more to it than that, because there's also the insistence that if the social world. That you start with the battle that occurs within you, the soul, let's say. The soul becomes the battleground between the forces of good and evil. The idea there's an idea there too, which is if that battle is undertaken successfully, then it doesn't have to be played out in the social world as actual conflict. Right? You can rectify the conflict internally without it having to be played out as fate, as Jung.
So what would you say to Nietzsche, who called Christianity the slave morality? His critique of religion in that way was slave morality versus master morality, and then you put it on to that.
See, I would say that the woke phenomenon is the manifestation of the slave morality that Nietzsche criticized, and that there are elements in Christianity that carry to support that mode of perception and deception. But I think he was wrong. He was wrong in his essential criticism of Christianity in that regard. Now, it's complicated with Nietzsche because Nietzsche never criticizes the gospel stories directly. What he basically criticizes is something like the pathologies of institutionalized religion. And I would say most particularly of the, of the sort of casually too nice Protestant form. You know, that's a thumbnail sketch, perhaps somewhat unfair, but given the alignment, let's say, of the more mainstream Protestant movements with the woke mob, I don't think it's an absurd criticism. It's something like the degeneration of Christianity into the notion that good and heartless are the same thing, or good and empathic are the same thing, which is simply not true. And far too simplified. And so, and I also think Nietzsche was extremely wrong in his presumption that human beings should take to themselves to construct their own values. I think he made a colossal error in that presumption.
And that is the idea of the Ubermensch, that the great individual, the best of us, should create our own values.
Well, and I think the reason he was wrong about that is that, so when God gives instructions to Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, he basically tells them that they can do anything they want in the walled garden. So that's the kind of balance between order and nature that makes up the human environment. Human beings have the freedom, vouchsafed to them by God, to do anything they want in the garden, except to mess with the most fundamental rules. So God says to them, "You're not to eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil." Which fundamentally means there is an implicit moral order, and you're to abide by it. Your freedom stops at the foundation. And you can think about that. I'd be interested in your ideas about this as an engineer, let's say, is that there is an ethos with itself. And your ethos has to be a reflection. And that isn't a rule. You can't gerrymander the foundation because
You can't carry
your foundation beliefs have to put you in harmony, useful harmony, with the actual structure of reality as such. So I can give an example of that. So our goal, insofar as we're conducting ourselves properly, is to have the kind of interesting conversation that allows both of us to express ourselves in a manner that enables us to learn and grow, such that we can share that with everyone who's listening. And if our aim is to turn upward, then that's what we're doing. Well, that means that we're going to have to match ourselves to a pattern of interaction, and that's marked for us emotionally. Like you and I both know this. If we're doing this right, we're going to be interested in the conversation. We're going to be looking at our watch. We're not going to be thinking about what we're aiming at. We're just going to communicate. Now, the religious interpretation of that would be that we're doing something like making the redemptive logos manifest between us in dialogue. And that's certainly something that can be shared. To do that, we have to align with that pattern. I can't decide that there's some arbitrary way that I'm going to play you. I mean, I could do that if I was a psychopathic manipulator. To do that optimally, I'm not going to impose a certain motive, a certain a priori aim, let's say, on our communication and manipulate into that. So the constraints on my ethos reflect the actual structure of the world. And I can't, this is the communist presumption. It's like we're going to burn everything down, we're going to start from scratch. We've got these axiomatic presumptions. We're going to put them into a place and we're going to socialize people so they now think and live like communists from day one. And human beings are infinitely malleable. And we can use a rational set of presuppositions to decide what sort of beings they should be. The transhumanists are doing this too. It's like, no, there's a pattern of being that you have to fall into alignment with. And I think it's the pattern of being, by the way, that if you fall into alignment with, it gives you hope, it protects you from anxiety, and it gives you a sense of harmony with your surroundings and with other people. None of that's arbitrary.
Don't you think we both arrived to this conversation with rigid axioms that we have? Maybe we're blind to them, but in the same way that the Marxists came with very rigid axioms about the way the world is and the way it should be. Are we coming to
Well,
that?
we definitely come to the conversation with a hierarchy of foundational axioms, right? I would say the more sophisticated you are as a thinker, the deeper the level at which you go into play. So mentally, you have presumptions on different depth. There's more predicated on the more fundamental axioms. And then there's a space of play around those. And that space of play is going to depend on the sophistication of the player, obviously. But
I would be very
those who are capable of engaging in deeper conversations talk about more fundamental things with more play. Now, we have to come to the conversation with a certain degree of structure because we wouldn't be able to understand each other or communicate if a lot of things weren't already assumed or taken for granted.
How rigid is the hierarchy of axioms that religion provides? This is what I'm trying to understand. The rigidity of that hierarchy
It's play.
or plays not rigid at all.
No. It's got to reach.
There's some constraints.
It took me about 40 years to figure out the answer to that question. So it wasn't. I'm serious about that. So it wasn't a random answer. So play is very rigid to someone. So like if you and I go out and play basketball or chess, like there are rules, and you can't break the rules because then you're no longer in the game. But then there's a dynamism within those rules that's, well, with chess, it's virtually infinite. I think there's more patterns of potential games on the chessboard than there are subatomic particles in the observable universe. Like it's an insane space. So it's not like there's not freedom within it. But it's a weird paradox in a way, isn't it? Because
It's Aquarius.
music is like this too, is that
How are you? Miss Aquarius. Well, that's amazing. Did you come in last night? That's okay. If you did, I was just gonna say it. I would think I didn't see you. So just get some extra long sleep in. Absolutely. Keep our friend Audie in your thoughts. Oh, she is not. Oh, look at that. Nice and slow. Slow and steady. Slow and slow. Get it. Oh, for sure. Without a doubt. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Oh, squeeze. All right. I'm going to get this. All right, I'll take it. Tiger. This is a tough one. All right, just keep going. That's good. That's good. It's very easy to get done. There we go. That was garbage. I'm gonna now get all these other guys. Here we go. No doubt. Get it. Come on. Look. That's not. Now we're the one. All right. Got it. No doubt. Yes. Get this. Perfect. Nice strike. Match me. Okay. No doubt. That's what I'm talking about. I said not that. What I'm talking about. Goodness gracious. Oh, that was really good. You're going to double all your points. 52. Maybe right in the middle. That's okay. You got it. That was a beautiful spirit. You keep going. Big shot. Perfect. That was really good. That was right in the middle. You couldn't have done any better. No doubt. That's one strike. Get it. That's all right. This is a tough split. I'm just going to try to get through it. Ooh. All right. That's fine. How do you do that? That's fine. Exactly. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in function. Get it. Easy. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, man. Get it. Get this one on the left. Get two on the left. Get it. Excellent experience. For sure. Without a doubt. That's 2 strikes in a row. That's what I'm talking about. Give it, Mr. Perry. Nice and slow. Look at all the things. All right. Get these 2 on the right and have them hit to the left. Okay, that works. We got 2. Get it, baby. Ooh, almost. But I could get this one. Oh, I knew I was hit. Keep trying to left. This is the first time I hit. There you go. Get these 2 on the right and have them hit to the left. I did the same thing with the other side. That's right. That's it. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119,
Good. Yeah, that's 4. I can taste 4. Almost. Got it. No doubt. And get another one right there. 2. Get 3. 3 strikes in a row. That's enough. Thank you. All right. You take on the day. Well, then you fall back to sleep. Enjoy yourself. Sleep to it. Excellent.
There are definitely rules. And so there are things you can't throw a basketball into a chess board and still be playing chess. But weirdly enough, if you adhere to the rules, the realm of freedom increases rather than decreases. And I think you can make the same case for a playful conversation. Like, we're playing by certain rules, and a lot of them are implicit. But that doesn't mean that it might mean the reverse of constraint, because in this seminar, for example, that I was referring to, the Exodus seminar and then the Gospel seminar, everybody in the seminar, there's about 8 of us, played fair. Nobody used power. Nobody tried to prove that they couldn't over their points. They were like, here's a way of looking at that. Assess it. And they were also doing it genuinely. It's like, this is what I've concluded about, say, this story. And I'm going to make a case for it, but I'd like to hear what you have to say, because maybe you can change it, you can extend it, you can find a flaw in it. And that's a conversation that has flow and that's engaging and that other people will listen to as well. And that's also, I think that one of the things that we can conclude now, and we can do this even from a neuroscientific basis, is that sense of engaged meaning is a marker not only for the emergence of harmony between you and your environment, but for the emergence of that harmony in a way that is developmentally rich, that moves you upward towards what you said. I think towards a more effective entropic state. That's not the technical answer to that, but it makes you more than you are. And there's a directionality in that.
But I would like to the reason I like talking about communism is because it has clearly been shown as a set of ideas to be destructive to humanity. But I would like to understand from an engineering perspective the characteristics of communism versus religion, where you can identify religious thought is going to lead to a better human being, a better society, and communist Marxist thought is not.
Yeah,
because there's ambiguity, there's room for play in communism and Marxism, because they kind of have a utopian sense of where everything's headed. You don't know how it's going to happen. Maybe revolution is required, but after the revolution is done, we'll figure it out. And there's an underlying assumption that maybe human beings are good and they'll figure it out once you remove the oppressor.
Yeah.
I mean, all these ideas kind of, until you put them into practice, they can be quite convincing. Very early in the 19th century, if I was reading, which is kind of fascinating, 19th century such powerful ideas, Marx, Nietzsche.
Oh, fascism too, for that matter. Fascism.
So, if I was sitting there, especially if I feel shitty about myself, a lot of these ideas are really powerful as a way to plug the nihilist hole.
Yeah, right, absolutely. Well, and some of them may actually have an appropriate scope of application. It could be that some of the foundational axioms of communism, socialism, communism are actually functional in especially a small social group, maybe a tribal group even. Like I also have I'm not sure this is correct, but I have a suspicion that the pervasive attractiveness of some of the radical left ideas that we're talking about are pervasive precisely because they are functional within, say, families, but also within the small tribal groups that people might originally evolve into. And that once we become civilized, so we produce societies that are united, even among people who don't know one another. different principles have to apply as a consequence of scale. So that's part of an engineering response. But I think there's a deeper way of going after the communist problem. So I think part of the fundamental problem with communist axioms is the notion that the world of complex social interactions can be simplified sufficiently so that centralized planning authorities can deal with it. And I think the best way to think about the free exchange rejoinder to that presumption is no, the sum total of human interactions in a large civilization are so dense that you need a distributed network of cognition in order to compute properly forward. And so what you do is you give each actor their domain of individual choice so that they can maximize their own movement forward, and you allow the aggregate direction to emerge from that rather than trying to impose it from the top down, which I think is computationally impossible. So that might be one engineering reason why the communist solution doesn't work. Like I read in Solzhenitsyn, for example, that the Central Soviet authorities often had to make 200 pricing decisions a day. Now, if you've ever started a business or created a product and had to wrestle with the problem of pricing, you become aware of just how intractable that is. Like, how do you calculate worth? Well, there's the central existential problem of life. How do you calculate worth? It's not something like a central authority can sit down and just manage. And there is a lot of inputs that go into a pricing decision. And the free market answer to that is something like, well, if you get the price right, people will buy it and you survive.
This is a fascinating way to describe how ideas fail. So communism perhaps fails because just like when people believe the earth is flat, you look outside, it looks flat, but you can't see beyond the horizon. Yeah, but in the same way with communism seems like a great idea in my family, my people I love, but it doesn't scale.
And it doesn't iterate. And that's a form of scaling too.
Right. But in whatever ways it breaks down, it doesn't scale. And you're saying religious thought is a thing that might scale.
I would say religious thought is the record of those ideas that haven't found scale now. Right.
And iterate.
And iterate.
Does religious thought iterate? So there's a fundamental conservative aspect of tradition.
Yeah. This is why, like Richard Eliade, for example, who I referred to earlier, one of the things Eliade did, and very effectively, people like Joseph Campbell, who in some ways were popularizers of Eliade's ideas and Carl Jung's, what they really did was devote themselves to the analysis of those ideas that scaled and iterated across the largest possible spans of time. And so Eliade and Jung, Eric Neumann, they were looking, and Campbell, they were looking at patterns of narrative that were common across religious traditions that had spanned millennia, and found many patterns. The hero's myth, for example, is one of those patterns. And it's, I think, the evidence that it has its reflection in human neurophysiology and neuropsychology is incontrovertible. And so these foundational narratives, they last. They're common across multiple religious traditions. They unite. They work psychologically, but they also reflect the underlying neurophysiological architecture. So I can give an example of that. So the hero myth is really a quest myth. And a quest myth is really a story of exploration and expansion of adaptation. Right? So Bilbo, the Hobbit, he's kind of an ordinary everyman. He lives in a very constrained and orderly and secure world. And then the quest call comes and he goes out and he expands his personality and develops his wisdom. And that's reflected in human neuropsychological architecture at a very low level, way below cognition. So one of the most fundamental elements of the mammalian brain, and even in lower animal forms, is the hypothalamus. It's sort of the root of primary motivation. So it governs lust and it regulates your breathing, and it regulates your hunger, and it regulates your thirst, and it regulates your temperature. Like really low level biological necessities are regulated by the hypothalamus. When you get hungry, it's the hypothalamus. When you're activated in a defensively aggressive manner, that's the hypothalamus. Half the hypothalamus is the origin of the dopaminergic tracts, and they subsume exploration. And so you can think of the human motivational reality as the domain that's governed by axiomatic motivational states, love, sex, defensive aggression, hunger, and another domain that's governed by exploration. And the rule would be something like, when your basic motivational states are saving, explore. Well, then, and that's not cognitive. This is deep, deep brain architecture. It's extraordinary. Ancient exploration story is something like go out into the unknown and take the risks because the information that you discover and the skills you develop will be worthwhile even in saving the basic motivation drives. And then you want to learn to do that in an iterative manner so it sustains across time. And you want to do it in a way that unites you with other people. And there's a pattern to that. And I do think that's the pattern that we strive to encapsulate in our deep religious narratives. And I think that in many ways we've done that successfully.
What is the belief in God? How does that fit in? What does it mean to believe in God?
Okay, so in one of the stories that I cover in We Who Wrestle with God, which I've only recently begun to take apart, say, in the last 2 years, is the story of Abraham. It's a very cool story. And it's also related, by the way, to your question about what makes communism wrong. And Dostoevsky did this, not precisely the Abraham story, but the same reason. In Notes from Underground, Dostoevsky made a very telling observation. So he speaks in the voice of a cynical, nihilistic, and bitter bureaucrat who's been a failure, who's talking cynically about the nature of human beings, but also very accurately. One of the things he points out with regards to modern utopians is that human beings are very strange creatures, and that he gave them what the socialist utopians want to give them. So let's say all your needs are taken care of. All your material needs are taken care of, even indefinitely. Dostoevsky's claim was, you don't understand human beings very well, because if you put them in an environment that was that comfortable, they would purposely go insane just to break it into bits, just so something interesting would happen. Right. He says it's the human proclivity to curse and complain. He says this in quite a cynic and caustic manner, but it's pointing to something deep, which is that we're not built for comfort and security. We're not infants. We're not after satiation. So then you might ask, well, what the hell are we after? That's what the Abraham story addresses. Abraham is the first true individual in the biblical narrative. So you can think about his story as the archetypal story of the developing individual. So you said, well, what's God? Well, in the Abraham story, God is characterized in a lot of different ways in classic religious texts. Like the Bible is actually a compilation of different characterizations of the divine, with the insistence that they reflect an underlying unity. In the story of Abraham, the divine is the call to adventure. So Abraham has the socialist utopia at hand. He's from a wealthy family, and he has everything he needs. And he actually doesn't do anything until he's in his 70s. Now, hypothetically, people in those times live much longer. But the voice comes to Abraham and it tells him something very specific. It says, leave your zone of comfort. Leave your parents, leave your camp, leave your community, leave your tribe, leave your land. Go out into the world. And Abraham thinks, well, why? I've got naked slave girls beating grapes and feeding them to me. It's like, what do I need an adventure for? And God tells him, this is the covenant, by the way. Part of the covenant that the God makes with his people. It's very, very specific. It's very brilliant. He says, if you follow the voice of adventure, you'll become a blessing to yourself. So that's a good deal, because people generally live at odds with themselves. And he says, God says, that's not all. You'll become a blessing to yourself in a way that furthers your reputation among people and validates it, so that you'll accomplish things that were real and people will know it, and you'll be held high in their esteem, and that will be valid. So that's a pretty good deal, because social people would like to be regarded as of utility and worth by others. And so that's a good deal. And God says that's not all. You'll establish something of lasting, permanent, and deep value. That's why Abraham becomes the father of nations. And finally, he caps it off, and he says, there's a better element even to it. There's a capstone. You'll do all these things. And so the divinity in the Abrahamic story is making a claim. It says, first of all, there's a drive that you can attend to. So the spirit of divinity that calls you out of your zone of comfort. Now, if you attend to that and you make the sacrifices necessary to follow that Well, think about what this means biologically from an engineering standpoint. It means that the instinct to develop that characterizes outward moving children, let's say, or adults, is the same instinct that allows for psychological stability, that allows for movement upward in the social hierarchy, that establishes something iterable, and that does that in a manner that allows everyone else to partake in the same process. Well, that's a good deal. And I can't see how it cannot be true, because the alternative hypothesis would be that the spirit that moves you beyond yourself to develop, the spirit of a curious child, let's say, what is that antithetical to your own esteem? Is that antithetical to other people's best interest? Is it not the thing that increases the probability that you will do something permanent? That's a stupid theory.
So God is a call to adventure with some constraints.
A call to true adventure.
True
True
adventure.
adventure. Yeah, then that's a good observation, because that begs the question: what constitutes the most true adventure? Well, that's not fully fleshed out until, at least from a Christian perspective, let's say, that's not fully fleshed out until the gospel, because the passion of Christ is the, you could say, this is the perfectly reasonable way of looking at it. The passion of Christ is the truest adventure. It's a terrible thing, because the passion story is a catastrophic tragedy, although it obviously has its redemptive elements. But one of the things that's implied there is that there's no distinction between the true adventure of life and taking on the pathway of maximal responsibility and truth. And I can't see how that cannot be true. Like, because the counter hypothesis is, well, Lex, the best thing for you to do in life is to shrink from all challenge and hide. Right? To remain infantile, to remain secure, not to ever push yourself beyond your limits, not to take any risks. Well, no one thinks that's true.
So basically, the maximally worthwhile adventure could possibly be highly correlated with the hardest possible available adventure.
The hardest possible available adventure is voluntarily undertaken.
Doesn't have to be
Has to
voluntary.
be absolutely.
How do you define voluntary?
Well, here's an example of that. That's this question too. When Christ is the night before the crucifixion, which in principle he knows is coming, he asks God to relieve him of his burden, and understandably so. I mean, that's the scene famously in which he's sweating, literally sweating blood, because he knows what's coming. And the Romans designed crucifixion to be the most agonizing and humiliating possible. Agonizing, humiliating, and disgusting possible death. Right, so there was every reason to be apprehensive about that. And you might say, well, can you undertake that voluntarily as an adventure? And the answer to that is something like, well, what's your relationship with death? But that's a problem you have to solve. And you can fight it, and you can be bitter about it, and there's reasons for that. This is painful and draining, but the alternative is something like, well, that's what's fleshed out. It's very difficult to cast the word. It's like, no, you welcome the struggle. That's why I call the books the restless waters. You welcome the struggle. And Lex, I don't see how you can come to terms with life without construing it as something like, bring it on. Welcome the struggle. And I can't see that there's a limit to this. Like, well, I welcome the struggle until it gets fixed.
So there's not a bell curve, like the struggle in moderation. Basically, you have to welcome whatever as hard as it gets, and the crucifixion in that way is a symbol of that.
Well, it's worse than that in some ways. The crucifixion exemplifies the worst possible death. But that isn't all the element of the struggle, because mythologically, classically, after Christ's death, he heralds hell. And what that means, as far as I can tell, psychologically, is that you're not only required, let's say, to take on the whole existential burden of life, regardless of what it is, and to take your occupation, despite all injury, but you also have to run the root of malevolence itself. So it's not merely tragedy. I think the malevolence is actually worse. The reason I think that is because I know the literature on post-traumatic stress disorder. And most people who encounter, let's say, a challenge that's so brutal that it fragments them It isn't mere suffering that does that to people. It's an encounter with malevolence that does that. It's their own, sometimes, often, by the way. Soldier will go to the battlefield and find out there's a part of him that really enjoys the mayhem. And that conceptualization doesn't fit in well with everything he thinks he knows about himself and humanity. And after that contact with that dark part of himself, he never recovers. That happens to people. And it happens to people who encounter bad actors in the world, too. If you're a naive person and the right narcissistic psychopath comes your way, you are in, like, mortal trouble because you might die, but that's not where the trouble ends.
For the young man, when listening to this, how do they escape the pull of Dostoevsky's Most Wanted Now? With the eyes open to the world, how do they select the adventure?
So there's other characterizations of the divine, say, in the Old Testament story. So one pattern of characterization that I think is really relevant to that question is the conception of God as calling and conscious. Okay, so what does it mean? It's a description of the manner in which your destiny announces itself to you. And I'm using that terminology. And it's distinguishable, say, from Nietzsche's notion of creator and rebellion. Like, part of the way you can tell that that's wrong is that you can't voluntarily gerrymander your own instances. Right? Like, you find some things interesting, and that seems natural and autonomous, and other things you don't find interesting, and you can't really force yourself to be interested. Now, so what is the domain of interest that makes itself manifest to us? Like an autonomous spirit. It's like certain things in your field of perception are illuminated to you. Think, oh, that's interesting, that's compelling, that's gripping. Rudolf Otto, who studied the phenomenology of religious experience, described that as nuance. They grip you because you're compelled by it and make you go for somebody else. It's the same reaction like the cat has to the dog. And the cat's hair stands on him. That's an awe response. And so there's going to be things in your phenomenological field that pull you forward, that tell you. That's like the voice of positive emotion and enthusiasm. Things draw you into the world. It might be love. It might be aesthetic interest. It might be friendship. It might be social status. It might be duty and injustice. There's various domains of interest that shine. That's sort of on the positive side. God is calling. Right? That would be the gift of the spirit of adventure for Abraham. But there's also God as conscious. And this is used for things in us too. Certain things bother you. They take root within you. They turn your thoughts towards certain issues, like the things you're interested in that you pursue your whole life. There are things I'm interested in that I felt as a moral compulsion. And so you can think, and I think the way you can think about it technically is that something pulls you forward so that you move ahead and you develop. And then another voice says, while you're moving forward, stay on this narrow path. Right? And you'll mark deviations. And it marks deviations of shame, guilt, and anxiety, regret. And that actually has a voice. Don't do that. Well, why not? Well, you're wandering off the straight and narrow path. So the divine marks the pathway forward and reveals it, but then puts up the constraints of conscience. And the divine in the Old Testament is portrayed not least as the dynamic called in conscience.
What do you do with the negative emotions? You didn't mention envy. There's some really dark ones that can really put you into some bad places. Envy, fear.
Yeah, envy's a really bad one. Pride and envy are much worse. It was the sins of Cain, by the way, in the story of Cain and Abel. Because Cain fails because his sacrifices are insufficient. He doesn't offer his best. And so he's rejected. And that makes him bitter and unhappy. And he goes to complain to God, and God says to him something toothpaste. He says, God tells him that the sacrifices were appropriate and he accept it. It's a brutal thing. It's a brutal rejoinder. And he also says, you can't blame your misery on your failure. You can learn from your failure. When you fail, you invite it in the spirit of envy and resentment that you allow it to possess you, and that's why you're miserable. And so Cain is embittered by that response, and that's when he kills Abel. And so you might say, well, how do you fortify yourself against that pathway of resentment? Part of classic religious practice is aimed to do that precisely. What's the antithesis of envy? Gratitude. It's something you can practice. Right? I mean, literally practice.
I think envy is one of the biggest enemies for a young person because basically you're starting from nowhere. Life is hard. You're achieving nothing. And you're striving and you're failing constantly.
And you see other people you think aren't having the same problem.
Yeah, and they succeed. Your neighbor, they can succeed by a little bit, or somebody on the internet succeeding by a lot. And I think that can really pull a person down. That kind of envy can really destroy it.
Yeah. Well, the gratitude element, which is something like, well, yeah, you don't know anything, and you're at the bottom, but you're not 80. You know, one of the best predictors of wealth in the United States is age. So then you might say, well, who's got it better? The old rich guy or the young poor guy? And I would say most old rich would trade their wealth for youth. It's not exactly clear at all at any age who's got the upper hand. And you know, you could say, well, I've got all these burdens in front of me because I'm young and oh my God. Or you could say, every dragon has its treasure. And that's actually a matter of perception. You know, I'm not saying that people don't have their challenges. They certainly do. But discriminating between the challenge and an opportunity is very, very difficult. And learning to see a challenge as an opportunity is actually the beginning of wisdom.
It's interesting. I don't know how it works, but when you have any kind of something, if you just celebrate that, the gratitude, but actually, as opposed to sort of ignoring and grateful for the things you have, but you really celebrate that person, it transforms. It lights the way. I don't know why that is exactly.
The only reason you're envious is because you see someone who does something that you want. Okay, so let's think about it. Well, first of all, the fact that they have it means that in principle you could get it. At least someone has. So that's a pretty good deal. And then you might say, well, the fact that I'm envious of that person means that I actually want something. And then you might think, well, what am I envious of? I'm envious of their attractiveness to women. Like, okay, well, now you know something about yourself. You know that one true motivation is making itself manifest is that you wish that you would see the sort of person who is attractive to women. Now, of course, that's an extremely common longing among men, period, but particularly among young men. But, well, what makes you so sure you could have that? Well, how about, here's an answer. You don't have enough faith in yourself. And maybe you don't have enough faith in, so I would say, the divine. You don't believe that the world is characterized by enough potentiality so that even miserable you has a crack at that brass ring. And like I talked about this actually practically in one of my previous books. I wrote a chapter called Compare Yourself to Who You Are and Not to Someone Else. Well, why? Well, your best benchmark for tomorrow is today. And you might not be have what someone else has on the particular axis you're comparing yourself with them on, but you could make an incremental improvement of your current state, regardless of the direction that you're in. And it is the case, and this is a law. The return on incremental improvement is exponential or geometric and not linear. So even if you start, this is why the hero is always born in a lonely place. This logic. But Christ, who redeems the world, is born in a manger with the animals, poverty-stricken parents, in the middle of a godforsaken desert, in a nondescript kind of place. Well, what? Well, struggles with their insufficiency. But that doesn't mean that great things can make themselves manifest. It's part of the insistence in the biblical text, for example, is that it's incumbent on you to have the courage, to have faith in yourself and in the spirit of reality, the essence of reality, regardless of how you construe the evidence at hand. Right? Look at me, I'm so useless. I don't know anything. I don't have anything. It's hopeless. I don't have it within me. world couldn't offer me that possibility. Well, what the hell do you know about that? This is what Job figures out in the midst of his suffering in the book of Job. Says Job is tortured terribly by God who makes a bet with Satan himself to bring him down. And Job's decision in the face of his intense suffering is, I'm not going to lose faith in my essential goodness, and I'm not going to lose faith in the essential goodness of being himself, regardless of how terrible the face it's showing to me at the moment happens to be. And I think, okay, what do you make of that plan? So let's look at it practically. You're being tortured by the arbitrariness of life. That's horrible. Now you lose faith in yourself, and you become cynical about being. So, are you worse off instantly? And then you might go, yeah, but it's really asking a lot of people that they even, well, even in your darkest hours. It's like, yeah, that might be asking everything. But then you also might ask, this is a great question. If you were brought into being by something that was essentially good, wouldn't that thing that brought you into being demand that you make the best of yourself manifest? And wouldn't it be precisely when you most need that you'd be desperate enough to risk what it would take to let it emerge?
So you kind of make it seem that reason can be the thing that takes you out of the place of darkness, to finding that calling of reason. I think it's also possible when reason fails you to just take the lead. Navigate not by reason, but by finding the thing that scares you, risk, to take the risk, to take the lead, and then figure it out while you're in the air.
Yeah, well, I think that's always part of the heroic adventure. You know, is that ability to cut the door you're not, but you could also ask from an engineering perspective, okay, what are the actions that make a decision like that possible? And the answer would be something like, I'm going to take the deduction that if I move forward to the page, whatever happens to me will be the best thing that can possibly happen, no matter what it is. And I think that's actually true. And I also think that truth is an adventure. The way you make it live with truth is by assuming that whatever happens to you, if you living in truth, is the best thing that could happen, even if you can't see that at any given moment. Because otherwise, you'd say that truth would be just the handmaiden of advantages. Well, I'm going to say something truthful, and I pay a price. Well, that means I shouldn't say. Well, that, possibly, but that's not the only possible standard of evaluation. Because what you're doing is you're making the outcome your deity, right? So I just reverse that. Say, no, truth is the deity. Outcome is variable, but that doesn't eradicate the initial action. Where's the constant? Right? What's the constant?
Maybe when you said Abraham being fed by naked ladies,
That's an interesting question. Would it be out of keeping to the time?
but it does make me think, sort of a stark contrast to Lucy's life, that perhaps getting laid early on in life is used to start. Step one, get laid, and then go for adventure. There's some basic awareness association of this
So
desire.
I think it's perfectly reasonable to bring the sexual element in because it's a powerful motivating force and it has to be integrated. I don't think it's adventure, it's romantic adventure.
Right. But the lack of basic interaction, sexual interaction, I feel like is the engine that drives towards that cynicism of the
It is, but
yes,
there's very little doubt about that. We know perfectly well anthropologically that the most unstable social situation you can generate is young men with no access to that's not good. And they'll do anything. Reverse that situation. So that's very dangerous. But then I would also say there's every suggestion that the pathway of adventure itself is the best pathway to romantic attractiveness. We know this. In some ways, it's very blunt manner. The Google boys, the engineers, were too, what would you say, naively oriented towards empirical truth to note when they're being politically incorrect. They wrote a great book called A Million Wicked Thoughts. I really like it. It's a very good book. And it's And they studied the pattern of pornographic fantasy. And women like pornographic stories, not images. So it's using pornography as literates. Who are the main protagonists of female pornographic fantasy? Pirates, warlords, vampires, surgeons, and billionaires. Tony Starks.
Yeah.
And so the basic pornographic narrative is Beauty and the Beast. Those five things. Terrible, aggressive male, tameable by the right relationship, hot erotic attraction. And so I would say to the young men that I have many times, young men who are locked in isolation, first of all, join the bloody club. Because the default value of a 50-year-old male at dating market is zero. And there's reason for that. You know, zero is a bit of an exaggeration, but not much. And the reason for that is, what the hell do you know? Like, you're not good for anything. Yes, you have potential, and maybe plenty. And hopefully that will be made manifest. But you shouldn't be all upset because you're the same loser as everyone else your age has always been since the beginning of time. But then you might ask, well, what should I do about it? The answer is, get yourself together. You know, stand up straight with your shoulders back. Take on some attention. Find your calling. Abide by your conscience. Put yourself together. And you'll become attractive. We know this is true. We know this is true. The correlation between male sexual opportunities and relative masculine status is about 0.6. That's higher than the correlation between intelligence and academic achievements. I don't think that there's a larger correlation between two independent phenomena in the entire social science and health literature than the correlation between relative male social status and reproductive success. By far the most fundamental.
But what's the cause and effect there?
Men are motivated to attain social status because it confers on reproductive success, and that's not only cognitively but biologically. I'll give you an example of this. There's a documentary I watch from time to time, which I think is the most famous I've ever seen. It's called and it's the story of this underground cartoonist, Robert Crumb, who was in high school, was in the category of males, for whom a date was not only not lifeless, but unimaginable. So he was at the bottom of the bottom rung, and almost all the reactions he got from females wasn't just no, it was like, are you out of your mind? Like, with that contempt, right? Then he became successful, and so the documentary is super interesting because it tracks the utter pathology of sexual fantasy as he was better and resentful. And if you want to understand the psychology of serial sexual killers and the like, and you watch Crumb, you'll know a lot more about that than any sense before you know. And he makes this transition because he does take the heroic path. And he actually has a family and children, and he's actually a pretty functional person as opposed to his brothers, one of whom committed suicide and one of whom is literally a repeat sexual offender. It's a brutal documentary. But what he did in his adolescence after being rejected was he found what he was interested in. He was very good art. He started to pursue those sort of same-mindedly, and he became successful. And as soon as he became successful in the documentary tracks this beautifully, he's immediately attracted to women. And then you might ask too, even if you're cynical, why do I have to perform for women? That is why the hell do they have to do with you if you're useless? They're going to have infants. They don't need another one. Right? Partly the reason that women have come to this, but they want males who are higher status than they are, is because they're trying to redress the reproductive burden. And it's substantial. I mean, the female of any species is the sex that's results more. That's a more fundamental definition than chromosomal differentiation. And that's taken to its ultimate extreme with humans. So of course women are going to want someone around them useful because the cost of sex for them is an 18-year-old period of dependency with an infant. So I think the adventure comes first.
Heroic adventure comes first.
Context. Because the other problem, let's say, with the Crumb boys is that their mother was extremely pathological and they didn't get a lot of genuine feminine nurturance and affection.
Of course, so the family and society are not going to help you most of the time. They're going to be a barrier
Oh,
to
in good families, they're both because they put up constraints on your behavior. But they like I've interviewed a lot of successful people about their calling. Let's say because I do that with all my podcast guests. How did the path that you took to success make itself manifest? Very patterns, very difficult. Almost all the people that I've interviewed had a mother and father. It's not invariant, but I'd say it's there 99% of the time. It's really high. And both of the parents, or at least one of them, but often both, were very encouraging of the person's interests and pathway to develop.
That's fascinating. I've heard you analyze it that way before, and I had a reaction to that idea because you focus on a positive. And I feel like it was maybe I see biology different, but it feels like the struggle was the catalyst for greatness in the white house. Maybe I'm misinterpreting it.
No,
But
no. I don't think you. I think that's the rejection. Maybe. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think it's positive emotion. Like my son, for example, it's fun. He's firing on all cylinders as far as I'm concerned. He has a nice family. He gets along with his wife. He's a really good musician. He's got a company. He's running well. He's a delight to be around. He was a relatively disagreeable infant. He was tough minded. And so and he didn't take no for an answer. And so there was some tussle in regulating his behavior. He spent a lot of time in his students sitting on the steps trying to get his heart together. And so that was the constraint. But that wasn't something that was it's an opposition to him away because it was an opposition to the immediate manifestations of his hedonistic desires. But it was also an impetus to further development. I mean, the rule for me, when he was on the stairs, was as soon as you're willing to be a civilized human being, you get off the stairs. And you might think, well, that's nothing but arbitrary, superficial, patriarchal constraints. Or you can say, well, no, what I'm actually doing is facilitating this particle maturation. Because when a child misbehaves, it's usually because they're under the domination of some primordial emotional or motivational impulse. They're angry, they're over enthusiastic, they're upset, they're selfish, like narrow self-centeredness expressed in an immature manner.
See, okay, tell me if I'm wrong, but it feels like the engine of greatness, at least on the male side of things, has often been trying to prove the father wrong or try to gain acceptance of the father. So it's that tension where the parent is not encouraging the tension, but it's basically saying, you won't be able to.
Okay, so my observation as a psychologist would be that it's very, very difficult for someone to interact together unless they have one figure in your life that's encouraging you, shows them the pathway forward. So you can have a lot of efforts in your life, and if you have one person around who's a good model and you're neurologically intact, you can latch onto that model. Now you can also find that model in books. And people do that sometimes. Like I've interviewed people who had pretty practices right in their childhood who turned to books and found the pattern that guides them in, let's say, the adventures of the heroes of the past, because that's what we think about it. And I read a book called Answer His Ashes that was written by an Irish author, Frank McCarthy. Fantastic book, beautiful book. And his father was an alcoholic of gargantuan proportions. Just an Irish drinker who drank every cent that came into the family. Many of whose children died in poverty. And what Frank did, spirit, is he sort of divided his father's conception into elements. There was sober morning father who was encouraging him to have a relationship, and then he was drunk and useless later afternoon and evening father. He rejected the negative and he amplified his relationship with the positive. Now, like he had other things going for him, but he did a very good job of discriminating. And I mean, partly the question that you're raising is, to what degree is it useful to have a beneficial adversary? Yeah, I mean, struggle-free progress is not possible. And I think there are situations under which moments where you might be motivated to prove someone in your immediate circle wrong. But then that also implies that at some level, for some reason, you actually care about their judgment. You just didn't write them off completely.
Well, I mean, that's why I say there's an archetype of a young man trying to gain approval of his father. And I think that repeats itself in a bunch of biographies that I've read. I don't know, there must have been an engine somewhere that they found of approval of encouragement. Maybe in books, maybe in the mother, but
Well, my father was hard to marry.
sure as you see.
Yes. But it wasn't easy ever.
When was the moment when you
Pretty late. Like 40, maybe later.
was it gradual or a definitive moment when the shift happened?
My father always was always willing to approve of the things I did that were good, although he was not abusive by any stretch of the imagination, and the standards were very high. Now, I was probably fortunate for me, and it does bear on the question you're asking. It's like, if you want someone to motivate you optimally, it's complicated because there has to be a temperamental dance between the two people. Like, what you really want is for someone to apply the highest possible standards to you that you're capable of reaching, right? And that's a vicious dance because you have to have a relationship with your child to do that properly. Because if you want to be optimally motivating as a father, you keep your children on the edge. It's like you might not reward something in your child that you think would be good in someone else because you think they could do better. And so my father was pretty clear about the idea that he always expected you to do better. And was that troublesome? It was like I felt often when I was young that there was no pleasing him. But I also knew that wasn't right. I actually knew that wasn't right because I can remember, especially I think when I was very young, that I did things that he was pleased about. I knew that was possible. So it wasn't unpredictable and arbitrary. It was just difficult.
It sounds like he said a pretty good optimal, but it's for each individual human that optimal differs.
Well, that's why you have to have a relationship with your children. You have to know them. And well, with yourself too, and with your wife. You can't hit that optimal. That optimal is probably love. It's because love isn't just acceptance. Love is acceptance of encouragement. And it's not just that either. It's also, no, don't do that. That's beneath you. You're capable of more. How hard should that be? Well, that's a really hard question. Like if you really love someone, you're not going to put up with stupidity. Don't do that. One of the rules I had with my little kids was don't do anything that makes you look like an idiot in public. Why? Because I don't want you disgracing yourself. Why not? Because I like you. I think you're great. And you're not going to act like a bloody fool in public so that people get the wrong idea about you. No.
So what about inside a relationship? How a successful relationship is how much challenge, how much peace. Is a successful relationship one that is easy or one that is challenging?
I would say to some degree that depends on your temperament. My wife is quite a provocative person. And there are times when I suppose, do I wish that there are times when I casually wish that she was easier to get along with, but as soon as I think about it, I don't think so. Because I've always liked her. We were friends ever since we were kids. And she plays rough. And I like that, as it turns out. Now that doesn't mean it isn't a pain from time to time. But and that is going to be a temperamental issue for some people. And an issue of religion. Like she plays rough, but fair. And the fair part has been establishing that to be part of our ongoing negotiations.
And part of it is in the play you get to find out about yourself or what your temperament is. I don't think that's clear was tested.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not. You find out all sorts of things about yourself in that relationship. That's for sure. Well, and partly the reason that there is provocativeness, especially for women in relationship to men, is they want to test them out. Like, can you hold your temper when someone's bothering you? Well, why would a woman want to know that? Well, maybe she doesn't want you to snap and hurt her kids. And so, how's she going to find that out? Ask you? Well, you're going to say, well, I never do that. Like, never, eh? Let's find out. It's never. So, we don't know how people test each other out in relationships, or why exactly, but it's intense and necessary.
What's your and what's the general a man's relationship with testing?
You should have one, and you should be able to regulate it. Like, that's part of that attractiveness of the monstrous that characterizes women's sex. And Nietzsche pointed this out. Back to Nietzsche. Nietzsche, one of Nietzsche's claims is that most of what passes for morality is nothing but cowardice. I'd never cheat on my wife. But, is there anybody asking you to that you actually find attractive? Or just as people ask you to find attractive? It's like, well, I would never cheat. It's like, no, you just don't have the opportunity. Now, I'm not saying that everyone's never gets it. They would cheat if they had the opportunity, because that's not true. But, and it's the same with regards to, well, I'm a peaceful man. It's like, no, you're not. You're just a weak coward. You wouldn't dare to have a confrontation, physical or metaphysical. And you're passing it off as morality because you don't want to come to terms with the fact of your own weakness and cowardice. And part of that, what I would say is twisted pseudo-Christian morality that Nietzsche was criticizing, is exactly of that sort. And it tied into resentment and envy. And he tied that in explicitly. So that failure in life, masked by the morality that's nothing but weak cowardice, turns to the resentment that undermines and destroys everything, and it does that purposefully.
Yeah, I think it was criticized under the facade of niceness, this notion of resentment.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's also the danger of being too forthcoming with people. See, this is another thing, let's say, about my wife. She's not agreeable. It's like, she's not particularly agreeable, but she's not resentful. And that's because she doesn't give things away that she isn't willing to. And if you're agreeable and nice and you're confident for you, you'll push yourself too far to please the other person. And then that makes you resentful. So that's not helpful.
You think you'll be in trouble for saying this on a podcast later?
We know each other pretty well. And like I said, it's a trait that I find it admirable. It's provocative and challenging.
And see if it works.
Well, we've been together 50 years, so
For podcast, right? If we can descend from the realm of ideas down to history and reality, I would say the time between World War I and World War II was one of history's biggest testing of ideas, and really the most dramatic kinds of ideas that helped us understand the nature of good and evil. So I just want to ask you sort of a question about good and evil. Churchill, in many ways, was not a good man. Stalin, as you documented extensively, was a horrible man. But you can make the case that both were necessary for stopping an even worse human being of Hitler. But to what degree do you need monsters to fight monsters? Do you need bad men to be able to fight off greater evils?
everything in Scott's place is the answer to that. You know, we might think that our life would be easier without fear. Let's say we might think that our life would be easier without anger or pain. But the truth of the matter is that those things are beneficial, even though they can cause great suffering, but they have to be in the proper place. And the capacity that could, in one context, be a terrible force for evil can, in the proper context, be the most potent force for good. A good man has to be formidable. And partly what that means, as far as I can tell, is that you have to be able to say no. And no means that I thought a lot about, working as a clinician because I did a lot of strategic hospital science, a lot of extremely difficult situations, and I learned to take part what no meant, and also when dealing with my own children because I use no sparingly because it's a powerful weapon. But I meant it. And with my kids, what it meant was if you continue that pattern of behavior, something you do not like will happen to you with 100% certainty. And when that's the case and you're willing to implement it, you don't have to do it very often. With regards to the monstrosity, but weak men aren't good. They're just weak. That's Nietzsche's observation. That's part, again, what he was tempted to place the will to power, let's say, and to deal with that notion of manifest when it was tied to the evaluation of all values was counterproductive. Counterproductive in the final analysis. It's not like it wasn't something to what he was driving at. Formidable men are admirable, and don't mess with them. Douglas Murray's a good example of that. He's a rather slight guy, but he's got his finest. There's more than a bit of what's monstrous. And Jocko Willink is like that, and Joe Rogan is like that. And you're like that.
But there's a different level. I mean, if you look, to me, Churchill might represent the thing we're talking about, but World War II, it would not be stopped without Stalin.
Well, I wonder, yes.
And if I may insert into this picture of complexity, Hitler would have not stopped until he enslaved and exterminated the entirety of the Slavic people. The Jewish people, the Slavic people, everybody who left. But Stalin, in the mass rape of German women by the Red Army as they marched towards Berlin, is a kind of manifestation of the full monstrosity that a person can be.
You can easily do this situation. You can easily, unfortunately, find yourself in a situation where all you have in front of you are a variety of bad options. That's partly why, if you have any sense, you try to conduct yourself very carefully in life because you don't want to be in a position where you've made so many mistakes that all the options left are terrible. And so you said, well, was it necessary to ally with Stalin? Well, it's very difficult to second guess the trajectory of something as complex as World War II, but we could say casually, at least as Westerners have in general, that alliance was necessary. Now, I think the mistake that the West made in the aftermath of World War II was in not dealing as forthrightly with the catastrophes of communism as an ideology as we did in fascism. And that's especially true of the elections in the university. I mean, it was very common when I was teaching both at Harvard and at the University of Toronto for the students in my personality class where we studied Solzhenitsyn, who's actually an existential psychologist in many ways, an unique one. None of them knew anything about the Soviet atrocities. None of them knew anything about what happened in Ukraine with death of 6 million productive people. Had no idea that the communists killed tens of millions of people in the aftermath of the Russian Revolution.
Even less about Laos, great.
Yeah, right. Some estimates are 100 million people. Now, with your error bars were in the tens of millions, that's a full indication of a cataclysm. And nobody knows how many people died from direct oppression or indirect in the Soviet Union. 20 million, it seems like a reasonable estimate. Solzhenitsyn's upper bound was higher than that.
And how do you measure the intellectual output that was suppressed and killed off? The number of intellectuals, artists, writers,
Well, farmers, for that matter, anyone who's right, absolutely. So, yeah, catastrophic. So I think the West failure wasn't so much allying with Stalin. I mean, it was Douglas MacArthur who wanted to continue. He thought we should just take the Soviets out of the Second World War. And they removed them from any position of authority where such a thing might be made possible. And people were tired of it. But was MacArthur wrong? Well, he certainly wasn't wrong in his insistence that Stalin was as big a monster as Hitler, or bigger. So the valorization of the leftist proclivity, the radical leftist proclivity is the sin of the West, I think, more intensely than L.I. and Stalin.
It's a tricky, nuanced topic, but if you look at the modern day and the threat of communism in the United States, to me, it's disrespectful to the atrocities of the 20th century to call somebody like Kamala Harris a communist. But I see the sort of escalation of the extremeness of language being used. So you call somebody like Donald Trump a fascist, they make total sense to them use some of that extreme terminology for somebody like Kamala Harris. But maybe I could ask your evaluation. If you look at the political landscape today, somebody like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Well, the first thing I would say is that I think that viewing the political landscape of today as a political landscape is actually wrong. I think it's not the right frame of reference. Because what I see happening are a very small percentage of dark chemtrails personality types. So Machiavellian, manipulative, narcissistic, wanting undeserved attention, psychopathic, that makes them predatory parasites, and sadistic, because that goes along with the three. That's about, in the serious manifestation, that's about 3 to 5% of the population. And they're generally kept under pretty decent control by civilized people and stable social interaction. I think that their machinations are disinhibited by cost-free social media. So they're getting disproportionate influence. Now, these people want undeserved recognition, social status, and everything that goes along with it. And they don't care how they get it. When I say they want that, I mean that's all they want.
So in the realm of social media, you mentioned, yes, but are you also suggesting that they're overrepresented in the realm of politicians and so on?
They're overrepresented in the realm of practice political discourse because they can use ideas. First of all, they can use, let's say, the benevolent ideas of the right and the benevolent ideas of the left, one, and switch back and forth to that matter, as a camouflage to what they're actually up to.
So how do you've interviewed a lot of people, and you have a really powerful mind, you have a good read on people. So how do you know when you're coming across those ideas?
I would say that I do. In normal social circumstances, we have evolved mechanisms to keep things like that under control. Let's say that you and I have a series of interactions, and you screw me over once. I'm not going to forgive that. Now, I might not write the law for the one time, but if it happens 3 times, it's like we're not going to play together anymore. And in normal times, most of our social networks are connected and interact. So, like if you rip me off 3 times and I know that, I'm going to tell everybody I know. And they're going to tell everybody they know. And soon, everyone will know. And that's the end of your trip. But that assumes that you know who you are and we're in continuous communication. All of that's going online. So, anonymity does that. And so does the amplification of emotional intensity by the social media that are out there. I think what we're doing, this is happening on Twitter continually, is we're giving the 5% of psychopaths radically disproportionate voice. And what they're doing is there's a bunch of them on the left, and they're all, we're so compassionate. And there's a bunch of them on the right, and at the moment they're all, we're so Christian, free speech oriented. It's like, no, you're not. You're a narcissistic psychopath, and that's your camouflage. And you hide behind your anonymity, and you use practice and medicinal language to attract fools and to elevate your social status. And not only that, to gain, what would you say, satisfaction for your sadistic impulses.
So the problem is, it's hard to tell who's a psychopath and who is a heterodox truth seeker.
Yeah, well, if you were charitable about Tucker Carlson's research, that was exactly the underneath it. And it is hard. Like, I thought about, for example, doing amputation. And I thought, I don't think so. And then I thought, why? I figured it's not obvious to me at all that he was a charming So I knew this guy, Robert Hare. Robert Hare, world's foremost authority on psychopathy. He established the field of clinical analysis of psychopathic behavior. And Hare was a pretty agreeable guy. So, he would give people the benefit of the doubt. And he interviewed hundreds of serious psychopaths, like imprisoned violent offenders. And he told me in one of our conversations that every time he sat down with a violent offender psychopath, he had a measure for psychopathy. There was a clinical checklist, so he could identify the psychopath from just the run-of-the-mill criminals. Every time he sat down with them, they told him what his eyes. It wasn't until he videotaped the interviews, and it wasn't until later, when he was reviewing the videos, that he could see what they were doing. But in person, their tricks were more sophisticated than his detection ability.
Well, okay, this is fascinating because, again, you're a great interviewer. Well, we love it if you interview somebody like you. So, this idea that you are a fool in the face of psychopathy just doesn't jive.
I'm an agreeable guy. That's the problem. I'll give people the benefit of the doubt.
Right, but that's good because the way you reveal psychopathy is by being agreeable, not weak, but seeking with empathy to understand the other person. And in the details, in the little nuanced ways that they struggle with questions,
Yeah.
the psychopathy is revealed. So,
Yeah.
so from us, and we're kind of just to separate the two things. So one, over-representation of psychopathy online, with anonymity, that's a serious, fascinating problem. But in the interview, one-on-one,
Yeah.
I don't know if the job of a human being in conversation is to not talk to psychopaths, but to talk, like, how would you interview it?
Well, I've had very difficult clinical interventions in my clinical practice.
So how do you approach that?
So I really probably approach that the way I approach most conversations. It's something like, I'm going to assume that you're playing straight people, but I'm going to watch. And if you throw in the odd crooked maneuver in, then I'll note it. And after you do it 3 times, I'll think, okay, I see. I thought we were playing one game, but we're actually playing another one. And if I'm smart enough to pick that up, that usually works out quite successfully for me. But I'm not always smart enough to pick that up.
I think there's a nice thing. There's a one-on-one conversation that's not recorded. It's different than one that's listened by a lot of people. Because how would mention, I trust the intelligence of the listener to detect even better than you.
Yes, and I think that's true.
You detect the psychopathy.
I've had the audience with people that I wasn't happy with having organized because I felt that I had brought their ideas to the wider audience that might have seemed appropriate. But my conclusion, the conclusion of my producers, the people I talked to, was that run the interview, the discussion, and let the audience sort it out. And I would say they do. So I think, as a general rule of thumb, that's true. And I also think that the long form interviews are very good at that because it's not that easy to maintain a manipulative stance, especially if you're empty for like 2.5 hours. You get tired, your ears full, you show that you lose the track, you're going to start leaking out your mistakes. So,
and that actually is the case for all the world leaders, I would say. 1 hour is too short. If something happens, well, it's less far where you start to trust in the intelligence of the listeners to detect that.
yeah, and it might be the intelligence that needs to be crowd. And I mean, that's what I see with the interviews. It's hard to fool people at such over a protracted period of time. And I guess it's partly because everybody brings a different, slightly different set of falsehood detectors to the table. And if you aggregate that, it's pretty damn accurate.
But of course, it's complicated because ideas of Nazi ideology spread in the 20s. There was a real battle between Marxism and Nazism.
Oh, yeah.
And I believe there's some attempts at censorship of Nazi ideology. Censorship very often does the opposite. It gives the fringe ideologies power if they're being censored. Because that's an indication that the the man in power doesn't want the truth to be heard. That's kind of a deal, and that just puts fuel to the fire.
It also motivates the paranoid types because one of the reasons that paranoia spirals out of control is because paranoid people almost inevitably end up being persecuted because they're so touchy and so suspicious that people start to walk on eggshells around them as if there are things going on behind the scenes, and so then they get more distrustful and more paranoid, and eventually they start misbehaving so badly that they are actually persecuted, often by legal authorities, and it's down the rabbit hole they go. And so, Musk is betting on that to some degree, right? He believes that free expression on Twitter, X, will sort itself out and be of net benefit. I follow a lot of really bad accounts on X because I like to keep an eye on the pathology of the left, let's say, and pathology of the right, thinking, at least in my clinical way, that I'm watching the psychopaths dance around and try to do what their subversion. And it's an ugly place to inhabit, that's for sure. But it's also the case that a very tiny minority of seriously bad actors can have a disproportionate influence. And one of the things I've always hoped for social media channels is that they separate the anonymous accounts from the verified accounts. They should just be in different categories. People who will say what they think and take the hits to their reputation. Anonymous types, if you want to see what the anonymous types say, you can see it, but don't be confusing them with actual people, because they're not the same. We know that people behave more badly when they're anonymous. That's a very well established psychological fact. Well, and I think the danger to our culture is substantive. I think perhaps the reason that everything started to go sideways pretty seriously around 2015 is because we invented these new modes of communication. We have no idea how to police them. And so the psychopathic manipulators, they have free reign of 30% of the internet is pornography. A huge amount of internet traffic is outright criminal. And there's a number around that's, psychopathic, narcissistic, troublemaking trolls. And that might constitute the bulk of the interactions online. And it's partly because people can't be held responsible. So the free riders have free reign.
It's a fascinating technical challenge.
Yeah.
Of how to make our society resilient to psychopaths on the left and the right.
It might be the fundamental problem of the age, given the amplification of communication by our social networks.
And so, to generalize across psychopaths, you can also think about bots.
Yeah.
Which behave similar to the psychopaths in their certainty and not caring. They're maximizing some function. They're not caring about the attention.
Yeah. Short-term attention, even worse. Yeah, because that's another problem. Like, if the algorithms are maximizing for the grip of short-term attention, they're acting like immature agents of attention, right? And so then, imagine the worst-case scenario is negative emotion garners more attention, and short-term gratification garners more attention. So then you're maximizing for the grip of short-term attention by negative emotion. I mean, that's not going to be a principle. We were talking earlier about, unsustainable unifying axioms. That's definitely one of them. Maximize for the spread of negative attention, negative emotion that garners short-term attention. Jesus, really.
I tend to not think there's that many psychopaths. So maybe to push back a little bit, it feels like there's a small number of psychopaths.
3 to 5% is the estimate worldwide.
In terms of humans, sure. But in terms of the kind of stuff we see online, my hope is that a lot of people on the extreme left and the extreme right, or just the trolls in general, are just young people kind of going through similar stuff that we've been talking about, trying on cynicism, for example. There's a drug aspect to it. There's a pull to that. To talk shit about somebody, to take somebody down. I mean, there is some pleasure in that. There's a dark pull towards that, and I think that's the statistic. And I think a lot of people, when you say statistic, it makes it sound like some kind of pathology.
It's pleasure in the suffering of others.
Right. But I just think that all of us have the capacity for that. All of us have the capacity for that.
And some more than others, but everyone has
And when you're young, you don't understand the full implications of that on your own self. Okay, so if you participate in taking that into the balance, that's going to have a cost on your own development. It's going to take you towards the just goes underground in the basement, cynical, all that kind of stuff. Which is why a lot of young people try it out. The reason is to get older and older, you realize that there's a huge cost that you don't do it. But there's young people that, so like I would like to sort of believe and hope that a large number of people who are trolls and just try it out with their vision, and then so they can be safe, they can be helped, they can be shown that there's more growth, there's more flourishing, celebrating other people, and criticizing ideas, but not in the way of derision, LOL, but by formulating your own self in the world, by formulating your ideas in a strong, powerful way, and also removing the cloak of anonymity and just standing behind your ideas and have to carry responsibility for your things.
I think also that's right. I think the idea that that's more likely to occur among young people, that's clear. People as they mature more agreeable and conscientious. To actually know that what you said is true technically, it's definitely the case that there's an innate tilt towards pleasure and that sort of behavior, and it is associated to some degree of dominant driving. And I do think it's true, as you pointed out, that many of the people who are toying with that pattern can be socialized out of it. In fact, maybe most people, even as repeat criminal types, tend to desist in their late 20s. So imagine, 1% of the criminals commit 65% of crime. So imagine that 1% are the people that you're concerned with. They often have stable patterns of offending that emerge very, very young, like even in infancy, and continue through adolescence and into adulthood. If you keep them in prison until they're in the middle of their late 20s, most of them stop. And that might be the easiest way to understand that. Might just be delayed maturation. So, are most people salvageable? Yes, definitely. Is everyone salvageable? Well, at some point it becomes, first of all, they have to want to be selfish. That's a problem. But then it also becomes something like, well, how much resources can you devote to that? Like, the farther down the rabbit hole you go on, the more energy it takes to haul you up. So there comes a point where the probability that you'll be able to get enough resources proposed to you to rescue you from the pit of hell that you've dug is zero. And that's a very sad thing, and it's very hard to be around someone who's in that situation. Very, very hard.
And it seems that it's more likely that the leaders of movements are going to be psychopaths to the followers that they're going to be the people that will eventually kind of lost themselves in the ideology of the movement.
Well, we know that what you said is true historically to a large degree because Germany was successfully denazifying. And it's not like everybody who participated in every element of the Nazi movement was brought to justice, not the least. The same thing happened in Japan. So, to some degree, the same thing happened in South Africa. Right? And so, and it's the case, for example, also in the stories that we were referring to earlier, biblical stories, the patriarchs of the Bible. Most of them are pretty bad people when they first start out. Like Jacob's really good. Jacob is the one who becomes Israel. He's a major player in the biblical narrative. And he's a pretty bad actor when he first starts out. He's a mama's boy. He's a liar. He steals from his own brother, and in a major way he deceives his father. He's a coward, and yet he turns his life around.
So be careful. The leaders who idolize and worship. But then it's not always clear who's good, who's people. Parts. You have been through some dark places in your mind in your life. What have been some of the darker hours? How did you find the light?
Well, I would say I started contending with the problem of even very young, 13, 14. And that's been the main, that was my main motivation of study for 30 years. at the end of that 30 years, it became more and more, I became more and more interested in fleshing out the alternative. Once I became convinced that evil existed, that was very young. I always believed that if you could understand something well enough, that you could formulate a solution to it. But it turns out that seeing evil and understanding that it exists is less complicated than a technical description of its opposite. What is good? You can say, well, it's not that. For sure, it's not Auschwitz. How about we start there? It's as far from Auschwitz as you can get. It's as far from enjoying being in Auschwitz camp guard as you can get. Okay, well, where are you when you're as far away from that as you can possibly get? What does that mean? And it does have something to do with play, as far as I'm concerned. Like, I think the antithesis of tyranny is play. So that took me a long time to figure out that specific. And so that was very dark. Like, I spent a lot of time studying the worst behaviors that I could discover, abstractly in books, but also in my clinical practice and in my observations of people. And so that's rough. More recently, I was very ill and in a tremendous amount of pain. Like, it lasted pretty much without any breakthrough treatment. And what was particularly useful to me then was the strength of my relationships, my immediate relationships, my friendships. Also, the relationships that I had established were broadened to people in my life. Because by the time I became ill, I was reasonably well known, and people were very supportive when I was having trouble, and that was very helpful. But it's certainly the case that it was the connections I had, particularly with my family, but also with my friends, that were the saving grace. And that's something to know. It's necessary to bear the burdens of the world on your own shoulders, that's for sure. The burdens of your own existence and whatever other responsibilities you can mount. But that by no means that you can or should do it alone. And so, you might say, well, welcoming the adversity of life as a redemptive challenge is a task that's beyond the ability of the typical person, or maybe of anyone. But then when you think, well, you're not alone. Maybe you're not alone socially. You're not alone familially. Maybe you're not alone metaphysically as well. There's an insistence, and I think it's true. There's an insistence, for example, in the Old and the New Testament life, that the more darkness you're willing to voluntarily encounter, the more likely it is that the spirit of Abraham and the patriarchs will walk with you. And I think that's right. Like, technically true, and that's the best parts of yourself make themselves manifest. If you want to think about it that way, the best parts of yourself, whatever that is, make themselves manifest when you're contending actively and voluntarily with the most difficult challenges. Why wouldn't it do that? And then you can think, well, that's yourself. Like, what are the best unrevealed parts of yourself? Well, no, there are kinds of metaphysical realities. They're not yet manifest. They only exist in potential. They transcend anything you're currently capable of, but they have an existence. You could call that yourself, but like it was Jung's contention, for example, with regards to such terminology, that the reason we use the term self instead of God is because when God was dispensed with, let's say, by the processes nature described, he just found the same thing deep within the instinctive realm, let's say. He found it at the bottom of things instead of at the top. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What matters is whether or not that's reality. And I think it's the fundamental reality, because I do think that sort of you delve into things. This is what happens to Moses when he comes into the bush. So Moses is just going about his life. He's a shepherd. He's an adult. He has wives. He has children. He has responsibilities. He's left his home and he's established himself. So things are pretty good for Moses. And then he's out by Mount Horeb, but it's the central mountain of the world. It's the same mountain as Sinai, which is the place where heaven and earth touch. and he sees something that grabs his attention. Right? That's the burning bush, and the bush is a tree. That's life. That's the tree of life. And the fact that it's on fire is that's life is exaggerated. Everything that's alive is on fire. And so what calls to Moses is like the spirit of being itself, and it tracks him off to being trapped, and he decides to go investigate. So Moses is everyone who goes off the beaten track to investigate. And so as he investigates, he delves more and more deeply until he starts to understand that he's now walking on sacred ground. So he takes off his shoes, and that's a symbolic reference of identity transformation. He's no longer walking the same path. He no longer has the same identity. He's in a state of flux. And that's when what happens is he continues to interact with this calling. And Moses asks what it is that's being revealed. And God says, I'm the spirit of being itself. That's basically the answer. I am what I am. It's a more complex utterance. I am what I will be. I am what was becoming. It's all of that at the same time. It's the spirit of being that's speaking to him. The spirit of being and becoming. And it tells Moses that he now, because he's delved so deeply into something so compelling, his identity is transformed and he's become the leader who can speak truth and power. And so he aligns himself with his brother Aaron, who's the political arm who can communicate, and he goes back to Egypt to get the Thailand. And that's an indication of that idea that if you wrestle with life properly, that the spirit of being and becoming walks with you. And it's like how can that not be true? Because the contrary would be that there would be no growth in jealousy. Well, you have to be infinitely nihilistic.
It's obvious, but it's also just fascinating that hardship is the thing that is that ends up being the catalyst for delving.
It's hardship, voluntarily. Well, it is personally true. Look, if you bring someone into therapy, let's say they're afraid of elevators, and you trick them into getting near an elevator, will make them worse. But if you negotiate with them so that they voluntarily move towards the elevator on their own recognizance, they'll overcome their fear and they become genuinely brave. But it has to be voluntary.
See, I gotta push back and explore with you that of course you're voluntarily.
Yeah.
Let's look at Nietzsche.
Yeah.
He suffered through several health issues throughout his life. Migraines, eyesight issues, digestive problems, depression, suicidal thoughts. And yet he is one of the greatest minds in the history of humanity. So were these problems that he was suffering arguably involuntarily the feature or the bug?
That's a good question. You say back to the story of Job. Because Job is a good man. God himself admits it. And Satan comes along and says to God, I see you're pretty proud of your man there, Job. God says, yeah, he's doing pretty well. And Satan says, I think it's just because things are easy for him. Let me have a crack at him and see what happens. And God says, yeah, I think you're wrong. Do your worst. Right, and that's how people feel when these slings and arrows come at them, let's say like Nietzsche. Well, Job's response to that, now the story is set up so that what befalls Job is actually quite arbitrary, right? These catastrophes that you're describing. The voluntarism from Job is his refusal to despair even in the face of that adversity. And that seems like something like an expression of voluntary free will. He refuses to lose faith. And the way the story ends is that Job gets himself back and more. And, so that's a descent and ascent story. And a cynic might say, well, the ends don't justify the means. And I would say, fair enough, but that's a pretty shallow interpretation of the story. What it indicates instead is that if you're fortunate, because let's not forget that, and you optimize your attitude even in the face of adversity, that it's not infrequently the case that your fortunes will reverse. And I've found that in many situations, the journalists whose goal was most malicious in relationship to me, who were most concerned with improving their own, fostering their own notoriety and gaining social status at my expense, were the ones who did greatest favorite. Those were the interviews that went viral. And so that's interesting, because they were definitely the places where the most disaster was at hand. And I felt that in the aftermath every time that happened. My whole family was destabilized for like 2 months because it wasn't obvious at all which way the dice were going to roll.
But you leaned into that. So in a sense, that there's this kind of transformation from the involuntary to the voluntary. Basically saying, bring it on. That act of bring it on turns the hardship, involuntary hardship into voluntary hardship.
Well, not necessarily, let's say, but you could say that's your best bet. Well, I'm never going to say that you can transcend all catastrophe with the right attitude because that's just too much to say. But I could say that in a dire situation, there's always an element of choice. And if you make the right choices, you improve the degree, you improve your chances of success to the maximum possible degree.
It might be too much to say, but nevertheless, this could be true. Viktor Frankl, Marcus Aurelius.
Well, that's what the resurrection story proclaims. Is that, even under the darkest imaginable circumstances, the fundamental finality is the victory of the good. And that seems to me to be true.
Do you have regrets when you look back at your life in the full analysis of it?
Well, as I said, I was very ill for about 3 years, and it was seriously brutal. Like this is no lie, every single minute of that 3 years was worse than any single time I'd ever experienced in my entire life. So that was rough.
Was the roughest the physical or the psychological?
Pain.
Just literal pain.
Yeah, I was walking like 10 to 12 miles a day. Rain or shine, winter, didn't matter. Not good. And it was worse than that because as the day progressed, my pain levels would fall until by 10, 11 at night, when I was starting to be tired, I was approaching, what would you say? I was approaching something like an ordinary bad day. But as soon as I went to sleep, then the clock was reset. Pain came back. And so it wasn't just that I was in pain, it was that the sleep itself became better. And that's really rough, man, because sleep is where you take refuge. You're worn out, you're tired, and you go to sleep and you wake up and it's something approximating a new day. This was like Sisyphus on steroids. And that was very difficult to maintain hope in that because I would do what I could. There were times when it took me like an hour and a half in the morning to stand up. And so I do all that and more or less put myself back into something remotely resembling human by the end of the day. And then I knew perfectly well, exhausted. I fell asleep there absolutely right before I went to again. And so after a couple of years of that, it was definitely the fact that I had a family that carried me through that.
What did you learn about yourself and about the human mind from all of those days?
Well, I think I learned more gratitude for the people I had around me. And I learned how fortunate I was to have that and how crucial that was. My wife learned something similar. She was diagnosed with a form of cancer that, as far as we know, killed every single person who ever had it except her. It's quite rare. And her experience was that what really gave her hope and played at least a role in saving her was the realization of the depth of love that her son in particular had for her. And that says nothing about her relationship with Michaela, with her daughter. It just so happened that it was the revelation of that love that can't even understand the value of her life in a way that she wouldn't have realized of her own accord. We're very, very, there's no difference between ourselves and the people that we love. And there might be no difference between ourselves and everyone everywhere. But we can at least realize that to begin with in the form of the people that we love. And I hope I'm better at that than I was. I think I'm better at it than I was. I'm a lot more grateful for just ordinariness than I was, because when I first recovered, I remember first started to recover, I was standing in this pharmacy waiting for a prescription in a little town, and they weren't being really efficient about it. So I was in that, standing in the aisle for like 20 minutes, and I thought, I'm not on fire. I could just stand here for like the rest of my life, just not being in pain and enjoying that. And, that would have been something that before that would have been, I would be impatient, raring to go, because I'd have 20 minutes to stand in the middle of an aisle. And I thought, well, if you're just standing there and you're not on fire, things are a lot better than they might be. And I know that. And I think I remember it almost all the time.
You gain a greater ability to appreciate the mundane moments of life.
Yeah, definitely. The miracle of the mundane.
Yeah.
I think Nietzsche had that. He was very ill. So I suspect he had it. And he was regarded by the inhabitants of the village that he lived in near the end of his life as something approximately insane. He apparently conducted himself very admirably despite all his suffering.
But that's still, there's this tension, as there's much of Nietzsche's work, between the miracle of the mundane, appreciating the miracle of the mundane, versus fearing the tyranny of the mediocre.
More the mediocre and resentful.
Yes, but that's you giving it a pass or seeing it good.
Well, fair enough.
There's a kind of, the tyranny of the mediocre. I always hated this idea that some people are better than others, and I understand it, but it's a dangerous idea.
This is why I like the story of Cain and Abel, I would say. Because Cain is mediocre, but that's because he refuses to do his best. It's not something intrinsic to him, and I actually think that's the right formulation. Because I have people in my clinical practice who they were lost in many dimensions from the perspective of comparison. One woman I remember particularly, she had a lot to contend with. She was not educated. She was not intelligent. She had a brutal family, terrible history of psychiatric hospitalization. And when I met her at a hospital, she was an outpatient from the psychiatric ward, and she had been in there with people that she thought were worse off than her, and they were. And that was a long way down. That was like Dante's Inferno level down. It was a long-term psychiatric inpatient ward. Some of the people had been there for 30 years. It made One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest look like a romantic comedy. And she had come back to see if she could take some of those people for a walk, and was trying to find out how to get permission to do it. And so, better than other people. Some people are more intelligent, some people are more beautiful, some people are more athletic. Maybe it's possible for everyone at all levels of government to strive towards good. And maybe those talents that are given to people unfairly don't privilege them in relationship to their moral conduct. And I think that's true. But there's no evidence, for example, that there's any correlation whatsoever between intelligence and morality. You're not better because you're smart. And what that also implies is if you're smart, you can be a lot better, even worse.
I think for myself, I'm just afraid of dismissing people because of my perception of them.
Yeah, well, that's why we have that mental presumption that right? Despite that immense diversity of apparent ability, there's that underlying metaphysical assumption that, we all vary in our perceived and actual utility in relationship to any possible goal. But all of that's independent of the question of axiomatic worth. And that, preposterous as that notion appears to be, it seems to me that societies that accept it as a fundamental axiomatic presumption are always the societies that you want to live in if you had a choice. And that, to me, is an existence proof for the utility of the presumption. And also, if you treat people like that in your life, every encounter you have, you make the assumption that it's an assumption of, well, it's radical equality of worth despite individual variance in ability, something like that. Man, your interactions go way better. I mean, everyone wants to be treated that way. Look, here's the developmental sequence for you. Naive and trusting. Hurt and cynical. Okay, well, is hurt and cynical better than naive and trusting? It's like, yeah, probably. Is that where it ends? How about cynical and trusting? Step 3. Right, and then the trust becomes courage. It's like, yeah, I'll put my hand up for you, but it's not because I'm a fool. And I think that's right, because that's the resubstantiation of that initial trust, right, that makes childhood magical and paradisal. But it's the mixture of that with wisdom. It's like, yeah, we could walk together uphill, but that doesn't mean, and I'll presume that that's your aim. But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to watch.
What's a better life? Cynical and safe, or hopeful and vulnerable to be hurt?
Oh, you can't dispense with vulnerable to be hurt. That's the other realization. It's like you're going to stake your life on something. You could stake your life on security. It's not going to help. You don't have that option.
So what do you do when you're betrayed? Ultimately, by some people you come across.
Breathe and look elsewhere. Do what you can to forgive, and at least so you can lighten your own burden. Maybe do what you can to help the person who betrayed you. And if that all proves impossible, then wash your hands of it and move on to the next adventure.
And do it again.
Yeah?
Boy, this life, something else. We've been talking about some heavy, difficult topics, and you talk about truth in your Nietzsche lectures and elsewhere. When you think, when you write, when you speak, how do you find what is true? Hemingway said, all you have to do is write one true sentence. How do you do that?
Well, I would say first that you practice that. It's like, that question is something, and Hemingway knew this, at least to some degree, and certainly wrote about it, is that you have to orient your life upward as completely as you can, because otherwise you can't distinguish between truth and falsehood. It has to be a practice. So, and for me, I started to become serious about that practice when I realized that it was individual, it was the immorality of the individual, the resentful, craven, deceitful immorality of the individual that led to the terrible atrocities that humans engage in that make us doubt even our own worth. I became completely convinced of that the fundamental root cause of evil, let's say, wasn't economic or sociological, that it was spiritual, psychological. And that if that was the case, you had an existential responsibility to aim upward and to tell the truth. And that everything depends on it. And I became convinced of it. And so then, look, you set your path with your orientation. That's how your perceptions work. As soon as you have a goal, you can see it. And the world divides itself into obstacles and things that move you forward. And so the pathway that's in front of you depends on your aim. The things you perceive are concretizations of your aim. If your aim is untrue, then you won't be able to tell the difference between truth and falsehood. And you might say, well, how do you know your aim is true? It's like, well, of course you will. Continually. You can aim towards the ultimate. Are you ever sure that your aim is the right direction? You become increasingly accurate in your apprehension.
This is like part of the process to cross the line, to
single to be completely reprehensible. All they were doing was saying things that you can't say. Well, what was in play, what I'm trying to do in my lectures is I'm on the edge. I have a question I'm trying to address and I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know where the conversation is going. Truly, like it's an exploration. And I think the reason that the audiences respond is because they can feel that. It's a high wire out. And I could fail. And my lectures have degrees of success. Sometimes I get real fortunate. There's a perfect narrative arc. I have a question, I'm investigating it. It comes to a punchline conclusion just at the right time, and it's like the whole act is complete. And sometimes it's more fragmented, but I can tell when the audience is engaged because everyone's silent. Except maybe when they're laughing.
There's a kind of sense that you're arguing with yourself in your lecturing. It's beautiful. It's really, really beautiful and powerful to watch that Nietzsche does the same. There's contradictions in what you're saying. There's a struggle in what you're saying. But I do think that when you're doing the same on the internet, you get punished for the deviations. You get punished for the exploration, especially when that explores outside the
So if you're going to play hard to explore, you're going to say things that are edgy, right? That are going to cause trouble, and they might be wrong. And that's another reason why free speech protection is so important. You actually have to protect the right. Let's say in the optimal circumstance, you have to protect the right of well-meaning people to be wrong. Now, you probably have to go beyond that. Truly protect. You have to even protect the right of people who aren't meaning well to be wrong. And we also need that because we're not always well-meaning. But I don't, the alternative to that protection would be the insistence that people only say what was
George did
right.
well. Yeah, really.
I'm also like,
Get it, girl.
Call
Really?
to our fellow students
All
not to reduce a
night
person to a particular
long.